Hello everyone. This time once again. Hello Blue Yokai, hello Saint, hello Chris, hello Jester, hello web user. As you can see, the topic of today is once again MamaMax. He came out with a 3-hour long video. Boy, what could it be about, you know? Maybe he finally takes accountability. Maybe he finally talks about the real case he had at hand. That was totally real. But no. It's a fucking 3-hour video on Mudahar for some reason. Because his last video apparently wasn't enough. So we will take a look at it. I will speed it up right from the beginning. I might skip it here and there if he gets too focused on some clips again. Because this takes too long and proves nothing. I have watched it 2 times already. And I don't want to spend 2 parts on it once again. So let's put the speed up to 1.5. Oops. So first of all, we have a disclaimer. Trigger warning. This video may contain visual effects, including flashing lights, that could potentially affect viewers susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other visual sensitivities. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. This video is a non-fiction work. Very rare. Very rare. All images, videos, and other media presented herein have all been lawfully obtained by the filmmakers through direct investigation and via third-party witnesses. To protect the privacy of individuals featured in this documentary, certain names, faces, voices, phone numbers, home addresses, and other personal identifiable information have been redacted. Any modifications were made solely for privacy purposes and do not affect the factual integrity of the content. This work is protected under the principles of freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and fair use. It has been created with the intention of documenting matters of public interest, specifically regarding the conduct and influence of public figures. Where critique and commentary is made, it is supported by cited evidence. Nothing in this video shall be interpreted as promoting, endorsing, or excusing any illegal acts or conduct, past or present. Any statements of opinions... I had my microphone low. Oops. Are the filmmakers and are presented as constitutional protected expression. The inclusion of any media, name, or reference to any public figure or organization does not imply any affiliation, endorsement, or approval by those parties. This content is intended for educational, journalistic, and documentary purposes. The producers assert their rights under applicable laws to investigate, report on, and analyze matters of public concern. All viewers are advised to exercise discretion and independent judgment while watching. This disclaimer is going to take 3 hours. Bubonic! Oh, I can't be here today, I have D&D. No, Bubonic, we will miss you. But you are here in spirit with us, that's all it takes. Is he going to make 3-hour video on each bad friend? Yeah, probably at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. So let's start the amazing 3-hour expose on Mutahar, the complete fraud.
Today's video is the most serious I might have made in my entire career on this platform.
Hello guys and gals, me MamaMax here, and on January 17th, 2024, my
Okay, that was fun.
best friend, my bro, Mudahar Anas, YouTuber Some Ordinary Gamers, created his most serious video he might have made in his entire career on this
what is the Muda glitch here?
platform by defaming me after asking for his help
Defaming!
on the most serious of cases.
Yeah, you made a complete mockery out of a very serious case.
Thanks, Mudahar.
Especially at the moment, because I spurred out so much, I have to talk about. Now it's all your problem. Because he could have made a good video on Mudahar. He has been in quite some shit. Especially with, like, a few months ago. It's not even a few months, it's almost half a year again. He could have made something there. He had 1 year to prepare. And we got this shit.
I can tell by the red lighting that this is in fact your most serious video you might have made in your entire career on this platform. And this is my response.
Oh, we got a thought, none. Deceit, trickery, specifically, intentional perversion of truth, an act of deceiving or misrepresenting, trick, a person who is not or what he or she pretends to be, imposter. One that is not what it seems or is represented to be. He's MamaMaxing again. Yeah, he's MamaMaxing what thought is.
It's a video about someone I and many in the community considered a friend. Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend. I consider them a liar.
We were such good friends. Yeah, we saw already this.
Several videos.
You showed all this. Yeah.
A 16-year-old girl.
Yeah, you showed all this.
Of the internet. She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous cult led by a child.
Why people are mad. He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not. I'll say what the evidence like appears, at least. It feels like there's definitely like a bad, it's like the worst I can see is somebody taking advantage of people, like emotionally, sexually, physically. There was illegal shit that happened,
we've all been there for that, Max.
Involved in the situation that, and for that considering.
Yes.
What is that?
Where's your response, Max?
I don't at this point, dude.
Heartbreaking.
Max,
it makes my
Max, where's your response?
Netflix show set in theatrics. Alfred,
So like I said,
Dude, I feel
Max.
so bad for
realize that their entire story is being invalidated in real time.
Hi, Ambre. Yes, it is. It is.
Being made a mockery of in real time. Yeah,
YouTube notification made me like, no worries, you're in time, we just started.
A podcast and we're just having like just rape victims on it the whole time. Who's our first guest here? It's like, well, this person's really
well, I know what show to bring them on.
Yeah, Ultimate Rape Review, you know, the one where you wanted to bring your victims on. Now it's a problem.
Who's the next high-profile victim we're gonna have on this podcast?
Yeah, do manipulate me by threatening with Adachi constantly. Continue like this and you will get sent another Adachi.
This Sunday night!
Like, he had convinced me to have someone bring me to his house. He beat me and then me.
But you know, the transformation process is
okay, are we supposed to listen to Spencer again? You know, the one who you exposed in your last video for lying about you and for ordering McDonald's all the time?
dangerous on your body. I was 14.
His hand on my throat off of me, and he went and looked at it.
Due diligence, big mockery of the I feel my due diligence, real Camden Gerard Davis, whatever you on this platform. It's a video
Because it makes you so uncomfortable.
Oh,
Mudahar, I thought you were going to be serious. If you didn't want to make this video because it makes you so uncomfortable, why did you continue to make multiple videos on this topic despite the cyberbullying and cyberstalking that you're causing to both me and
the cyberbullying and cyberstalking that you caused me and the victims? Max, are you fucking serious?
survivors?
I would very much like to point out that Muta going on to...
Yeah, Spencer. Most of the content was about Spencer because, as you said in your last video, she a lying bitch who orders McDonald's all the time.
Tommy C and lyrics, that brings more people that dislike it, that dislike Max, out. There are people that are literally cyber stalking survivors right now.
You also attended up to 12 hours of
Yeah,
live
why did okay, I don't apologize people who literally harassed other survivors. But Max gave so little evidence and told everyone to look into the case, find him, that people had nothing else to go by than the survivors you showed, aka fucking Spencer and you. Next is not someone who can complain about cyber stalking or harassment, exactly.
streams with your commentary buddies talking shit about us and the case.
Yeah, because you made a shit show out of it.
I'm gonna say, like, a true crime audience.
And it's a video you personally didn't make because you were friends. No one likes to make a video on someone they were friends with.
It's like the most retarded audience on YouTube. You could fucking feed them the biggest load of bullshit, and 9 times out of 10 they'll believe it.
I don't think you're being serious. I think you're being quite dishonest, actually.
But at no point is anything that I'm going to be doing anymore regarding the situation public.
Anytime dude takes us to McDonald's, she just orders coffee for herself and then leaves. It's true. It's true.
I'm never going to be making a follow-up video. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and it's been 7 days since I covered a pretty wild story on YouTube. Now since then, it's been quite an explosive, trending topic with multiple videos coming out on the daily, many even from channels that I am very good friends with, channels like Oompaville, Taku, a lot of content creators, even some that I've worked with on this project.
Gee, people you were also friends with, Max. What about these people?
Have made follow-up pieces regarding the situation. Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and today we're going to be looking at a pretty
I can't hear the hello guys and gals anymore.
interesting update regarding MamaMax.
Hi, Cloudy. I'm so excited. I'm not. Oh, I was spurring so hard when I watched it for the first time.
So about 7-8 months ago, I covered this individual who used to be a good friend of mine.
So not only are you repeatedly lying to your audience, but you are also choosing to defame and destroy someone who looked up to you like a brother.
Oh, defame and destroy. We don't want to be defamed. Hi, wifey.
Just because I made some mistakes in how I presented this case.
Oh, I just made some mistakes. You know why I presented this case. Oh, Jesus. Last night at our volunteer dinner to shop with court appointed special advocates, how grateful we are for each other. Your commitment to working alongside the children, families, and El Paso and foster care system truly appreciated. Your dedication, compassion, unwavering support at the foundation. Our work, yeah,
Since you have done everything in your power to ruin my life, I think
I don't think it was Mudahar personally who went to this fucking to the fucking foundation and said, no, you can't work with this man.
I'm going to enjoy these next 3 hours with you.
Quantum! Hey, Quantum! Quantum! Quantum. You get your little devil.
Today, I personally don't consider this person a friend.
Exactly, web user. We are different. We are haters because of his own videos.
I consider them a liar, both professionally and on a personal level regarding very personal things.
So this is a smear tactic called poisoning the well.
Oh, this is a smear tactic called poisoning the well. As we call it. Oh no, he even has a definition of it on screen. Oh no. Oh no. To commit a preemptive, ad hominem, abusive attack against an opponent. That is, to prime the audience with adverse information about the opponent from the start, in an attempt to make your claim more acceptable or discount the credibility of your opponent's claim.
That is to prime the audience with adverse information about me from the start, in an attempt to make his claims more acceptable or discount the credibility
Yeah, we can read.
of my claims. So Mudahar introduces his most serious video he might have made in his entire career on this platform by immediately labeling me a liar. He is doing this to position himself as the heroic objective truth bringer
Bruh.
who makes very serious videos.
I mean, you should know about poisoning the well, right, Max?
Whilst I am the evil liar who lies about everything, both professionally and personally. But unlike
I mean, you are a liar.
Mudahar, I am actually going to prove to you that he is a liar.
Oh boy.
But that's me going into things that I shouldn't need to.
So you literally admit you shouldn't be poisoning the well, and you did it anyway. Okay.
I also didn't want to make a video on this because I'm not an expert on the topics that we are completely discussing today.
And yet you have continued to make
You're also not an expert. None of us are experts.
videos on this topic, and speak as if you are the expert on the subject matter. Pretty funny, considering I've spoken to actual
No, don't show your fucking cult expert again. Bruh. I don't think this cult expert knows what RPG groups are.
Something right. Yes.
Look, yeah, this is the thing that, because I remember me and Jen were saying it, she was much rougher than I was. She was like, ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no Vampire Twilight shit.
Not only is this some of the most disrespectful
She's so basteful saying that.
shit I've ever heard a respected influencer say about cult survivors, it's also a harmful stereotype
We are all experts being hating here.
that has no basis in reality.
And the biggest vulnerability? I'd be going, I'm too smart. It would never happen to me. I'm too together. I know myself. I have good family, good education.
I hate you showing me these old men who are apparently experts on something. These people probably have never seen the internet before their 60s.
And what I'm saying is, it happened to me.
You're
Yeah.
not immune to cultic influence.
Me too.
Nobody is. And I know some of you were thinking, that'll never happen to me. If you think you're not susceptible, you're more susceptible than you know.
You know, people have the idea that the people who get into cults have some kind of mental problems, and that's absolutely not the case.
But it could be anybody. They could be any
Pretty much.
race, any
No, don't
socioeconomic level. They could be rich. They could be poor.
I don't care,
they
Max.
Could be young, they could be
Max,
old.
this has
In many
nothing
of
to
the
do with
cases, like,
anything.
They weren't.
Max.
We're not.
Max.
So judging from your public statements about this case, it is quite clear you are not an expert. In fact, you sound like a fucking moron.
And how this girl was 16
Oh
when she
gee,
was
just like you.
that old.
At the time, yeah, supposedly.
Again, I don't want to be the asshole here, but like when I was 16, I had a job at that point, so I don't know how I was falling into vampires.
Well, you're Indian. You're smarter than most people.
Yeah, apparently not.
As you know, when I upload things to my channel, it can be about computer software, it can be about creepy games, it can be browsing the weirder side of the internet, like the deep web. It can be looking at trending things. It could be a bunch of stuff, mostly lighthearted.
Mostly lighthearted, you know, like that lighthearted 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 red rooms, lighthearted child rings, lighthearted Epstein documents, and lighthearted zoo sadism.
You know, Daddy's hunted for a while. He knows what skinning an animal is like. Let me
Yeah, gee, oh, how dare he.
tell you.
You know, all that lighthearted stuff.
And yes, I do occasionally dip into things that are very serious. But when it comes to situations regarding, situations regarding...
Being experts, random old people. who are experts in some field that has nothing to do with anything of this.
Trafficking and whatnot.
Hey, Slug.
I am not an expert. That is something for the law enforcement, for lawyers, for professionals to appropriately handle. I don't even think YouTubers should be the ones that are running cases like this, because in a vast majority of cases, most of them aren't well equipped.
I actually agree with this. These types of cases should be handled by the appropriate channels like law enforcement. However, the victims of this case already tried reporting these crimes to law enforcement with no success, and so they decided to reach out to me to help cover their case, which is something I've done many times before.
And I'm sure you were very honest with them about how you proceed with their case.
And so have you.
And given the fact that kids are involved, it may actually even be
Oh god, his little co-bluff always.
to an extent. So in conclusion, I gotta say, look, this video is a hard video to make, but what I do know about this video is we're all responsible, okay? As a YouTube community, we need to raise awareness. Given that I'm on this platform, the strongest thing I can do is raise the awareness. But in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is MamaMax. Now, MamaMax is a channel with 746,000 subscribers, a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children.
And in this situation, this creator specifically that we are talking about is Some Ordinary Gamers. Some Ordinary Gamers is a channel with
never heard of him.
Several million subscribers. Let's plays, commentaries, reviews, hardcore raging.
I would love to see their opinion on the FCK. Oh no.
We're just a team of ordinary gamers. What did you expect?
Well, where was MamaMax while the FCK was happening? Where was MamaMax when they needed him?
Throughout his career, MamaMax has covered topics such as his Life Sucks series, anime reviews, but what most people know Max for is his Predator hunts, videos where Max claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Throughout his career, Mutahar has covered topics such as his—
Why can't I do one stream where there's no footer now we mentioned in chat? Guys. You get the weight bug spray. Stop it. No footer now we talk. This is serious, totally serious topic, okay? This is totally not MamaMax coping for 3 hours.
His deep web exploration series, hentai reviews. But what most people know Mutahar for is—
Damn, those were some bazongas.
Videos where Mutahar claims to infiltrate dark corners of social media. He's made very popular videos and gained a lot of respect in the larger YouTube community.
Predator hunting is a popular topic on the internet and YouTube in general, and it's seen a bit of a resurgence in recent years with very high-profile cases such as EDP445, caught in a massive YouTube sting operation, in an alleged meetup of the
Why do you have bug spray on the ends? Think about it. Think why I felt the need to get the bug spray.
Nowadays, the predator poaching channels that exist are a dime a dozen, and a big fear of these channels that a lot of the community has is that in the grand majority for clicks and revenue, basic investigative and evidentiary rules aren't met, and law enforcement in many cases
Yes, I'm also one of the people who absolutely hates most of the predator hunter things, because most of the people are just fucking retarded and shouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole.
Is not even involved until well after the fact.
So I can't really speak for other creators, but I think Mutahar is accusing me of never working with law enforcement.
Wait, he's bitching about hentai reviews, makes use to drop hentai in his YouTube helps, I know.
He does not provide any evidence for this claim, he just says it. But this has never been true. He's even helped me out with previous cases, where we literally made reports to the FBI and NCMEC together. So here's my typical process, okay?
Oh, congrats, you were capable to do it with you and you work with other people, congrats.
I begin recording everything on OBS when I get on the platform. As soon as I confirm I am talking to an adult that is trying to groom minors, we create a mega drive and upload our—
Also, wait, there's something that's been bugging me. Max said that all his evidence was on the mega drive that was then reported and deleted or blocked or reported. But because he was uncomfortable with having it on his PC. But what is all this shit? Why does he have so many nudes of pedophiles? Where does he collect those? Where does he have those? Are those the harmless shit? Are those the shit he's comfortable with? And what's the shit he was uncomfortable with?
Our recordings to that drive. We then
I didn't want to see that!
To an FBI cyber tip and continually update the drive with evidence.
Online gaming platform IMVU and move to social media platforming Discord. How did we give me the subject? Evidence Mega Drive.
Until the investigation is complete, which is usually when we have video evidence to support our claims.
Would you want me to go up and down on you?
Oh.
You said yeah.
Well, you're collecting pedophiles like Pokemon cards. And again, I thought it was all on the Mega Drive and it was lost because after it was reported. Because he was uncomfortable with having it on his PC. What's all this shit?
However, even if you have evidence, depending on the jurisdiction, nothing will happen. Even EDP445, who you literally say is a high-profile case, was let free. Because guess what, Mutahar?
Yeah, because they fucked the investigation. But the person who fucked the investigation learned after that. You know? Unlike you.
Even when crimes are committed, and you have evidence that crimes were committed, which by the way most young children do not have, predators still walk free in many cases, and there's multiple—
Yeah, and no one denies that the law is fucked when it comes to especially online crimes.
reasons why this happens. From the quality of the crime, the standard of proof, the investigation, and the prosecution.
Mac's obsession with showing man nips needs to be studied. Well, since no one went to prison, all he literally did was just sexting with pedophiles in his free time. So, congratulations on that, I guess.
There are so many things that can go wrong, and often do go wrong, which is why Wayne Barnett, a serial predator that we exposed, was previously released from prison without serving any substantial amount of time, despite the fact that he literally admitted to committing crimes, and is still committing crimes to this day. We reported him months in advance to no success, which is why my videos have a call to action at the very end.
Okay, what's going on there, man?
Do not harass them, yeah.
So an individual named Camden...
Yeah, and this is Spencer, you know, the one who said is a lying whore. When it comes to you, of course.
Gerard Davis, more than likely resides at this address. We believe that he is trafficking minors and has child on his devices. I'm actually a previous victim of his, and I have substantial evidence related to this case.
So I actually have.
But I hate Spencer.
Tried working with law enforcement many times, and I've encouraged—
But you also said in your stream, no, we haven't talked to them yet. Max, you forget your own words doing all your amazing live streams that went super well. And you also don't know what the... What's the word? Ablauf English. What the process is afterwards. So, yeah, fuck you.
Others to do so as well.
If you are a victim and this ever happens to you, keep calling them, and keep calling them, and do not stop
Hi, Truski. Welcome. Welcome to 3 hours of Max coping.
calling them until they do something. Do not give up.
But I guess since I didn't put a text graphic at the beginning of my video, which objectively proves Mudahar has in fact worked with law enforcement for these videos, that must mean I never worked with them.
I mean, it's better than making an ARPG out of predators, so...
And it's caused a serious problem in letting...
Crazy how Max spent the last video discrediting Spencer only to use her against Mudahar. Listen, don't listen to Spencer when she says anything about Mudahar. I mean, don't listen to Spencer when she says anything about Max, but anything else she says is true. I left to go pet my dog. Can you start over? Not today, sadly, not today. Otherwise, I would always do it.
Actual evil people walk free because of technicalities and failing to follow basic evidentiary patterns.
Yes. Evil people walk free because of me, MamaMax. It has nothing to do with the countless historical and systemic issues with CSA cases that—
No one denies there are problems with the law when it comes to that. But you are also not helping.
Enable predators to commit crimes without consequence. No one else should be held accountable for these problems, not even the predators themselves. MamaMax is the primordial source for why predators walk free.
No one ever claimed that.
In realistic fashion, if law enforcement was involved, these people would be tried in a court of law.
In realistic fashion, law enforcement involvement does not guarantee that a predator will be arrested and tried in a court of law. It can take months, sometimes even years, of reporting a single predator before an investigation even begins, especially in cybercrimes with anonymous offenders.
That said, MamaMax has committed almost every single sin in the book.
I can't wait for you to provide some
0 out of 10 bit German. I'm sorry. Next time. I promise.
type of evidence to prove this theory of yours over the next hour of your video. Although it's hard to distinguish which sins I've committed when you don't even source the exact book that I'm supposedly breaking the rules of. I understand it's a figure of speech. It's actually another ad hominem attack.
You know what? Oh no, not the ad hominem. Brother, he had 1 year to prepare for this. 1 year. For this bullshit. This feels like he has done that in like a day.
Where he continues to discredit—
Okay, the edits probably took a bit more than a day, but in general—
me by using vague black and white terms, instead of providing any facts up front.
In the hunt for who he believes is one of the most evil predators currently walking in the world today.
Hundreds and hundreds of victims even.
I don't see the world in black and white terms like good and evil. I recommend—
Brother, aren't you the one who was like, hey, look here, someone said they beat up a pedophile with baseball bats. See, they felt empowered by me. And now you're like, I don't see the world in black and white. Wasn't it all like, if you're against me, you are for the pedophiles? YouTube, what will it be? Pedophiles or the children? And a sub, since you are almost as cool as this. You're a snail. I gotta go. Hope you stop being and drink water. I drink all the water. Also, I'm 6'4". Thank you.
Recognize that reality is far more complex, and predators suffer from unresolved trauma caused in their own childhoods. Rather than resorting to tribalistic labels like good
I feel like pick a side YouTube is pretty much black and white.
evil to justify the harm we inflict on one another, we should start prioritizing restorative justice and invest in mental health resources.
Oh my god, is he now the... You know, pedophiles aren't evil. They just need therapy. Since when is he the pedophiles need therapy guy? Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something.
To break the cycle of suffering.
90% of people who are murderers in this country have a whole conglomeration of what are termed adverse childhood experiences that set you up for a brain that has a whole lot of trouble with empathy and impulse control and long-term planning and things of that sort. And then we invent words like evil. So why am I talking about him so negatively now?
Because you were harassed by cancel culture to disavow me after I fake cancel.
Oh, you were harassed by cancel culture to disavow me, of course, of course. Poor Mudaha was harassed, he would have never done it otherwise.
So the very popular YouTuber, just to bring awareness to a case I still believe is of great importance.
Stop showing this clip of Camden, it's just...
And although
I will say, the first time I saw this clip with Camden, where he did the war,
YouTuber, just to...
I laughed, because it was just so unserious.
Bring awareness to a case I still believe is of great importance. And although I did make mistakes, and I do take accountability for those mistakes...
Where did you take accountability? Where? Did I miss that? Was there another video I missed?
Like you, who is too pathetic to take any accountability for your own actions in the situation, you want to pin the blame of everything on me, and it's...
Yeah, geez, you should talk about the situation if you really want to go the route of fuck Muda.
Arguable that you have been more vocal and have had a much greater impact on the outcome of this case than I ever did. And then when I try to hold you accountable for your own actions, you try to tell everyone that I'm shifting the blame, when that's actually what you are doing.
Yeah, it was your case, and you didn't represent it really well. You didn't do that, you know, you fucked it in all possible offices. And then you complained that people didn't want to work with you. Excuse me.
That is why you're talking about me so negatively now.
Because again, like I said, Max has recently made several videos, 3 in particular, making what I believe to be a mockery of these types of serious investigations.
Oh, my videos were a mockery.
Human trafficking and destructive cults are not just issues in distant lands or plot lines in crime shows.
But yours and your friends were not?
This is gonna make me look bad, by the way. This is gonna make us all look bad.
Yeah, this was making fun of you and Spencer after the situation was done, bro.
Apparently.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, she put a message out and was like, "Oh, actually, looked really good in that call." So jokes on it, they released it. Yeah,
I've seen ghosts. I look great in this call.
Yeah, wait, she said she looked great in this call?
Yeah.
Oh, she's still retarded.
Yeah, dude. Making what I believe to be a mockery of these.
Oh god, the Bowblex, the Bowblex jump scare.
Types of serious investigations. Max has covered a story he claims is peppered with human trafficking, cult worship, and brainwashing, and violent abuse. Topics that are incredibly serious, and as I've said, I am not a key expert on.
You see, you keep saying that, but you continue to speak as if you are the expert.
Yeah, but you also aren't, so...
I'm not an expert. That said, MamaMax has committed almost every single sin in the book because I'm not an expert. As I've said, I am not a key expert on. Look, I'm not an expert.
If you are not an expert, then why do you continue to speak on this topic as if you are the expert?
Why didn't you just shut up and work with me if you're not an expert?
Topics where real victims exist and continue to exist on a daily basis.
This is true. Real victims continue to exist on a daily basis. So why then did you ignore them and prioritize covering Sniper Wolf?
Oh, why is he still coping about the Sniper Wolf situation? Is he serious, even after a year?
Drama that is already getting covered by everyone else, when these real victims were just asking for 15 minutes of your...
I mean the real victim who you said was the compulsive liar?
Attention.
So let's get started. This is the story of how MamaMax has failed what he considers a very serious investigation, and a prime example of how YouTubers should not be involved with serious situations like this.
So that concludes the introduction for MamaMax as a complete fraud. Let's review what Mudahar said here. He claims that this is his most serious video. He then lies about not wanting to make this video, which then...
I don't think that was a lie, because he sure didn't want to. No one likes to expose their friends. Except if their friend is a real retard like you.
Why did you make it? He doesn't consider me a friend anymore. Same to him. He poisons...
Oh, same to him. Oh, oof, the hurt.
The well for the audience, saying that I'm a liar, and apparently he's not. He then admits he has no reason to be poisoning the well.
I mean, you also poisoned the well then from the beginning, because you were like, Buddha is a fraud.
He's not an expert on this topic. He makes lighthearted content. He sometimes dips into serious stuff. He's not an expert on this topic. He doesn't think we're equipped to handle these topics.
I think he has dementia, bro, keeps repeating the same thing. I think he's trying to mind wash us. He thinks if he says it often enough, we believe it.
He gives an overview of my channel. He implies that I hunt for clicks and revenue. He blames me for...
I mean, you are, because otherwise you wouldn't make your predator hunters like little ARGs, where pretty much all of it is made up, so...
Systemic issues with CSA cases. He spreads misinformation about law enforcement. He says I committed every single sin in the book. He claims my videos are a mockery of serious investigations, even though he never had a problem beforehand. And
yeah, and this is still retarded that he didn't have a problem with it beforehand.
Also, he seems to think he and his friends are exempt from this criticism for some reason. He's not an...
Also, again, they don't make ARG out of their exposés that they did.
...expert on this topic, and victims continue to exist on a daily basis.
Exactly, he's trying to brainwash us like his cults do. Listen, he spoke to the cult experts, so he knows all the tricks.
So, out of this entire introduction, I think he only states 2 facts.
He gives an overview of my channel, and victims continue to exist on a daily basis. I think he doesn't consider you a friend anymore is also a fact. He claims this is his most serious video. Yeah, I don't know about that. Probably is. Poisons the well. Bab can strike that one. This is stupid. Admits he has no reason to be poisoning the well. This is also a stupid argument. Not expert on this topic. That's probably true. At least he admits it. Makes lighthearted content. Most of the time he does. He sometimes dips into serious stuff. Yeah, he does that. He's not an expert on this topic. Yeah, already said that. It's stupid. He doesn't think we're equipped to handle these topics. Yeah, that's a fact. He implies that I hunt pedos for clicks and revenue. I think that's also a fact. He blames me for systematic issues. Yeah, that's a bit of an overstatement. But people like you are a problem. He says I committed every single sin in the book. More like every single mistake you could make. My videos are a mockery of serious investigations. Yeah, they are.
Say that him not being an expert is factual, but technically expertise can be viewed as subjective, so I'll give him that.
Oh my
one.
god, expertise is subjective. Bruh. I guess I'm the law expert after all. I have a picture of me in a as a law expert, so I'm one now.
But he made some very big claims for this introduction, yet failed to provide any evidence to support these claims.
Well, Max, that's what the rest of the video is for.
Yeah, but also, Max, there was also a video that went along with from Nick DeOrio where, you know, most of the evidence comes from your own mouth.
And we will get to that. But he did spend the entire introduction just assassinating my character before providing any facts, to set the stage for the audience on the story he wants to tell.
Yeah, it's called a summary, Max. You should be familiar with those.
Which is actually the opposite of objective. A word he really liked.
Oh, the cope bluff, I swear.
To label himself as.
So let's start off with the story. The story begins on October 3rd,
23rd,
2023, where Max sends me a message on Discord.
Actually, our story begins much earlier, in January of 2020.
You see now why I titled it like that? He's like, I can't believe Mudahar forgot the day we actually met the first time. He forgot our anniversary.
When I first met Mudahar Anas, and being a fan of his content, I really looked up to him. Immediately, I could tell that he likes to talk about himself and brag about his achievements.
No, a YouTuber talking about himself. I genuinely think that's his laugh. He has a natural cope laugh. That's very sorry. Is his speed up? He's so slow. This is 1.45. This is 1.5.
Achievements, which was fine. He is a very successful influencer, and there was a lot that we all learned from him. He loved getting drunk with the boys.
I respect that.
Alcoholism.
And he would often gossip about other YouTubers.
What? A YouTuber being a gossiper? Color me shocked. Color me shocked.
Pretending to be friends with everyone.
And you act like you're not a gossiper, honey.
But there was one time he got so drunk he started heckling customers at one of the bars in the San Antonio Riverwalk, and we actually got kicked out.
Bruh, he is impolite when he's drunk. Can you believe it?
Because of it. Afterward, we started drinking at one of the hotels, and he was talking about his self-hatred and suicidal ideations. But that only—
Why are you talking about that?
Made us all the more supportive and caring of him. I became closer with Nextbo and Night Docs due to our geographic proximity to each other, but I would occasionally check up on Mudahar or ask him for advice.
YouTuber talking about himself? The gasp. Yeah, true.
Regarding certain projects. And
hey, wait. Oh. God damn it. Makes it just like them Zoomers. Maybe critical, Kim too. I would love kids chat, change their website photo. Hey Max, can I get a copy of that video? I'm making a video tomorrow. Saint. Fuck yes. I did signal boost. Fucking love your video. No one does or boy dirty. Oh, cringe.
And whenever we did see each other every year or so for YouTuber events, he always paid for
Yeah, I don't think Muda is open about his ideations, so I don't know why he brought this up so randomly.
Drinks and food, and was very generous with his money. Maybe a little too frivolous.
Sub bitches with con house booking van right now. Yes. The boys. Mention? My fucking boys. Mention. Mention. Super 8. I'll pay whatever. Let's just get it.
I don't make as much as my peers since I don't take sponsorships and I stopped producing.
Oh, you have a fucking Patreon. Stop acting like you make this all for no money. You have a fucking Patreon. Even on your last video you showed how many you still have after you got super cancelled. Or more like after you got exposed for being a fucking retard. Who fakes everything. You still had like a whole, more like... Well, I don't even know how many those were. Those were way too many. Who he still had, after all this, who pay still for his Patreon. And don't forget, if he didn't pause his Patreon, which I doubt very heavily, he gets monthly payments from this. For doing nothing, pretty much. Aside from his few Patreon posts.
Producing merch, and I don't make any ad revenue, so it was difficult for me to keep up.
I always find it funny how he doesn't bring up his Patreon. God damn it, Muta Ryan. The George pitches on his 1k each. Is he offering to pay the difference though? I'm confused. I mean, shit, the place is nice AF. What is happening?
With their lifestyles. But seeing them was always worth it. I have...
This is the kind of video Saint's gonna drop if whoever links the DMs. Saint will like... Dew used to get drunk every night. And then this one night she harassed me while being drunk. I was traumatized.
Many great memories with these guys, but over time, Mutahar was clearly becoming more and more self-centered. Specifically, I remember at VidCon 2022, he would disrespectfully make decisions.
Muta, do we need a code for the BNB tomorrow? What the fuck is happening, guys? New address, little bit out from the last place. And no, I'll get keys when I get there. Check in at 4 PM, heading to the airport.
That went against the group. He started spreading the rumors about Night Docs, calling him a predator that abuses his...
Where did this rumor come from, though? Where did this rumor come from? Now you're just acting like Mutahar is the one who made it up and spread it.
Kids. He was slandering...
And why would he talk about Night Dog's kids? You were the one living with him and taking care of his kids every now and then. Can I be shown Adachi instead of this? I feel like this would be more enjoyable. You know it's bad when Embre enjoys Adachi more than this. Yes, I'm dropping the DMs where she passes me around like a blunt to everyone. Saint is truly the raped.
And making fun of Glink and Lightwave, he started calling Blame It on Jorge.
Oh, now he's just talking about everyone he talked shit about.
And Sakura Stardust, Vomitholics, who can't hang in his mentions. And he
yeah, Vomitholics, let's fucking go.
Didn't want to hang out with people under a certain subscriber count. He even kicked out my friends who weren't YouTubers, even though prior to this weekend I had gotten...
Lovers Gateway, I picked yeah. So friends who weren't YouTubers, was it talked to about them before though? Because with just random friends no one else knows, I can kinda see why.
Airbnb specifically for these friends to join us, but then Mutahar got a new Airbnb.
Max, could you refund me and possibly the Airbnb tomorrow? Trying to get this place for us, bro. I think it's 3 bed and 1 couch bed.
Claiming it didn't have enough capacity for my friends. But then popular YouTubers...
Maybe he didn't want to hang with your random friends.
Like Kelly, the Act Man, were more than welcome, even after being over capacity. This is a group chat between me, Nick, and Ryan on the...
Do we have plan for getting back in the house? Or for anyone to lock the front door? Sorry for the awkward situation, boys. Just trying to keep my girl happy. Fucking hate this. You're good. It's just a weird situation. I don't even know what happened. This is what happened. Muda told us to get an Airbnb. A month has passed trying to get in a call with him to find one, and since he had been unresponsive, they were only weeks away from flying out. I got an Airbnb that...
On that very occasion, when I hopped the fence of the Airbnb because we had no way to get inside, and my partner at the time was having a seizure. Ryan told Mutahar, and apparently he was furious that I did this. Do we have a plan for getting back in the house? Or for anyone to lock the front door? Sorry for the awkward situation, boys. Just trying to keep my girl happy. I fucking hate this.
Imagine dating MamaMax.
You're good. Just a weird situation. I don't even know what happened. This is what happened. Muta told us to get an Airbnb. A month had passed trying to get in a call with him to find one, and since he had been so unresponsive and we were only weeks away from flying out, I got an Airbnb that was close to everywhere we wanted to go and had the capacity to satisfy the needs of everyone we wanted to hang out with. Muta then immediately got a new Airbnb an hour away and did so without talking to any of us about it. And now that we are here, he is calling the shots for the plans, even though he can't commit to a plan, changing his mind to pick up Ryan, even though fucking offered. And then come to find out there is only one key for 8 people that belongs to the one person who is the least responsive and communicative out of all of us. And since my girlfriend was having a seizure and pissing herself in the car,
why are you telling them that your girlfriend is pissing in the car? I feel like this was an unnecessary detail. You can just say she had a seizure.
Figured hopping the fence was a justifiable action to get in the goddamn house. And since he has been inviting people to the property the entire time, either with or without our—
Funny is we have a post for Mutahar's girlfriend about this situation. I will read this after he is done.
Knowledge, including a party that we were only informed of because
Max is a true yandere.
Guest told us about it. I thought it would be fine if I had 2 quiet people sleep over, since their hotel I booked—
Yeah, if I had 2 quiet people sleep over. Who are these 2 quiet people? Just random friends of yours? Gee, imagine your YouTube friends not wanna hang with your random friends. Crazy.
For them would not let them check in. And now they're upset because I didn't ask if I could have these people sleep over.
Yeah. Yeah. If you would invite 2 randos, I too would be like, yeah, who are these people? Why do they sleep in the same house as us? I don't know them.
Who wanted to cook for them and people who helped me clean the house. Notice the 5 to 10 bags of trash in the garbage cans. Notice all the chairs from the backyard are now inside. Notice the loaded dishwasher. Notice the clean towels in the dryer. That was all of them. I'd appreciate if y'all didn't tell him any of this. It does piss me off, but I don't hate Muta. But at the same time, this is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
See, this is where all the problems start. Friends not talking to each other. But we already concluded in the last MamaMax video that it was just a shitty friend group all in all.
And I believe this was the last time I ever saw Mutahar in person. Things between Mutahar and myself were still amicable.
Hey man, didn't get to link up last night, love you, wondering if you're good. Oh god, his name is Big Mama. Yes sir, I just got home and thanks so much for checking up. Heard you all passed out and so did I. YouTube needs to remove this channel. Hey brother, if you don't mind, could you check this out and let me know what you think? Maybe even policy guideline if you spot it. Sorry bro, just got back online.
Until my last project.
Hey Muta.
And that brings us to October 23rd, 2023.
Hey Muta, I hope you've been well. I don't want to bother, but I thought you might appreciate a heads up about an upcoming project of mine. I'm on the verge of releasing a video for Halloween that is likely to generate significant drama. While it may be—
Bro, imagine releasing your vampire, werewolf, pedophile cult video on Halloween. Of course people thought it was a fucking ARG thing.
Deemed controversial, the intent behind it is for charity. The video is designed to be a trap for reaction channels.
Oh, was that the vampire cult? Or was it something else? 2023? Yeah, I think that was it. I'm gonna come and stay over, but I'm bringing Saint and Web User with me. That's okay, cool, thanks. That's cool because I trust Saint and Web User. If you tell me you bring Dave and Kevin over, then I'd be like, no, fuck off. You can come, but fuck leave Kevin and Dave wherever.
Knowing your integrity and the quality of your content, I would hate for you to be caught off guard. At the same time, we would be honored if you would consider covering this in a thoughtful manner. To facilitate a deeper discussion, may I include you in a group chat with other influencers who are also considering covering this topic? If
I'll bring cheese. You're definitely invited, Web User. You are invited.
Confidentiality is not an issue, I'd be more than happy to send you the video under a non-disclosure agreement. This will allow you to become familiar with the video's content before it goes public, enabling you to navigate any provocative elements we've included. Look forward to hearing from you, Max. Now to understand, initially I read this and said, I'm down to hop in, man. Good to hear from you. Hope everything is well. And again, Max says, it's good to hear from you as well, bro. I'll add you in a few moments. Hey, Muta, just wanted to know your current thoughts within the group chat. Now, if you notice the exact dates of these messages, you'll probably pick up that around this time in October, I was already busy with a massive investigation under our belt. In the following weeks from my response to Max, I would release a video on the completionist and further investigate that situation with a fellow YouTuber known as Carl Jobst. I was also in and out of the country for personal reasons.
Only if you bring cheese and alcohol.
And I wasn't really able for anything else. I wasn't really available for doing anything, as you can assume during this time.
Not sure why he's making it seem like he was so busy working on much more.
Yeah, he made his completionist thing, and also, yeah, now Max will probably bring up that he made other videos in that time. Gee, imagine a YouTuber working on his own shit to keep his channel going. Crazy.
important projects when the actual videos he uploaded during this time don't quite match what he's talking about.
Head on over to manscaped.com.
Yeah, it was doing the completionist investigation.
And on the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra today. Now, 12 days ago, I made a video in regards to the Metal Gear Master Collection for traveling across Japan for free.
Gee, oh, he didn't put everything on hold just to be there for Max in his times of needs. Truly a terrible boyfriend.
By begging...
I mean friend.
And hiding in train toilets.
Maybe it's not like a really important video call. No, I'm talking about vag beer.
Now, I'm not trying to throw shade at him for making lighthearted content. That is perfectly fine. But when he's tricking his audience into thinking he wasn't really available for doing anything...
I wasn't really available for doing anything.
Besides the very important topic that he's covering, he's just lying. He's just
lying, guys. He's lying. You have to believe me. Because I'm always honest. Pumpkin will go towards whoever doesn't really like cats, like all cats do. Yeah, he does that. I have a friend who was very deadly afraid of cats. Like, she would freak out as soon as the cats came near her. He harassed her. He always wanted to go on her lap. And she screamed every time. It was amazing. I don't drink some more alcohol for everyone else, plus baked goods. Can I come? You're invited. You're also invited, Blue.
trying to make me look like an asshole just because I am following up with him, which is perfectly normal in every professional and personal setting.
I was mostly away from Discord, and if you really wanted to contact me, using Twitter to directly message me or calling me on my personal cell phone is usually the best tactic, which a lot of people in the scene, you know, if you need to absolutely contact me, have.
So I actually do have Mudahar's personal phone number, but I chose not to call or text him about this in the event that he was busy with other things.
Yeah, that's your problem. That's a you problem. I didn't want to call him because I didn't want him to be annoyed at me. Cats sense fear, yes, and they want you to fear them even more. Wait, friends don't put each other over everyone else. Like over partners and career, bad friends. Yeah, bad friends. If your friend needs you for their own project, you have to put everything on hold. And you have to be there for your weekly sleep time call and the Discord video, hangout, everything. Don't you know? Cry harder makes make me happy. Quantum, no. I can't drink and I don't want to either. I will also bring baguettes. May I come? For baguette you can come, yes. For baguette you can come. Also, Monster Energy drink, pause. Not sponsored.
Specifically, so I'm not crossing a personal boundary or spamming him.
That said, I can't confirm what happened in the group chat Max invited me to, as I honestly don't remember checking it, nor which creators were in that specifically.
Well, allow me to provide that for you. The group chat was just an attempt to have open communication between creators about the project so they can ask questions and we can address any concerns all in one place.
So a few days after inviting me to this group, Max inquires and asks Mudahar, it's been a bit since we've caught up, and I get that your plate is probably overflowing, but I wanted to touch base again. Sorry if our previous chats have been a bit heavy. These issues are really close to my heart, and that's exactly why we need to keep the conversation going. You've got a seriously powerful platform, and within your reach...
Yes, sorry, but if a friend comes, you got a powerful platform. I'll be like... Where?
We could really make some noise for the betterment of children.
We could make some noise for the betterment of children's lives. Shut the fuck up.
Lives. Just a little bit of your time could go a long way. No pressure to dive into the subject, but if you could spare a couple of hours for an interview, I believe we could spark some real...
Pick an American thing the EU says is illegal, I smuggle it that way. Guns.
Change. Is there a time that works for both of us to sit down and talk for an initial engagement? A few days later, Max says, I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored.
Yeah, sorry, if you send me that message, you fucking get blocked until you're normal again.
Shared their stories with you because I believe in your capacity for empathy and action. Your silence so far...
Reach out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. Yeah, sorry. Call me again when your schizo moment is over.
Has been disheartening, but I still remain hopeful. Please understand, we are determined to be heard, and will continue to seek...
We are determined to be heard! Wait, you missed it. He's bitching, saying Muta wasn't at busy, but then doesn't text or call... private number that he is because he knew Muta was busy. Max owns words. Yeah, I know. That's what's so funny about it. He's like, yeah, I didn't want to bother him in case he actually is really busy, you know. Never know, but then he only made funny videos. How dare him? Well, I hear the cries of the raped
influencers who have the power to do something heroic. Watching the attached video and acknowledging their plight is all we are asking right now. I hope you will not let us down. Now, obviously, at the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Max is emotionally guilting me.
Technically, ChatGPT is the one emotionally guilting you.
Is he saying that his messages to his, in quotation marks, friends were written by ChatGPT? Brother. Bruh. Fucking serious?
Speaking and promoting a topic that I haven't actually seen much concrete evidence on, nor do I know much about.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's why I was trying to communicate with you, buddy.
Oh my god. This is me. This is when you talk about your ex. I tried to communicate, but you were always unavailable. Brother. I tried to communicate. And you never listen to me.
That's what communication is for.
And also because I'm working on another
You're
video
so salty.
for my channel as well. A very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on.
Just for context, here's my point of view.
One thing that I don't like is recently they released the PlayStation 5 digital disc drive. Muda's latest video on Xbox third-party accessories is uninformed, badly researched, and misguided.
Yeah, those are his casual videos, you know, he has in between. But the thing he was busy with was the completionist shit. Can't you listen? You played the clip. Literally perking, what else you got? He's so bitchy. Listen, he would be amazing to have a gossip chat with.
If you go to TeamU's website, you'll find out, whoa, they got a Black Friday pre-sale.
You know what, maybe we should invite MamaMax for girly night. For girly gossip night.
Activision was ballsy enough to put a goddamn playable terrorist attack mission into a video game. What if I told you karma is real? A scumbag has finally been sent to prison. It's a video where apparently, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think I'm defending XQC. Now I know that I crapped on the Metal Gear Master Collection. Part of me doesn't really feel bad for NFT users because they have shown a consistent pattern of stupidity. GTA 6 is finally announced. Boogie himself is a liar. Boogie himself is a manipulator. Do you want to get a share of that $12 billion
Well, there's more evidence that Boogie has cancer than that the cult is real. That's it.
$12 billion, please give me a little bit. When you've blown your load week after week, a very serious investigation that I have to be 100% on. Because it doesn't publicly exist, at least the evidence as far as today.
So why does the evidence need to exist in the public before it's worth your consideration?
Because you wanted to present it to the public and you did it without evidence, so no one knew what to believe. You can, you know, if you try really hard, you could try to rub two brain cells together, Max. Just saying.
The survivors wanted to share their evidence with you in their private server that you signed an NDA to protect. And during your time there, you did not speak to anyone.
You're fucking
or ask any questions or can leak disinformation to the public that
your fucking Discord NDA does nothing.
Is no evidence.
Yeah, people said there is no real punching evidence on that. He didn't say there's no evidence at all, which you say was the lie. He said there's no real tight evidence. Mostly spoken word, some screenshots that didn't show too much.
That you later changed your mind about.
The fact that throughout this entire situation with evidence, like with witnesses and whatnot, that there's now I'm finding out that there is evidence.
Now I'm finding out that there is evidence.
You just haven't established timelines. It really feels
yeah,
like
you had evidence, some, but you didn't have any timeline. You didn't give people anything.
You haven't put in your full effort into this case.
And of course, he shifts the blame to me.
Max sends me more videos that have since been privated, originally unlisted, and these videos, according to the time frame sent, I didn't see since, as you can imagine, I was preoccupied with my own investigation.
Then why agree to watch them when I asked if you want to see them?
Because he thought you had something, Max. Mudaha made the mistake of believing you had something.
I can't help but notice you coincidentally keep leaving out context in your video, but when you actually
This is not leaving context.
For the full context, the conversation looks a lot more normal. This is something he does throughout the whole video.
This video was never a cancellation on Charlie, but rather severe clickbait.
And I was 100% transparent about that from the very beginning of the video, which you failed to show for some reason.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
To draw eyes and then shift attention.
Yeah, and it was fucking stupid. That is why he's saying it, because it was fucking stupid to try it like that.
Briefly to the story Max is covering, and then focus on cults, misinformation, and artificial intelligence in our world. At this time, I respond back.
It's almost like I hypothesized that
Exactly, everyday stories like yours get overshadowed by stupid shit.
You guys don't care to respond to things until drama is involved. It's almost like...
Yeah, because there was nothing to talk about, Max. All you did was your weird ARG with aliens. With pedophile aliens or some shit. Who are like, no, not pedophile aliens, but they have to victimize children to do this and that, and the other aliens who were like Nazis or something. And then you talked about AI. And in between there was like, Camden Joard Davis. Boom, 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 boom. If you know this man, please contact us. Here's his mother's name.
That was the message of the video.
Yet such stories often receive a fraction of the attention granted to the latest internet scandal.
Huh.
Max, I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation.
That's a lie.
I mean, at this point, I don't even know if, like, the guy that he's talking about, Camden Joard Davis, may still even be alive, you know?
I think recently someone who wasn't related to the investigation found that he got, like, a parking violation or a speeding ticket in September of last year.
Yeah, from someone else who wasn't involved with you. It needed another person to prove that Camden Joard Davis is even real.
Year, confirming that he's alive.
Huh.
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with...
Well, I'm still not over his first video where he did this quiz with like... There are two alien races. One believes in sacrificing children. Please choose your action. And in the end, some people tried to take it serious, and in the end it was... It doesn't matter what your choices were. Boom, 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 boom. God.
With Spencer.
Then you clearly haven't caught up with the whole situation.
Without evidence.
Oh no, someone didn't watch your fucking 5-hour podcast episode, which was for just Spencer talking bullshit about how she was like raped 3 times on her way to Camden, then was raped by Camden, then had 3 miscarriages in 4 months by Camden. With orange juice and cinnamon and punches. But never went to the doctor, but miraculously never there was any infection or something else going on. And then her parents didn't love her. Oh, and also she brought another younger child than herself to Camden. Great, great, great. Really great podcast interview episode. Deep breaths. I am at peace with myself. I am in peace with nature.
So without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts.
But didn't you just say?
I've seen your latest video and have caught up with this whole situation.
And now all of a sudden...
I don't know anything in this situation.
So which is it?
I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer, who is one of the victims. She has her own channel.
Not anymore, because you and your friends kept bullying her.
Where she...
You said she was a dirty fucking liar and wanted McDonald's every day. And had MamaMax dancing for 10 hours. And remember, an affection would have been impossible since nothing would have been there if she did have a miscarriage. Yeah.
She posted a 4 to 5 hour account of her involvement and experience with this cult that we are going to look into. It's quite long, and I feel the story could do with a bit more structure.
I agree with it.
But also, there can so much can go wrong when you have a miscarriage if you don't get any doctor to look at if everything is out, and it was literally just her having heavier periods during stress time. I don't know what it's saying.
Yes. The original plan was to upload this podcast in unison with the documentary, which did have the structure we were looking for. However, Spencer wanted to make a trailer, and everything thereafter was highly reactive due to the pace of the situation unfolding.
This is a serious matter.
Yes, it is.
And I have no issues covering it.
That's a lie.
Is this something that you would now make a video on your channel to talk about?
No, I wouldn't, ever. I would like the victims to seek proper restitution, but going it in this manner isn't the best.
But publicly ridiculing us on the live streams of people that hate me, who you literally call slop tubers, is better?
I mean, at the end of the day, like, I told them, like, hey, I'll work behind
Yeah. Listen, you could have made an amazing point here. If you would have talked about the more recent Mudaha stuff. You would have said something that most people couldn't even have disagreed with. But no, you chose the most stupid route to go about this. Congratulations, Max. Congratulations.
the scenes and fucking build a story with you, like, to present it.
Nick?
In this manner isn't the best. I would be down to talk further with these victims and analyze this evidence.
Then why didn't you?
Why would you do that without talking to us?
If their claims are as solid as it's being depicted, and at this moment, Max had literally called the person in this video. He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of
dangerous cult led by a child predator.
So these were very, very serious accusations, which need to be matched with very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence.
And in Some Ordinary Gamer's video, MamaMax is a complete fraud. You weren't alleging, you were materially accusing me of being a fraud.
Because I always really play something super carefully. Like, I'll never say somebody is a like scammer or like a or something, unless I have something that I know is 100% in court, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why, like, I know that I can get away with saying a lot of things.
What Mutahar is doing is called special pleading, applying
No, dude, the thing is, since it was over 4 months, there wouldn't have been anything there really. Like, it'd be the size of a blueberry, maybe even smaller. So if she had a monthly miscarriage, she wouldn't probably even have noticed. Sorry, Amber, my brain just broke. I'll be honest. Oh, special pleading. Oh, we have another definition. Applying standards, principles, or rules to other people or circumstances while making oneself certain circumstances exempt from the same critical criteria, without providing adequate justification. Special pleading is often a result of strong emotional beliefs that interfere with reasons. Oh, this is rules for thee, but not for me. Gotcha.
Standards, principles, and or rules to other people or circumstances, while making oneself or certain circumstances exempt from the same critical criteria, without providing adequate justification. So Mutahar says that I can't make these claims without presenting very, very serious, corroborative, ironclad evidence. Yet he does not apply this same rule to anyone else, including himself. Because if this is in fact—
people being like, rules for thee, but not for me, that's something completely new, Max. I'm sure you never did that.
What you actually believe, and you're just going to start creating universal rules that affect freedom of speech, are you going to start making—
Not my freedom of speech, or no!
videos on why Dan Schneider is innocent, because there is no very, very serious corroborative ironclad evidence to prove he ever committed any crime.
She wouldn't even have noticed, as I asked an actual nurse in training. Yeah, same here. The same was going on. I also have family members who work in healthcare, and they were also like, if there was actually a really, really, really rare chance it could happen, but like you said, it wouldn't even notice, or if the embryo had like 2 months maybe at most to develop, and you would have needed a doctor. Yeah, but Max, you accuse people of being pedophiles all the time. And if you're not for Max, you love pedophiles.
So the point you are making literally serves to sign—
Neither MamaMax or Mutahar are qualified to cover things. Listen, I think most people aren't really equipped to cover these kind of things. Yo, hey Mr. Gamer, welcome to Pain.
Victims who have been wronged, yet have no evidence to prove a crime has been committed, which is quite common among cybercrimes against children.
We don't even talk about the orange juice and cinnamon thing. I think the cinnamon thing was kind of a niche lore about werewolves. And the orange juice is like an old housewife thing. When people said, oh, this is really bad for you if you're pregnant.
Like on Kick Messenger, that keeps everyone anonymous and deletes all of its own data, which was the main source of communication within the cult of Camden.
One of the things that's the hardest to suspend disbelief on is this is a cult leader, allegedly, right, that uses social media to groom children, who also has no online footprint.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, and that's one of the things, because even last night I was looking up, like, Cameron Gerard Davis, and it was like, this guy's not alive, you know? Like, this guy's not there. And I would consider myself to be pretty good at finding, like, shit in cracks and crevices of the internet. So I consider myself pretty good at it. Could not find shit on Cameron Gerard Davis or that cult, which I think is incredibly suspicious.
Well, at this point, no one said his name correctly. It's also funny.
I know more about Camden's
Cameron Gerard, the completionist,
than I know about Camden through this investigation. And I don't know a single fucking thing that he's done definitively. And that's that's absolutely the problem.
Okay, so the fact that this predator is intelligent enough to keep his online activity anonymous, to the point his family is easier to find than he is, goes right over these stupid people's heads. Which
over these stupid people's head. Bruh, you tell me, how old was Camden at the time? I think when Spencer started, it was like 18, 19. You tell me this 18, 19 was so intelligent to cover all his tracks and got people into his little kick cult where nothing could be followed without any other, pretty much, to leave any other real trace on the internet. For this cult to groom to hundreds and hundreds of minors, aside from some fan fictions with crazy people comments. Yeah, sure, Mix, sure.
them to assume he isn't operating a cult
I
because
found that Tumblr way back when this all happened. It was super cringe, yeah. Like I said, it all read more like some Tumblr fantasy RPG group than anything. Again, I don't even doubt that some people who got into contact with Camden himself, some of the women who were there, got abused. I can believe that. I have my doubts in Spencer. With Spencer, I think they were probably mutual abusive. But I don't think it was a cult that groomed hundreds and hundreds of minors.
they can't find anything on him, which is something we already made clear on the 5-hour podcast they did not watch. These fucking idiots have clearly never investigated anything.
Did you see the Jangles tweet? Oh yeah, I saw that off. I forgot to brought it up when it was important. There was from the Jangles about the... And he talked about the Airbnb, how Muda just got another one, and his 2 random friends weren't invited with the cool kids. The Jangles actually did one here, where his girlfriend, who got a Caesar and pissed in his car, which he felt necessary to elaborate on. This is a vial of Mac's blood that Mac's schizo girlfriend wore around her neck. Listen, is it true love if you don't have a vial of your boyfriend's neck? Of your boyfriend's blood? And lost outside the backyard of their B&B, which broke that I had the pleasure of having to find it while cleaning up before we checked out. When we checked in, she was yelling, "Don't log on to the Wi-Fi unless you want me hacking your shit," to everyone upon arrival. We all pretty gathered weren't dealing with a level of individual from the start. Max could have just kept his plans to stay at the B&B he booked for his Discord mod friends. Like I said, random people the other one didn't know. That no one else knew. He chose to stay at our B&B instead. His girlfriend decided immediately after her seizure to invite said Discord mods, entertain them, full energy, and also invite them to stay at the B&B without running by anyone. She went ballistic when Muda and others said no, they can't stay. They supposedly couldn't find a motel. She decided that herself, Max, and Discord mods are leaving. That was fine. She didn't leave quietly and it was a total mess. Funny how he omitted all that in his Sloppenheimer Part 2. Listen, Sloppenheimer Part 2 is a amazing title. What the fuck, who wants to see Splat? Yeah, and this again is something I can believe because Max were like, yeah, 2 of my other friends who weren't YouTubers. This is what I thought, like, just 2 random people, just Dave and Kevin. You know, guys, can Dave and Kevin sleep with us? Like, no, I don't want to want some randos to sleep at our place.
Thing beyond the surface. There are global cybercriminal organizations that are so sophisticated and advanced, even multiple government...
Yeah, but you can't tell me the teenage fantasy cult is one of them.
Agencies will struggle to expose them, just to find they are operated by a single person.
Bro, now he's talking about a South Korean national. With the largest child sexual exploitation market.
The videos you produce don't damn care.
Oh, your fantasy RPG bullshit doesn't compare to that, bro.
Camden. Maybe this is why you couldn't find him, because you couldn't even get his name right.
A lot of the
Spencer couldn't even say Muda's name, so...
Shots don't punch hard.
Muta!
Since they're on screen for less than a second and lack the required context. If you want this person to be damned and attract the attention of a broader community, we need to sit down and piece this together, out from beginning to its current stages, in a damning but digestible manner.
I agree.
The story has a beginning.
I agree. Why did you never listen to anything your friends told you? Because it wasn't fast enough for you, they didn't do much for you. No, you would have to do some work yourself. Crazy. Hello, hi Miva.
We need to start there.
Well, there was a 5-hour podcast you never bothered to watch.
Yeah, 5-hour podcast by the girl you said lied about everything about you when she alleged that you starved her and showed the messages how she wanted McDonald's every day. Yes, Max. I will say it as often as I need to.
So.
And that's where I'm going to leave these messages at, okay?
Nobody, you don't get to just...
Actually, imagine actually sporting your partner's own blood in a vial. Jeez. Romanticism is dead.
cherry-pick DMs without consequences. I'm going to leak everything. I inform Mutahar of my project. He agrees to participate.
Yeah, that's when he thought maybe you have something.
For his thoughts, he doesn't respond. I follow up with him. He doesn't respond. I follow up with him again, and he finally responds. He explains why he was gone and affirmed that he's still interested. I apologize for my sense of urgency and ask for two things: a conversation with the survivors and his advice. He doesn't.
Why would he want to talk to all your survivors? Those are your survivors, Max. It's your job to talk to them. It's your job to gather the information together. It's your job to put the timeline together. And then you have your friends look over it, give you advice on it, or how to structure it. It's not their job to interview the people you collected for the case.
Doesn't respond, so I make a video requesting for influencers to listen to the survivors for 15 minutes. He doesn't respond, so I ask for feedback on the art of...
Wasn't that podcast the one where Spencer dogs Camp's mom? No, that was a live stream. They survived Max, so lucky. We don't know if Spencer survived him.
Official drama of Charlie. He agrees to watch. I keep him in the loop. He doesn't respond.
Yeah, he saw your Charlie video and probably was like, nah, schizoing out.
I finally drop the video, and he finally responds. He claims to have caught up with the whole situation, and gives me some feedback based on his limited understanding of the situation. I thank him for his advice and invite him to the server. He requests to call in during a live stream. This is the first time he actually talks to me about this case, and it isn't much. I thank him for his feedback, and he doesn't respond. He goes...
You said it was extremely helpful. Which one is it, Max?
On live streams with people that hate me, and I ask to chat with him privately. He responds only to bring up CSAM allegations on the YouTube...
Yo, Max, something alarming popped up. Yeah, that was when the Mega Upload was suspended and reported to law enforcement.
From a subreddit. I explained the Mega Drives to him.
The drives contained an evidence pertaining to predators, which some include videos, photos, they appeared nude, which is why the drives were publicly available. Have you been keeping up with our server? We are adding new survivors, witnesses to the list. I've been jumping in and out and saw this, and it was alarming. I'm wondering if the legality is totally above board. This investigation dies if you store any possible shite porn on a private server. I know, even if it's evidence, you submit the whole drive to authorities in a physical format. We do not store child porn anywhere, I told them. I would not work with them if they did. But you also said all the evidence goes to your third-party hacker, you don't even know the real name of or something, who uploads it on there. And how do you know what they uploaded then? And why do you know why it was taken down if it's not your account?
He ignores what I say and thinks that the cult survivors have CP on our server. I explain to him that that is not the case and re-explain the Mega Drives to him. He claims that Mega takes down CSAM from a fingerprint match, which is not true according to Mega's actual policies. I re-explain the Mega Drives for the third time and share a video timestamped with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but your own explanation on why the Mega Drive was taken down and how you work with the Mega Drive already seems super shady to me, so...
To understand what did who say regarding the Mega Drives, he says the Mega staff. I explained that I was not in charge of the Mega Drives. I passed my evidence to my team who uploaded
Yeah, so once again, what do you know what they uploaded on there?
It to Mega. I then explained to him that I'm open to answering more questions, and that there's a lot of misinformation spreading around, and if he can-
Yeah, I still feel something is wrong there. Yeah. I still feel this is extremely shady.
Just platform me or the survivor-
And again, where do all these pictures from the pedophiles he showed, like, in the beginning of this video come from, if everything is just uploaded on the Mega Drive, because he doesn't feel comfortable with having it all on his PC?
To give our side. He doesn't respond until I start streaming again. I thank him for his input on stream, but explain. Thanks for your valuable input on our stream. While we appreciate your advice, discussing these sensitive matters only in public settings is uncomfortable for everyone involved.
Yeah, it's so that you can't twist his words around or just claim, yeah, he said this and this in private. It's actually smart to only have these conversations in public. I know you don't know much about smart Max, but come on now. 2 brain cells.
involved, including you, me, and especially the survivors. We'd prefer to handle such conversations privately, aligning with our initial request for discretion. We should continue these crucial discussions in a more confidential setting to respect and protect our survivors' narratives. Your cooperation in this would be greatly appreciated. We're also concerned about your recent appearances on Tommy C and Lyric streams.
Yeah, I know. Poor Muda went on Tommy C. Oh, gee.
Where you've shared views that contradict our case, especially after reviewing—
How dare you not agree with us? How dare you? How dare you after we embarrassed ourselves like 10 times in public? How dare you? How dare you?
Evidence we provided. This has led to misunderstandings, with people now downplaying the evidence.
Yes, misunderstandings, of course. Once again, Max is not in charge something in his own investigations, and it's not his fault totally. Yeah, exactly. It's like, bruh. How can you— I don't know who his team is, how much he trusts them, but at this time I would think, no, there's something fishy going on there.
We urge you to help correct these misconceptions, just as I'm addressing my own errors. Your careful
You
consideration
never addressed your own errors.
on this matter is crucial. And he doesn't respond. I had a call with Nuxtaku, who told me to apologize to Mudahar so that maybe he'll start to listen to reason. Mudahar explains that he is working on a
thank God you talked to Nuxtaku. Oh, thank God.
video trying to get to the bottom of this situation, when he has literally made no private attempts with me or the survivors to get to the bottom of this situation. But he finally offers a one-on-one call. I explain my conditions, requesting Spencer's participation, that he answers all of my questions.
I will not go into a call without Spencer. MamaMax said that Muda said that Tommy C was washed up and no one respected him, so why does Mac care what he said on it? Yeah, if he knew that— I mean, he knew at this point that Muda made fun of Tommy C, so who cares?
Questions, that I will be recording the conversation, and that he will need approval from the survivors who appear in this conversation before releasing it, as per his NDA.
Or as per his Discord NDA. Otherwise we will sue him for millions.
He asks why is the call covered by the NDA. He then requests DramaTuber Nicholas Diorio to participate in the call, and that he wants to prepare for the questions that I have for him. I answer his—
Yeah, which is fair. You have Spencer in the call with you, and then— yeah, he also gets to get someone else in the call. Gee. Oh, DramaTuber Nicholas Diorio. You hate to see it.
his questions and explain why the non-disclosure agreement that he signed to protect the stories of the survivors would include a private call where we are talking about the case. We set up the call, and he tries to find reasons to breach his NDA. I re-explain the purpose of the NDA. The purpose of the NDA is not to inhibit your opinions. It is to protect the survivors and their stories. You are allowed to disseminate the evidence to the public, but you have to get the permission of the survivors first. It is their evidence after all. You do not even need—
Yeah, there was a whole lot of nothing. So, would it really breach the NDA?
My permission, just theirs. And I then explained why I name-dropped him in regards to the fact that he was looking into the evidence, because he was already publicly discussing that he's seen the evidence.
Yeah, and no, Max. He just said there is not much concrete evidence in there. Nothing that really nails the case. I don't think that's going into detail about what the evidence is.
Tells me that I should have conferred with him privately. I tell him, Muda, I've been trying to confer with you privately for the past few months. He then—
What NDA? That shit was over Discord. It isn't even legal by— I also don't think so that it was really— I mean, Nicholas Diorio put his fucking Unterschrift, signature, on a fucking PlayStation manual.
Credits himself as being the most helpful person to speak on this case, and claims—
Honestly, he probably was. He was probably the one who tried desperately to help you the most.
To be objective. He then says, I'll do whatever I can to help out in trying to have him prosecuted. I reply, I value your contribution and thank you for it. However, you said yourself that you might not be fully informed about the entire situation. Critiquing a case without thorough knowledge of the ongoing events is counterproductive. Cult psychologist.
Oh, Shaker. Yeah, that's the one. That's what I meant. They were like, Spencer and I are considering a class action lawsuit against Mudahar for breaching our non-disclosure agreement, inciting harassment on live streams, defamation, and causing emotional distress. Oh gee, he has nothing about this NDA. He is extremely rich. It's just also a great thing to say when you are trying to get someone to court. So the lawsuit seeks 1 million in damages to be distributed between all of you, my dear victims. He didn't write that. I made that up. All of you would have to testify. What would have to do is testify against him. It sounds a bit like, oh, you know, you get some money if you do it. Particularly regarding his actions, not speaking to any of you about the evidence and the impact his behavior had on you. Spencer has agreed to be the lead. Of course she did. Of course she did. To be the lead plaintiff. And I'll do all of the hard work. For the first time in this case, huh? Please let us know if you're interested. This could have a huge impact on the case against Camden because we would have money. And I love how the first reply is just a victim being like, dude, no. Please.
Who are experts in this field have
Yeah,
approved
this is also the moment where most of the victims jumped.
videos. And with all due respect, I place greater trust in their expertise on this matter than in yours. With that said, your support would mean the world to us, and I thank you for taking the time to sit down with us to discuss this, as we should have done.
Oh, he's talking about his fucking... I value your contribution and thank you for however you said you yourself might not be fully informed about the entire situation. Critiquing a case without true knowledge on ongoing events is counterproductive. Cold psychologists who are expert in this field have approved the video. Well, they're drunk. See, this is why I don't trust the experts you're talking to. And with all due respect, I place greater trust in their expertise on this matter than yours. Listen. Some of them might actually be experts on cold psychology, but I don't think they are the YouTube experts. And how to bring across a case on that towards an audience. This ain't a talk show, Max.
From the start. We've all made mistakes here. Let's take this time to fix them.
We've all made mistakes in my case.
He says, well, that's what I aim to do tonight and in the next few days talking to everyone I can about this situation, and lays out what he's interested in. I think
to lay out what I'm really interested in. 1. Spencer's story regarding her experience with Camden in a concise manner. Not 5 hours of her schizo-wambling. Or he named the expert and he looks like a soul sucker. And someone who hasn't been on the internet until he went 60. The cult and what it exactly is, that's something no one really has pinned down. Yeah, aside from we are all fantasy creatures, haha. Camden is a big leader and everyone else has like their own little group. Proof regarding Camden's current operation of the cult as well. And one hard question I'll be asking Spencer and want to let her know ahead of time is the statements she made in regards to recruitment of other women. Yeah, because she admitted she recruited other teenagers. Mostly younger than her. 4th, lastly, future plans to get a hold of law enforcement and the steps already taken.
Thank him and we get ready for the call. We have our call and Spencer re-explains the events she already went over in the 5-hour podcast that they did not watch, that then derailed into loaded questioning and baiting for emotional responses, shouting over us while we were trying to answer.
No, Max, I've seen the interview, Max. This is not how it went. This is not how it went. You all started to get really frustrated when they asked harder questions. And then you were like, ChatGPT knows the law. And then they were like, are you fucking crazy?
Answer their questions, which resulted in us shouting back at them, literal misrepresentation of actual facts, and Mudahar sucking his own dick, calling himself objective and that he's been helping
Mudahar saying ChatGPT does not know the law.
Out more than anyone else. Mudahar covers this call later in the video, so we'll come back to this. Mudahar tweets out that the call did not go well and blames it on me, as if him.
Oh my god. It's not my fault. Mudahar, how dare you say it's my fault?
Nicholas had no impact on it whatsoever. I tell him that I saw his tweet and implore him to wait for his own sake. He then asks for incontrovertible evidence that is going.
I love that they thought, because Nick later released the full call, and they were like, nah, we look amazing at the full call, trust me.
To vindicate this situation. I then give a very long response, which I'll read out to you. The growing amount of evidence is the evidence. The growing amount of survivors reaching out are the evidence.
The growing amount of evidence is the evidence. What? What? You showed a whole lot of nothing. The growing amount of survivors reaching out is the evidence. Bro, you couldn't even handle the survivors you had. Linked with the timestamp regarding ChatGPT, hell yeah. With timestamp. I really want to play this for a minute, so you know how he behaved in that call.
Okay. So, look at what I just sent you.
Yeah, you sent me a ChatGPT prompt, not a fucking legal definition.
I mean, we can argue legal semantics all we want.
We can argue the legal semantics of ChatGPT.
No,
We are not lawyers.
arguing semantics. We have to look at exact definition, Max. This is the problem with this situation. You're going in with evidence that can't be 100% corroborated. You're going in with allegations as an evidence. Courts would
Why
bail you out.
Are we talking to your lawyer, ChatGPT, right now? Like,
Yeah,
what the fuck is going on?
Right here, bro. Come on.
Like, sorry, at this point, it's understandable why they made fun of him.
You know, if I make a video on this, this is what I have to work with. How do you honestly think I can take your side? Logically, if tomorrow I was like, oh, where's Max getting his legal definitions? Oh, ChatGPT. By the way, ChatGPT has also been getting fucking dumber over the last few months. I mean, come on.
If the judge and jury find a witness statement credible...
Yeah, because one time they used ChatGPT. And then... Max is just frustrating.
Evidence. The consistency and complexity of the testimonies are the evidence. Please be patient while we are working with law enforcement before we continue our public campaigns and seek more survivors. If you need to see Camden Gerard...
And seek even more survivors. Like I said, Max was already overworked with the survivors he had. He didn't collect all their stories when the call happened. He didn't put them in the timeline until that. So how many more survivors was he trying to find? Like, we need at least 100 survivors before we can to the law? Was that the plan?
Davis's literal devices before you are going to believe us? Then we don't need or want you participating. With your power and influence, you are actively creating an environment that raises fear and doubt for survivors to reach out, and enforcing the defenses for predators.
To be fair, they shouldn't reach out to you, so... Good.
Especially those who are extremely intelligent, who use platforms
Also, there was one thing with lyrics when he was in there. One of the survivors in one of his amazing live streams used their real name in Discord. So yeah, you did a really great job at protecting the survivors yourself. And then you blamed it on lyrics and were like, yeah, you could see the name in there in your recording. Please take this down or things will happen. Blah, 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 blah. Like it's lyrics' fucking fault.
Like Kick, that have no archive of evidence like CSUM. Within the next few years, this case is going to blow up, and the truth will be revealed in time, especially as we continue to hound law.
Within the next few years? Then why did you go public? Then why will you go public if it takes years?
Enforcement, find more survivors, and film this documentary. There are many personalities who are going to appear on the wrong side of history after this, and I am doing
I'm sure.
Everything in my power to prevent you from doing that. I am trying to look out for you in private. Meanwhile, you are actively targeting and attacking us in the public eye.
Because you're an embarrassment, Mix. You're an absolutely embarrassment in this case. God. I love how he takes accountability, guys. This is a really interesting way to take accountability.
Those are not just my words. That is the shared feelings of the survivors from your behaviors. They want an apology from you, not me, and yet I am still the one taking accountability, because I know I made some mistakes. Please, Muda, take some time to think deeply and clearly about this case, other well-known documented cases, and yourself. I admit
other well-known documented cases of what, the Fantasia RPG playgroup?
My mistakes. Please reflect on yours. I am not going to attack you publicly, but if we are forced into a position where we need to respond to you, we absolutely will, and we are not afraid to do so. And I promise you, it is going to get very ugly for you and your brand. We have called each other brothers. Please treat me as such as I've been doing.
He was cloud maxing, but turned out he was only a cloud goblin too lazy to level up. Yeah, pretty much.
For you. There is absolutely a time and place for a conversation on false accusations.
Guys, I might have made an oopsie whoopsie in my big pedophile cult expose, you know. Happens to the best of us, right? It's all because I didn't get to collect 100 of the victims.
I'm a literal victim of this phenomenon, and I would love to have a public...
But there's absolutely a time and a place for a conversation on false accusation. I'm a literal victim of this phenomenon? Bruh. Brother. This is literally what you did to Magnet. Fuck you.
Public conversation about it, even on your podcast, if you'll have me. But this case is
not... Or
not
even on your big podcast, you know? We could have a conversation on your big ass podcast. Please take me on there so I can get even more clout.
He then ignores almost everything I say to highlight, what do you mean it's going to get very ugly for me and my brand?
Yeah, because that sounded a little bit like a threat. That's the itsy teensy tiny bit. With that I mean totally sound like a threat.
The way he responded to this will show you just how little he actually cares for the survivors, and how much more he cares about himself.
Max, because at this point you made it seem like a clown show. Especially you and Spencer. You also then learned that Spencer might not be the most trustworthy individual. Gee, who saw this coming? Absolutely everyone aside you.
Self and his reputation. I'm literally asking you for evidence. I'm never stating Camden is innocent.
This is going to be the one thing that is going to sound so controversial to his camp. There's a chance that fucking Camden Gerard Davis could even be an innocent individual.
Yeah.
And treats me and the survivors like we are...
Bruh. He said there is a chance. This is not saying, yo, Camden is innocent. This is a chance because you showed so little evidence.
Guilty.
That people started to think he doesn't even exist. Or he's just some random dude who was like a bad ex-boyfriend.
Come out and just be like, fuck you, I think you're all lying cretins.
There's a great quote by Edward Snowden. When exposing a crime is treated as committing a crime, you are being ruled by...
Fuck you. Fuck you and your quotes. Fuck off. Be gone.
Blasting an individual. So I agree. I did make a poor...
You've made a poor job of presenting this. How is it bad for me to tell people I think critically and demand concrete evidence when blasting an individual? Yes, which is a fair ask.
Job of presenting this. However, from all the streams and videos I've seen, I don't think there's a single time he tells anyone to actually think critically. And he is actually doing the opposite.
So I'm just gonna say like it is. A lot of people...
Because he probably assumes that everyone watched the shit. And they talk about it.
Watching YouTube cannot critically think anymore. So when that video came out and I was like, I'm reading the comments, I'm like, yo, they're eating this shit up. What the I don't want to blame the audience anymore. I think at the end of the day, it's like, listen, you guys up, but so did I, because recently something came out where I didn't even critically think properly. And this involves a close friend who you've heard on this channel, MamaMax.
I emphasize
that it's a thing, web user, no one really knows. But it's what sounded like it. I can't even speak anymore. This is what it sounded like to most people, at least. That's what I said. It sounds very much like some fantasy RPG server, where things pretty much got shady. No, like I said, I can't believe some people in there got abused or got into really bad situations. You know, like you can kinda... No, comparing that sounds kinda fucking weird. But we know about other Discord servers, for example, that went southwards really fast. He made me agree with Muther. Fuck you, Max. Yeah. God. I wanted to make a stream where I wanted to talk about the recent Muther stuff, and now Max ruined this for me. Fuck you, Max.
That what I said is not a threat. That is a promise, Mutahar. And as you can see, I am keeping that promise.
And I promise you, it is going to get very ugly for you and your brand. Yeah. That's a threat. That is a threat, man. Max, that is a threat.
He explains cases can be ruined if accusations are made without solid evidence presented in public videos. He doesn't cite any sources or read out any legal definitions. He just says it. What about...
Yeah, because that's what experience said. How often have we seen videos that were just not good, and then no one took the accusation serious anymore? Max, that isn't a science project. That isn't some big brain science.
Prior investigations that have faked elements. Want to continue our conversation? I've been unfortunately used as a metric of validation for your content, when in reality...
Yeah, because you literally said in your funny little cope stream, Mutahar saw the evidence. And took that as something that you're credible. Because Mutahar saw it.
There are a lot of legitimate holes in your work, but you've worked with me in the past, and then lied claiming you haven't.
but I guess could you speak to his credibility on previous stories?
I've never, like, worked with a previous investigation on the MamaMax stuff. I can't.
And there he could have a point. There he could have a point. Listen.
I'm gonna say that I'm like the biggest expert on some of his previous investigations. That's something that he never looped me in on. We never really.
Hey, Big Mama. We have a re-upload of your video. I'm sending it to my partner manager on YouTube and I'm covering the whole thing tomorrow. Kind of a deep dive on ML and laying out YouTuber spot moderation. Gonna need an email as well. I can see if just add in the chain YouTube internal, get this sorted out. Among Us soon. Let me upload the YouTube version to— Wait! Max! I was so ready to give you a point there, Max. Max! That means the investigation was already done and you made the video already. Am I retarded right now? That means there was already a video and he just wanted to cover it and do a deep dive on it. But not that he actually helped in the actual investigation. An email as well, because he should add you into the chat to internal, get this sorted out. Wait! Wait, this doesn't sound like what he just said. Tell me if I'm wrong, but...
We talked about an investigation, we never really got. The only thing close to it was like, I remember when we had that wake up YouTuber, there was this hashtag, I forget.
Answer us PedoTube.
Yeah.
You discussed even a couple nights ago with Nick that you didn't actually get any convictions despite publicly claiming. You claim to have an arrest. Sorry, not conviction. No, buddy, I actually didn't claim to have an arrest.
But you didn't put him in jail, is that fair to say?
I don't know if we put him in
jail. Yeah, that's what you said in the end, but you said he is under... Fuck, I played it the other night. He's in custody, thanks to your video. That's what you said in the beginning, and then you backpedaled really fast on it again.
Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I made a claim that a predator was in police custody, based on information that I was given. That still has not been verified whether it's true or not. But you haven't truly delivered any justice.
You should be better at keeping up with it then. And you had no problem making your audience believe that the people that the pedophiles you cover go behind prison. You had no problem, you were never like, oh no guys, I didn't put anyone in prison.
In the world. So I think exposing...
And you always make the big argument of, oh, you're against me, you must be for pedophiles then. What are you doing against pedophiles? I am fighting them.
Platforms that enable this type of behavior is the best thing I can do until Section 230 is corrected. Getting an arrest is not justice, okay? As they just walk free within the same year. And exposing the platform is also the exact same...
Max, what the fuck are you saying right now?
...thing you did when you were helping me. Because
what is the goal then? That just tells me nothing matters.
Understanding, you did not get any arrests made from these platforms either, buddy.
He also never claimed that.
It's not that I don't believe a victim. Let's get in a call and interview each other about it. I do, but I also have to be critical of them. What is a call going to do that this chat isn't already doing? I disagree. I think if he actually wanted answers, he'd be more than willing to get in a call. But he already
No, Max. In a call, you could again twist words. In a chat, when you chat about it, you have it in written word. It can make quite a difference.
Got what he wanted for his video, so he clearly had no interest.
No. You were just an absolute retard in the call. Otherwise, if you would have made good points, there would have been nothing they could have said against you. Max, 2 brain cells. That's all I'm asking for.
And understanding. And furthermore, I think he knew I was going to interrogate him. Very well, then we have questions.
He knew I was going to interrogate him. Fuck off, Max.
Questions for you as well. What are your questions? I believe you asked what you wanted in our call a couple nights ago. Our conversation went unfinished when you left. So let's just finish it here then. Very well. But I don't believe we will have a meaningful conversation without some mediators. May we add some? I mean, you wanted to ask questions, so ask away. I'll answer to the best of my ability. Why can't you, at a minimum, apologize to the survivors? You hear Spencer almost break down to tears.
Oh, you hear Spencer almost break down in tears. Oh, poor Spencer. Wouldn't want Spencer to break down in tears. Jesus.
But somehow it's my fault when you are the one that said shit to start with. I apologize if I've upset her in any way. I believe in the call we had Nick apologized, and I obviously co-signed the apology, since he's the person I brought in, and we were having this conversation together. Oh, my bad, Mudahar. I didn't know that's how apologies worked. What shit did I say?
Ain't no way any dumbass is falling for no Vampire Twilight
This
shit.
was not in the call you had. This was afterwards, Max. Max.
We should schedule a call soon to be clear and constructive, because a screenshot of a Discord chat is not enough evidence for the general public. If we can't come to a meaningful resolution, then please just go ahead and release your video, and we will respond accordingly. My video has nothing to do with your victims. It has to do with your handling of this case more specifically, not your victims, sorry.
Yeah, not your victims, aside Spencer, because Spencer was your little Aushängeschild. Aushängeschild English. Your little figurehead, you know? Your little front for your little investigation. Your little figurehead victim. Your little mascot for this case. So yeah, of course people took shot at her. You literally used her as a shield multiple times. When something got too uncomfortable, you were like, yeah, Spencer, what do you think about that? Spencer.
Alleged victims of Camden Davis at the moment. I do apologize for making Spencer feel bad or cry, but I don't believe I've said anything that was inflammatory.
Dude, everyone just gets gang in this universe, bro. What the f—
I'm being objective. I'm being objective on the situation, which is what you asked for in your videos to do. If nothing else, please wait for my video if you want to be more informed. I promise you waiting to hear my side before you talk about it.
Yeah, just wait for my video, guys. Yeah, we waited for a long time, Max. Where is it? Why is there a 3-hour video on Mudahar and not the Camden case when it's so important?
This will be beneficial for you and your platform. Yes, I messed up. And so did you.
Oops, fuck. Fuck. Wait. Where was it? Around here?
Talking about anonymously are the ones who've reached out to me. I'm currently working with a legal team and we're about to start an drama. I am concerned they've put their faith in you and you haven't truly done their story a modicum of justice. I come is making claims about her miscarriages that medical professionals I've conferred with are claiming a near how you mishandled, and ultimately this serves as a wake-up call to the community as to handle this case. I'm not buddy. It's not that I don't believe a victim. Let's get in a call and interview each other about it. I do.
I still can't believe this is on 1.5. Why is he so slow?
What is a call going to do that this chat isn't already doing? I disagree. I think if he actually wanted answers, I wish you the best. I need to ask, how did I make a mistake? I have been critical appropriately of your behavior, and you seem to mask any criticism here as drama. I'm not making a video for drama, or to make any money.
God, I despise his copious laugh. Yeah, his laugh is just... It really makes you want to punch him.
Clearly this is a demonetized topic. I will have to discuss how you mishandled, and ultimately this serves as a wake-up call to the community as to handle this case. I'm not here to ruin a case. I believe you've done that on your own.
No, he didn't want to ruin the case. Even afterwards, he tried to help the victims. Listen. My opinion on Mudahar is pretty much soured. But he tried.
If there is any compelling evidence to prove the serious allegations you've made towards Camden, don't you believe that should have come out in the first, second, or even third video you've made? We should schedule—
it should have come in it should have been at least at the latest in your third video. But no, every video just got more schizoid.
A call if you'd like to actually come to a resolution. There are many more questions I would like to ask of you, and I'm more than happy to answer any of yours. We can do it privately, or we can invite any mediators. This current dialogue is not productive over text. I don't understand how it's not productive. I've answered your first request and apologized to Spencer just now. I consider that positive. Could you answer the last question I had? If you can answer that question, it gives me enough time to restructure my video and deliver a compelling video on Camden, and I can help explain the story in a way you have been unable to thus far. You have to work with me on this for the survivor's sake. You have to work with me on this for the survivor's sake.
Max, I don't see what's so funny there. I don't find the joke here. I'm quite autistic, and even I can tell his laugh is too fake. Yeah.
Obviously, the end of this, you can see that it becomes very apparent that Mudahar is emotionally guilting me.
I want to do right by the victims that you're putting on your channel. You know my platform relies on constant fact-checking. Because of the mishandling of the story, I've gotten numerous messages pointing out contradictions in the stories of the victims, which I hate having to see. I am objective. I am objective.
Why is he doing that?
Try to do my best. I will even work with you on taking you off this case and having it sent to the authorities or lawyers like we discussed with Nux before. My goal is that if there is a victim in a cult operation and hundreds are still victimized, that needs to be stopped. Currently, the story is filled with unsubstantiated public claims and needs to stop. This needs to be treated respectfully, not for anyone's career.
I just wanted to let everyone know that we currently have more concurrent viewers on my stream than Pokemon's first stream on YouTube.
Yeah, they made jokes on his stream where they laughed a bit at you, Max. Crazy idea. How could people laugh at you?
I'm very appreciative of Mudahar because he did help me out at a time this year that I desperately kind of needed a little push.
But for the hell these victims claim to have gone through, I've read the leaked police report of Kai. I also have seen a leaked report of her kit. I believe she's been through some serious trauma, and I know no one goes through a hellish experience like a kit for something like clout. In her situation, police responded, but unfortunately the situation was quite honestly wild. That's why it's important to present the story in a way that can be absolutely substantiated for the audience that you are trying to convince, and then also to make sure law enforcement agencies can better understand and deliver justice. Right now you've put Spencer and Kai at the front of a very serious civil lawsuit against Cameron.
Yeah, especially Spencer. Spencer has always been there. Always been on stream, and then he was like, listen, the victims want him to stream. You can't criticize me for my crazy streams.
I don't want to see a person win who also doesn't appear to be innocent or a good person in my eyes. The worst thing in my opinion that can happen is a man like Camden, who's been alleged of inducing miscarriages, beating women, and possibly raping multiple younger women, is if they get to walk free and possibly siphon money from these victims. Spencer is making claims about her miscarriages that medical professionals I've conferred with are claiming a near impossibility. The worst part of that is that sole inconsistency is now being used to attempt and discredit her story. What do you mean, by you and your commentary buddies?
Okay.
Max, why don't you address the miscarriages? Max? Did you talk to any medical professionals about that? Did you question it at any point, maybe? Like anyone who rubs two brain cells together? Max, are you now the fucking miscarriage expert? This is sad. I really hope no one is buying this. Go back to making car commercials, yeah. It's the best he can do.
Dude, I fucking wish I had a uterus, bro. I wish I could ask these questions way better.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Research, dude.
Goddamn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this was a funny thing, you know, because as a man, I can see why he couldn't just be like, why is this even medical possible, Spencer? He's being an ally, dude. He's a man. He can't ask about miscarriages. He can't ask the uterus question.
Claims are in transition just for research, dude.
Oh my god.
The UQ.
God, I hate this so much. She's retarded. She's retarded, and she thinks that she is like pulling wool over your eyes. Like we're dumb enough not to know this shit.
God, I love Xylee.
Oh my god.
Hashtag we are retarded.
I'm going to say that I don't believe her, but these are questions that are now raised and we have to ask. The lack of cult knowledge is making me and many others seriously have doubts that this was an organized cult versus a group of teenagers who watch too much media and work their life off of that. But see, that's the problem. This didn't have to be a cult story. This should have been a story of an alleged abusive who lured vulnerable women. Oh, you mean like Keith Raniere or David...
Oh my god, now we bring up any other. Yeah. Looking back and lessons learned 25 years later.
Koresh or Charles Manson. Those kinds of...
Fucking Charles Manson, yes. Your werewolf boy was Charles Manson. Yes, Max, absolutely.
Lured vulnerable women, right? Instead, now it's conflated with a cult story that involves constant mentioning of hundreds upon hundreds of victims that has yet to be substantiated. I hope after reading all this you understand I don't come from a place of anger.
I'm angry. I know I'm legitimately angry. And
well, I mean, I'm like I want you to tell me more. It's like the anger is good.
I have been.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, Tommy's anger was good. I agree with that. That's the one thing I agree with. Tommy deserved to be angry, Max. Hate to tell you.
Complicit to some extent endorsing you as my friend, when in reality your content in the past has had some serious doubt cast on it.
After the stream I'm going back to listen to the Max Muter Nick call, bro, this call was so infuriating. Yeah, they did compare Camden to Jim Jones, which fuck them for that, yeah.
If I am to take your side, then you need to finally produce some serious compelling evidence so I can stand by you. I don't deny the victims have been through trauma. I am concerned they've put their faith in you and you haven't truly done their story a modicum of justice. I come from a place of reason. I have done actual investigations and have delivered justice, but my investigations have been the polar opposite of your God Cult project.
Stop.
And I know you also realize this.
Stop with your stupid laugh. I swear to God.
The advice I gave to you privately and publicly is the same advice I have always given. When I work on projects, I make sure then I produce a piece that can walk the audience through serious claims and provide serious evidentiary examples beyond a victim testimony.
I'm sorry to hate you, Max, but you make Mutter look... You make Mutter look good.
Testimony isn't important. It is. What's also important is present proper context and supplement.
Testimony. Yeah, can be important, but what you need even more is actual evidence. People can talk a lot of shit, like you saw with Spencer. When Spencer talked shit about you, but we're supposed to believe you because you have a video of her eating food.
Materials, not to convince your audience, but to deflect any possible...
But the cope laugh has just become his normal laugh. He's just coping every day.
question any skeptic can have. When you have a bulletproof piece, you can rest assured that your content actually matters not just in its style, but also its substance and the peace it can provide a victim, in this case of some of the worst crimes humans can perform. Let's schedule a call soon, Muda. I believe there are a lot of misunderstandings, some on my part, some on the parts of others, and some just because it's such a complex case. We should take the time to listen to each other's perspectives. No interrupting or yelling at each other. Just try our best to find a resolution from here. Thank you for now taking the time to give us your attention. I'm about to head out, so please just give me a time and day, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions in real time. Enjoy your Saturday. Hey Muda, my video's almost done. Would you like to review it? Also, is there a good time and date we can have a conversation? Sure, let's review the video. Great, I'll send it to you once it's complete. Should be later today or early tomorrow. I'll review this video. I have a video planned for Tuesday, and depending on how you present this, and if you can substantiate your claims, I can alter how I present based on new...
Well, I say it looks like he didn't.
meaningful information. Awesome. I can't wait
like
to come to a meaningful resolution.
New me video wasn't good.
Muda? Sorry, Muda. I'm still waiting for approval from all the survivors. Are you still uploading tomorrow? I am. The survivors would like to know what time. My video's not about them. You do know it's about you? I'm not actually covering or bringing undue attention to the criticism they're receiving because of the lack of evidence out. The only survivors I'm talking about anonymously are the ones who've reached out to me. I'm currently working with a legal team and we're about to start an open channel with Georgia police, so I'm not really talking about this or the story until we can seal the deal on criminal action. Yes, we are aware.
Which is good.
If that's the case, then we need to involve the survivors as soon as possible. Can we schedule a call sometime this or next week? I will only work with the survivors, not with you.
Which is fair. Which is really fair, Max. I love that Max acts like that was such a big step that Muda didn't want to work with him on it. Like, bro, no, you keep your hands out of that.
Very well. I'll have them reach out to you. If they want to communicate with me, then they can sometime next week. So you can see his priority was the video on me and not talking to the survivors. I'm only serving...
Yeah, because that was in the work, and his work with the survivors is his extra work that he does behind the scenes. It's literally... You can say it's a good thing that he worked with the survivors, but also it's not his duty to do that.
Serving as a liaison. I'm going to solidify things with my legal team, and until my only involvement will be covering the legal cost for this. Here's Spencer's Discord. That would be a huge help. Thank you, Muda. The survivors and I would like a clear explanation about what's happening in regards to your video about me. Why are the...
Who are the survivors? Spencer? Who still worked with you at this point?
The survivors interested in a video about your handling of the case. It's just about how you handled the case. Mudahar, you are so fucking stupid if you truly believe that your video on me had no effect on the survivors.
Obviously, I communicated with Max privately about the situation.
He doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. He doesn't respond. He doesn't respond.
Yeah, good, because he's like, fuck you.
He doesn't respond. I finally dropped the video, and he finally responds.
But as we are making this video now,
going back to the beginning now.
Into an entire miasma of complete confusion for people jumping in.
And you didn't make it any better. In fact, you made it much worse.
What the fuck? If you call me a retard, call me a retard. I am a retard here.
And if you're confused now, just wait until we dig in further.
And that's why I'm here now, to clear up any remaining confusion.
Oh, now it's understandable that the story actually belongs to Max. Max was the first one to bring it to YouTube.
Well, that's a cute little manipulation tactic right there. That's like saying the story of Jonestown solely belongs to New West magazine.
Oh my god. You can't compare Jonestown with your fucking fantasy vampire werewolf cult. Are you serious? Are you serious, Max? Max, this is why no one takes you serious. Max, this is why no one can take you serious. Aside from really stupid people. Everyone who's able to use one brain cell, it's not even 2 anymore. It's been down to 1. Can see that you're full of bullshit because you make comparisons like this. Stop trying to make a connection to big cults like this.
Or the story of Nexium solely belongs to the New York Times. We do not have intellectual property copyrights.
Deep breaths. I'm cool. I'm fine.
Over these stories, just because we're the first to tell them. The story belongs to the survivors. What Mudahar is doing is...
Yeah, but you are the one that investigated it. The one who wanted to investigate it.
Called scapegoating. Scapegoating is the practice of...
Oh, we have a Wikipedia entry on scapegoating. Oh, great. For everyone who's too stupid to know what scapegoating is. God, you make me...
Singling out a person or group for unmerited blame and consequent negative treatment. So while I can and do take accountability for my own mistakes...
You don't!
This story. I am not in control of other people's actions. And there were hundreds, if
Your
not...
own actions tell me that you are fucking retard.
Thousands of other people affecting and influencing and telling this story in their own way. And Mudahar, specifically, was speaking more on this story than even I was. And yet he wants you all to believe that
You made like, what was it, 2, 3 retarded streams on it, where you brought a victim on and brought in fucking shitters to ask questions. You brought in Smeagol, which was really funny, but also, no wonder no one took you seriously, who came in and was like, I'm sorry if I say the R word, I have autism, I have the pass. So if I say retarded, please forgive me. Motherfucker. And had 2 bootlickers on it there. No, bootlickers isn't the right word. 2 guys who were all too happy to lick your feet. You know what I mean? Who were like, no, Max is... Why are you silencing victims? Max is doing what he can. Please, Max, notice me, senpai. Motherfucker. Deep breath and think of fluffy kittens. Yes, I will. And like I said, as I already described your amazing videos with 2 alien races. And AI, which is somehow didn't have anything to do with this, but you somehow thought was very important to include.
The story exclusively belongs to my name and no one else, so that he can deflect all accountability onto me. That all of this and everyone's actions in this situation are single-handedly mine.
If you wouldn't have been so retarded, no one would have done it. Brother, werewolf, vampire, cult. If you would have presented it in the right way, everyone would have talked about it. Everyone would have said what a wild, crazy story that is. But no, you chose the most retarded way to cover it. You changed your whole channel name into God Cult, so people didn't even know who they were subscribed to, and thought your channel got hacked or something like that. Nah, brother. You literally are doing this. You are doing the he did that, not me.
My fault, just because I was the first person to present this story.
And when you're making incredibly serious claims like he was making, they require incredibly serious corroboration.
Yeah, if you're the first one on it, you have to make a good case so other people get interested in it, Max.
Evidence.
And I agree. That is why we were inviting people to listen to the survivors in private.
We have screenshots from over years, suck on that.
To give their testimonies and present.
So in regards of evidence, we have an abundance, but are unable to share too much, as we are planning to press charges and want our case to be as legally sound as possible. But I can share these. The screenshots after myself and my friend left. One of the she had recruitment page up and someone had asked if we were still looking for people. When we said no, it's a cult, this is how one of his followers reacted, threatening us. We also have screenshots of Camden himself responding and him having one of the girls threaten my 4-year-old sister. Yeah, that's just schizoactivity. And if you can't share too much because you're planning to press charges, then you wait before you go publicly. God. Hi, Saint. Welcome to Pain.
Their evidence to you.
You can't necessarily go to any YouTuber and tell them, hey, please say some of the most insane accusations you can make about anybody's character.
Then why are you doing that with me?
And do that.
Because you proved that. You proved yourself to be a fucking retard. He isn't saying anything insane. He's literally talking about what you did.
Basically on blind faith.
I don't want you to come in blindly and just do what I say based on what I'm saying. I wanted what is happening right now, a conversation with a survivor and her walking you through her evidence. I want y'all to get in and look at this with me and, determine what needs to be done.
Look at it yourself.
From there.
Yes, I know that he said to people that there's evidence locked behind an NDA, but if that evidence isn't publicly...
It's okay, do deep breaths, drink your monster. I will actually take a drink. I need my caffeine for this shit. One of these days I will get a heart attack on stream. Hi Mercury, welcome to Pain.
Available, you literally are opening yourself up to a very, very serious claim from this person.
We were more than prepared to take on counterclaims from the accused party. What we were not prepared for was influencers who signed the NDA to start leaking information and sabotage our campaign.
That also said, making these serious claims can only entice this person if they're actually, say, allegedly guilty of them, and it can cause them to go down and delete evidence.
This Muda's response video? No, this is MamaMax video. MamaMax is acting like a gilded ex. And is coping really hard.
So that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist.
That is a risk with every public awareness campaign, whether or not evidence is publicly available or not.
If these people are potentially
but
armed...
it's definitely better if you have some tight evidence, Max.
dangerous. It could make them go above the edge, over the edge, and then actually cause harm to the people around them as some form of retribution to somebody online.
Again, this can happen whether evidence is publicly available or not.
And that's why you have to be incredibly careful.
I didn't ignore Saint. I said hi, Saint. What do you mean, web user? Don't slander me like this.
Oh, like how you were incredibly careful?
If Mudahar actually did have to sign an NDA to see the information, he broke that NDA with me because he told me in my DMs that it's what the evidence is.
It's like NDAs aren't enforceable in this situation. Like, I mean, I could leak out everything. What's going to happen? Are you going to sue me or something? Dude, I'll just fast track her up and just release this fucking thing myself.
So Mudahar's trying to explain all the ways.
No. He didn't say what exactly the evidence was, Max. Once again. He just said it was not substantial evidence. And also, some rando got into your fucking victim server quite easily just by faking being a victim. Motherfucker.
That exposing crimes can go wrong, and blaming all of that potential misfortune on me, instead of holding the actual perpetrator accountable. Because after all...
Because the perpetrator has become a running joke because of you. Everyone is talking about Blackula. And thinking like Camden Joe the completionist. Because you made such a big fuck off out of it, you make such a circus out of it that no one took it serious.
If someone commits crimes in retaliation of being exposed, we should imprison the person who exposed them, not the perpetrator themselves.
That's not what anyone said. It's just saying that you endangered people with the way you behaved.
You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that would hold up in a court of law, let alone public opinion.
I disagree. If you have been wronged, but do not have any evidence to support your claims, you still have freedom of speech, and you should be allowed—
Yeah, you have freedom of speech, but other people have the freedom of speech to tell you retarded for it. And people don't believe you. Don't come at me with your freedom of speech if you try to prove something as big as this.
To use your voice.
Even if now you be brings up Dan Schneider as this. Fuck you, Mix. Fuck you. Fuck off.
Won't hold up in a court of law, and that applies to the accused party as well. That is what I'm advocating for, to use your voice, because there are so many crimes that are committed, especially cybercrimes against children, without any evidence to back up that these crimes ever happened. The victim still has freedom of speech, and should be allowed to use their voice to tell their story.
But with that also
said, they can, and others can choose not to believe it, and especially if it's presented in such a the ridiculous way as you did. God.
I understand that evidence sometimes can't be perfect. Sometimes you can't have silver bullets sitting around. But if you don't have anything actionable at all, then it's best kept quiet until you do.
This is the type of shit that predators will say to their victims. Do you—
Are you calling Buddha a predator right now?
Realize how many cases would not have even begun without public accusations?
There is now nowhere left for you to hide, Larry. More than 160—
Don't slander the good name of Camden Gerard Ian, the completionist. Hide David Klein. Davis Klein. Fuck you, Saint.
Women say Larry Nassar abused them.
Oh, Larry Nassar. Stop bringing up these names.
It's one of the worst abuse scandals in the history of sports. And it went on for more than 2 decades.
Off.
How did he get away with it? When USA Gymnastics got a complaint about Nassar—
No. Fuck you, Max. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you.
The worst piece of advice on your platform. This is literally the exact opposite of what actual victims advocate for.
I hope that by speaking today, you absorbed a small amount of light, a small knowing that you can't be silenced, a small satisfaction that justice was served, a small assurance that we are getting somewhere, and a big, big—
Hi, Ian. I'm exploding. And gay. Yeah. No one said the victims should be quiet, but they shouldn't go to the ARG YouTuber and have him make a big circus out of their situation. Who's then going to other big YouTubers and it's like, hey, can you also join my ridiculous campaign? And then get fucking butthurt when people are like, what even is this? What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
Knowing.
Fuck you, Mix. Fuck you, Mix.
Serious video that Mudahar might have made in his entire career on this platform. Let's review what he did here. He introduces the video by assassinating my character using logical fallacies and manipulative storytelling. He cherry picks DMs and lies about the circumstances surrounding them. And then he plays Ghostwire Tokyo while—
I didn't see the cherry picking here. If anything, the ones you showed made him look better. I'm sorry I hate to say it. Also, Ghostwire Tokyo is a good game.
Harping about the importance of providing evidence without providing any evidence. So I'm not quite sure how this video proves anything, except the fact
you made 3 videos about your vampire, werewolf, fuck cult, pedophile cult, and it didn't prove anything, Max. And 2 streams on top with the victims, where one of them had their full name as their Discord handle. Fuck you and everything you stand for. But you stand for nothing, so you can't even fuck that.
that Mutahar is a complete fraud. So if this is in fact your most serious video, Mutahar, I shudder to think what that means for the rest of your content. And this video only gets worse from here.
And this is where part 2 of this video comes into, where we look at Max's rebranding, known as God Cult.
The purpose of rebranding the channel to God Cult was a way to educate by demonstration. Here's the explanation I sent to the cult expert.
I know, you were like, haha, I made my own little cult, so I can use the, oh, baby kitties. Thank you, Quantum. That's all adorable. Okay, back to topic. Yeah, because you were like, haha, I called it God Cult, so I can use cult psychology on you all to show you. But you did all that did was people think you've gone completely insane. For your eyes only, and excited to share with you a rough trailer for upcoming film, The History and Future of Cults. This trailer takes an unconventional approach. It's designed to mimic the allure of cult-like content as a means of both demonstrating its potency and educating the audience about these techniques. Yeah, all it did was making everyone think you've gone insane. No one fell for that, Max. While I acknowledge that this experimental method diverges from the norms of traditional document making, I hope I've effectively incorporated your expertise to create a compelling and informative trailer. Additionally, I embedded QR codes as subliminal messages within the trailer, which link directly to your institution, among others. This is designed to underscore the point that cult-like strategies can be exceptionally impactful. Especially on social media platforms. Yeah, didn't work for you, didn't it? My aim is to prompt viewers to scrutinize these techniques more closely. God, it sounds so pretentious. This is so pretentious. Take that big ass stick out of your ass, Max. As this is not the final version of the trailer, your feedback will be invaluable. Well, I welcome any suggestions and recommendations you may have for refining our message. The trailer is scheduled to go live this Friday night. Thanks for your time and expertise. I bet it's this old fart he always mentions about this guy.
Experts who were helping me with the documentary, which you can pause and read if you like.
This video, Brainwash Your Favorite Influencer, begins with a QR code and a text at the bottom asking viewers to send the video to large specific channels.
Yeah, this is...
Yeah, the subliminal message, yeah, that's great. Yeah, please, explain it to us. Explain to us how retarded you are, Max. Thank you.
Called subliminal messaging, which is used by cults.
He scrolls a massive disclaimer and frame-by-frame analysis.
Yeah, and didn't work, didn't it? Aside from probably some idiots being like, hey, MamaMax mentioned you in this video, lol.
To read.
Yeah, that's because this is called a speed disclaimer, used as a form of compliance-based advertising.
Yeah, and it's stupid.
Typically by pharmaceutical companies, but has also been used by cults.
2 key points from this bullshit that I found.
It's used by pharmaceuticals, but also by cults. Fuck you, Max. Fuck you.
Interesting to me was when Max had signified that this was fictitious materials, when in reality this is serious allegations we're talking about.
That's pretty funny, considering you never had a problem with this same exact disclaimer beforehand.
Yeah, and this is his fucking fault for not having a problem with it beforehand. You know what? This is absolutely, you can say that, you can say that. I can't believe that some people actually like this shit.
So it's present in...
Again, you can respect the editing. It's a great editing job. But it's fucking retarded to use this for serious content like that, for serious cases.
All of my previous hunting projects, some of which you helped me with. So if this is in fact a big point of contention for you, why did you never bother to comment about it until this very moment?
Even if it is for legal reasons, can we actually believe anything that you're about to say and the people that you're about to name?
Yeah. Which is really fair. It is again, it came up, many of the videos, absolutely everything was faked.
That's a pretty big point of contention, and one that we'll come back to round trip towards the end of the video. The other big part is when he starts pointing out that if influencers deny anything here in this, then they can be one of these following horrible things, like internet, like human so on and so forth. Which again is insane to put anybody critical of what they're about to see, especially when they should be critical of what Max is about to post, into a severe...
If you're critical of this content, you are a groomer. And a pedophile. Fuck you.
Just again, for denying any of the contents that he's posted in this video.
And I need a fuck counter in the corner. Like every time I say the word fuck in the stream, it will go ding 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 ding.
That's because this is an example of milieu control. Milieu control
you my ass!
Involves the control of communication within a group environment. That also may or may not result in a significant degree of isolation from surrounding society. When non-group members or outsiders are considered or potentially labeled as less valuable without basis for stated group-supported and group-reinforced prejudice. Group members may have a tendency to...
Yeah, and using that only made you look fucking stupid.
Consider themselves as intellectually...
Congratulations, Mac.
Superior, which can limit alternate points of view, thus becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy in which group members automatically begin to devalue others and the intellect of others that are separate from their group, without logical rationale for doing so. Cults typically demonize critics and reinforce an echo chamber of thinking.
Oh, just like you, Max! Oh god, you even did that before your god cult fucking... I need to say less fuck in the stream. You even did that before this thing.
Which you might find is actually quite
before
common
your whole god cult thing.
Among commentary channels.
So that's what drives me crazy. There's like a fucking incestuous commentary community right now that is a for-profit misinformation machine. Guys, we really got to be better at this in the future. It's like, no, it's a for-profit misinformation machine.
Yeah, Nicholas Theorio declined having your victims. It sounds like they are the victim of MamaMax. To have the victims of Camden on his Ultimate Rape Review show. Crazy, Max, crazy.
So anyways, he asks to send this video to their favorite influencer to test them on their character. He guides through a tutorial on using the YouTube frame-by-frame keyboard commands to prepare viewers for a game. And he asks a series of questions. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice a child, would you do it?
God, I hate fucking...
What?
In Judaism and Christianity, the story of the...
You would already be yellow from YouTube. No, I wouldn't. They love me.
Binding of Isaac is a test of faith, where God appears before Abraham and asks him to sacrifice his son Isaac. As he's about to sacrifice Isaac...
Oh, wow, no, I used Bible thing. You know, this wasn't totally schizophrenic of me. This was just me making a Bible reference.
An angel of the Lord says, it's just a prank, bro, don't kill your son. The question is meant to prod at the story, because in the modern world, if someone kills their child and says, God told me to do it, that person would be considered mentally insane. It's meant to provoke thought about how people can be brainwashed into doing things they would never otherwise do if they believe the person giving them the order is a divine being.
Boy, you couldn't even brainwash a potato chip if you tried.
Like cult leaders.
Then he gives another long string of BS that I have to frame-by-frame analyze. Now you can read this for yourself by pausing the video or slowing down. I've slowed the footage down by around 70%. So to understand, the actual stuff that he's talking about is humanity will end up destroying itself if we don't protect our children.
Listen, you can make all this, but maybe don't have it in connection with a serious case you try to claim is very serious and everyone should care about it.
Children should be taught self-sufficiency, and these are all...
If God appeared before me, I'd have so many more different questions.
Noble things to say.
So this is called a doomsday scenario, which is quite common among cults.
Max, I don't fucking care. You did it in the worst way possible.
He falls into a tangent about artificial intelligence and, again, misinformation. These are topics that come up throughout this entire series later.
That's because it's not a tangent. It's actually quite relevant for this entire project.
It's not.
As you will soon
learn. You know,
learn.
you could tell us more about the case and more about this cult you try to sell everyone, instead of, what if God appeared before you and asked you to sacrifice a child? No one takes that shit serious, guy.
But again, this is part of where the video's artsy natures come into. So hopefully, soon, we'll be getting into talking about the actual allegations he will be making.
And hopefully soon, we will be getting into the actual allegations you will be making. We're about a third of the way into your video now, and you still have yet to prove how I am a fraud.
Yeah, Max, and I had to watch your video until the end, until I heard the name Camden Gerard Davis. He has a clip of him having a cringe edit of his teeth going sharp and going raw. And then you're telling me he's a pedophile with hundreds and hundreds of victims. With a werewolf vampire cult. I don't know, bro.
What comes next is a video from a...
Anyone else feel like Max has delusions of grandeur? Because it feels like that to me. It really does, it really does. Quantum, thank you so much. Just think of the kittens. They're cute and fluffy. Also like and subscribe before you become soy. Thank you, Quantum. Thank you so much. And you all get... Where is it? I need to organize my stuff better. all get the head pat. I'm so proud for you, of you all staying with me through this. We are strong together. We think of fluffy kittens and try to not go insane.
Cult expert that Max has brought on. And then it dives right into the first serious allegation and key part.
Excuse me, hundreds of hundreds. Get it right, dude. I'm sorry. I forgot. Hundreds and hundreds of children were grouped. Why is he showing this freak again?
Part of the story.
Wait, an actual cult expert. We're just gonna glance right over that. We're not gonna even play a single thing he says. It's not like he...
Yeah, why should I care about what this guy has to say when we're talking about your fantasy ERPG group thing? He doesn't probably even know what ERPG is.
He's an expert and has anything important to say.
I am not an expert.
Max, I want you to take a long walk deep into the forest. Find a nice clearing, at best with a big lake in it, and take a nice swim. At best, you don't know how to swim. Thank you, random web user, for the 10 more headpads because I can't stand Mac's voice. You shall receive. More headpads. More headpads for you all. You all deserve them. We all need them. I'm so proud of you all. We will make it.
This is so fucking funny. He just skips. Oh, an actual expert on the subject matter?
Yeah, why should I care about this old fart? I don't even know anything about the guy you're talking about.
Let's just skip that. Okay. All right. Since Mutahar clearly has no intention to educate his audience, I'll go ahead
drive without driving license
and play this clip because I do believe it is one of the most important parts about this.
Yay.
Project.
I would say one.
Wait. This old fart. I'm Mr. Very sorry, mister. I'm sure you're really nice and know a lot about actual cults. But MamaMax is using you in the worst way possible, so... I'm sorry. I have to say. This dude is the most important part in the whole project. Not Camden, not the victims, not the actual story, you know? This dude.
One of the things that really bothers me and that I think about, and I've been confronted with this situation many times, are minor children recruited by destructive cults online.
It's almost like this is the thesis statement for my project.
This video serves as...
Max. Just drink a glass full of salt, please.
Their scream for action against their perpetrator.
Why did he have to play the clip? Bother. It's been a year, mother. Please, do not play this clip. Never play this clip if you want me to take this serious. We will look at your actions, blah 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 blah.
Now give yourself a second to breathe. These are very serious allegations.
Thanks, Sherlock. The previous 10 times you've said this weren't enough, but I think we finally get it now.
These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof.
Thanks, Sherlock. The previous 10 times you've said this weren't enough, but I think we finally get it.
Yeah, where's the concrete proof then, Max?
No.
And not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff.
I agree, and we did.
And so, when we get to this, who is Max claiming...
Wait, what was that? Why didn't you show this sooner then? Oh fuck, too far.
Now give yourself...
No.
These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof.
Thanks, Sherlock. The previous 10 times you've said this weren't enough, but I think we finally get it now.
And not a YouTube video, okay? This should be reviewed by lawyers, sent to police agencies. This is serious stuff.
I agree, and we did.
Dear Bob, I'm grateful for our conversation today and your openness to hear the story of this young woman. I have forwarded your contact details to the other survivors. They will be reaching out to you individually to share their experience. Here are the videos that provide context on the situation. I've ordered them in terms of importance. Please review them at your convenience and feel free to reach out if you have any questions or further information. The interview with Spencer. His fucking live stream, which was a total shit show. Live stream to platform the survivors, also a total shit show. Aside from the one survivor who talked there. Oh god, it's been a year, okay, I don't remember all their names, sadly. But there was one or two stories that were actually heavy hitters. The initial trailer for the documentary, which was a shit show. Short update on the situations. A YouTube short. A call to action to get more influencers involved to more survivors. Gee, I wonder why no one took it seriously. Your insight is invaluable to us, as you are the first attorney who has engaged in our case. Any guidance or directions you can offer would be greatly appreciated. Thank you once again for your time and consideration. Thanks, Max. Let me speak to some of the others and study what you sent. I'll get back to you early next week. That sounds very informal. First attorney who engaged with our case.
And so, when we get to this, who is Max claiming to target? He talks about Camden.
Cameron.
Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame...
Haha, now he makes fun because Muda said his name wrong before. Or is he claiming the name is actually Cameron?
Camden.
Cameron.
Wait. What? No, he made my brain confused.
Now here, Max gives full names, plays loud music, and again, I have to frame by frame analyze, which, for a serious topic like this, please stop the theatrics.
Again, this was never a problem beforehand. All of
this is retarded. It should have been a bigger problem before, but apparently people loved it for some reason.
Audience, including you at times, were more than happy to see these topics presented with my editing style. But perhaps it is better to be straight to the point, and I will concede on that.
Present this with the respect it deserves.
Oh, you mean like this?
Because the police report states that their allegations...
Yeah, they are not covering your case. They are covering how you fucked the case, Max.
From her own mother, saying their allegations that her grandpa, like I said her.
He was a feral wolf, dude. The grandpa was fucking...
Dude, I'm just sitting... No, dude, the funny reality is that they just won't
What
give
would the grandpa
phone
look like if they were black or Chinese, though?
That's it. I quit. I'm going back to being a teen channel.
Present this with the respect it deserves. There's a possibility that he will use anonymous accounts on various internet forums to spread rumors or false information about the victim or filmmakers. Any proof of a disinformation campaign, maybe some screenshots of his various accounts and postings, none of that are provided here.
Yeah, let me just hop into my time machine so I can grab future screenshots of events that have not happened yet. Now, I could have provided screenshots of
Can you provide screenshots now? Maybe? Maybe? If he goes on his secret accounts to make the... Okay, you made the campaign look like a joke yourself. Like, bro literally just had to do nothing.
Previous attempts of his cult doing this, which we sent to you, but you probably would have just as easily said that screenshots aren't evidence of anything. And that's literally what you do.
He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platforms to spin a narrative in their favor. To my knowledge, no one in that drama-specific community...
Bro, Camden loves the drama community.
...has been contacted by this person.
I am literally just dispensing information based on the body of research as observed and documented.
Oh, the fuck... Thanks.
By cult experts, of which you are not.
And that also said, this isn't drama.
The cult expert said... The cult expert said that he could try to get in contact with drama YouTubers. Max, are you fucking serious? Max, please.
Max, this is a serious crime we're discussing.
How is anyone supposed to take this serious? I don't know.
Hey, Mudahar.
Cloudy with the emojis, no.
Free to reread this statement at your own pace. Where do I ever say in this short statement that these allegations are drama? Pretty funny that you're making this point.
You said he might engage with drama.
Your friends were farming drama content off of this situation.
And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual...
Oh no, well, because maybe you made it with the circus, Max. I don't know how often I have to tell you.
respect.
And that's what bugs me. Why are you not treating this with actual respect?
Then I met Carrie.
You didn't from the beginning, brother. From the very beginning, you were like, what if God appeared before you and asked you to sacrifice a child? Is that respectful, Max? Is that respectful? Wait, so you're not getting paid by Camden? I do this shit for free, man. I wish.
The girl that introduced me to Camden.
Oh, Carrie?
And...
Not the Netflix show.
And that's what bugs me. Why are we not treating this with actual respect? This isn't a fucking Netflix show.
But it probably will be someday, and you have been well documented on this situation. In fact, here's a tweet from your wife.
Fuck it, Netflix adaptation. Listen, that's a banger. Oh no, she makes fun of the fucking clip you made, and the victim you said is a fucking liar and ordered McDonald's every day. Yeah, Max.
That you liked.
Yeah, you gotta pull up the Dojangles tweet in chat. You gotta pull it up.
Oh god, what is
You
that?
gotta pull it up. You gotta pull it up.
Yo, what did Doe say?
No, I'm not pulling that up. I'm not pulling that up. No, I'm not pulling that up. Xylee, you're supporting this, Xylee? You're supporting this?
Yes, I am supporting it.
What the fuck?
What is going on? What am I looking
What the fuck?
This is a serious, heinous crime.
Mudahar, are you materially accusing Camden of committing a serious, heinous crime?
He wasn't alleging, he was actually materially accusing them of a serious, heinous crime. These type of allegations require absolute concrete proof. You can't be making claims unless you can 100% back them with evidence that...
Yeah, Müller said from what you heard, it sounds like there were crimes committed. Doesn't mean it was cult crimes, Max.
Hold up in a court of law. That said, MamaMax has committed almost every single sin in the book. He has a history of spreading disinformation to deflect the allegations against him. Again, where's the proof?
We sent it to you, buddy.
Any links to his post on...
Yeah, where is it, Max? Said, where is it? Aside from the one where he was like, haha, they're stupid, ignore them.
Or his accounts that are spreading this disinformation. In this video, nothing like that's given.
Did you not just say earlier?
And it could cause them to go down and delete evidence so that if they know that they are under scrutiny or investigation, they might start actually getting rid of actionable evidence that can exist.
Yeah, if there's Max, because you had decided, you go public this early, if there was something to be gained, it could have been gone here right now. Great job, Max. You want a star? Want some stickers? A medal? What do you want? Plushie?
Exist.
So you want me to provide links to his various accounts and postings publicly, but do so in a way where he won't know that he's under investigation or scrutiny.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if you show the clip of him roaring, tell people to contact his mother and say his full name and everything, I'm sure he won't notice. When was this released? Just yesterday.
If you can teach me of a way where that's even possible, please let me know.
He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress his story and silence victim. To this date, no one covering this has reported that they've received any legal notices from this person.
Again, dumbass, I am just dispensing typical behavior among cult leaders.
I'm just dispensing typical behavior. Maybe specify it then, that this is a typical behavior that some people could use, and not that Camden is known for that. Fucking...
But Max, didn't you threaten to sue Mudahar to suppress his story? No, I don't care if he makes videos on me. But the survivors and I do
I don't care if he makes videos on me.
Campaign before conducting a thorough investigation, or any investigation whatsoever.
You seem to care really much because this is a cope video for 3 hours about it, so... And that after you already mentioned it in your video before that, which was just as much of a cope fest.
Discouraging others from engaging with us, inciting harassment with influencers that are known for cyber...
If anyone wasn't discouraged by your own behavior to work with you, I don't know what to tell them.
Bullying and cyberstalking, and was compelling
Bullying and cyberstalking. Brother. The crime of bullying.
Survivors to delete all...
I'm going to send you some screenshots of an advocate who explains some of their issues pretty well. But my blunt shortened opinion is that all your girls being in touch right now, which is true, and on these accounts and in touch with content creators is really bad for your case. Which is true. Which is true. My advice would be to redact everything you ever posted on servers, delete any accounts that interacted with Max, and don't discuss any of this with the other girls anymore. At all, ideally, but especially in any way that can be tied to your identity. Yeah, because victims banding together and comparing stories can be seen as damaging in a case, because then they could have influenced each other. Max, that isn't even cult psychology.
all of their digital interactions with each other, which in many cases can be viewed as tampering with evidence and obstruction of justice.
Tampering with evidence? You're already doing this. This is what you already did. I admit them trying to hide it won't make it better if it comes out. Would have better if it didn't happen at all in the first place. You should have, if you want to do this, you should have interviewed them all individually. To them being able to compare their stories.
And so I informed Spencer's, and she wanted me to ask the survivors if they wanted to sue Mutahar, which some of them did, and for very valid reasons. And then that guy—
Because they wanted to. Spencer.
According to multiple sources, he is implicated in criminal activities affecting minors. Again, it's up to Max to provide the relevant reports.
It's actually up to the survivors if they want to come forward with their report, which some of them did. And even then, you and your friends and your audience members were picking apart—
For everyone following MamaMax and We're Real, here's the police report made by Don't let them tell you law enforcement ignored her. There was a full investigation, including DNA evidence. The girls continue to contradict themselves.
Every single report to diminish the value of each one.
And we'll revisit this person's legal—
Yeah, exactly. Why do you think police interview people individually? Max!
Situation later.
Why later? Why not just do it right now? Is it not relevant to what we are talking about? You know damn well, if you were objective and just relaying the facts, this video would look a lot less critical of me, wouldn't it?
It's not uncommon—
Oh, this video would look a lot less critical of you. No, people have to be critical of you, Max. Because you are a stinking liar with the ego of the fucking Eiffel Tower.
For figures like him to accuse detractors of slanders in an attempt to shift the narrative. As at the time of me recording this, no one to my knowledge has been communicated by this person specifically.
No one to your knowledge. Do you happen to have open communication with every single human being on Earth?
There's a possibility that he will use social media and other—
Bruh. He works with many other big YouTubers. And you said he will try, now you say, oh, it's just what I was told by the experts that he could try to do. But that's what you said. So of course they were like, hey, anyone got contacted by this dude after you covered this stuff? And they were like, nah. So, yeah, it's fair to say.
Platforms to discredit us or make counterclaims to confuse the public. The individual, once again, hasn't posted publicly and about this to my knowledge.
You have no knowledge. You couldn't even get his fucking name right. Moron.
Max, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person delivering this—
And also you haven't shown every evidence of this, Max. Even in this, you could have shown anything.
And by that very same logic, Mutahar, you gotta substantiate these massive claims. That is your job as a person
But the interview is enough evidence for me already, how you conducted yourself in this, and the streams you did. Sadly, those are, maybe they are archived by someone. I was lucky enough I saw them live, but of course they are not on his channel anymore. For whatever reason. I'm sure it's just to protect the victims, as he claimed, not because he made a huge fool out of himself and got dog-walked by Xylee.
Delivering this story.
He gives us his name, which I'm going to refer to as K to make it simple. He cuts to a montage of what he discusses human trafficking is evolving, destructive cults are growing.
Petty X energy is fat moron. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, not the not the aesthetically pleasing cracker.
An enemy of the children is an enemy of us all. Dot cult is translated to guard our descendants. That's the cult. It's about protecting children.
Oh my god, yes, that's correct. Holy shit.
Deep breath.
Finally, you've said something that isn't wrong. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
And it's still stupid, Max.
Okay, so why the fuck are you criticizing it like it's not a cult?
That if influencers deny anything here in this, then they can be one of these following horrible things, like internet, like human trafficking, so on and so forth, which again is insane.
You know what else is insane is that I literally say the video may also cause diarrhea or constipation, but you have—
And then you wonder why people didn't take it serious. I'm too sober for this.
Nothing to say about that, do you?
He asks us to share Spencer's story and asks the audience to contact several large YouTubers.
Yeah, and contact fucking PewDiePie.
Some of them include H3H3. Some of them include Joe Rogan. Some of them include Anthony Fontano.
It's actually not an uncommon practice to reach out to public figures for advocacy purposes. And
yeah, but don't be this fucking retarded about it.
Sometimes called pressure politics. These techniques have also been used by cults. Scientology is perhaps the most well-known group associated with intense—
Or compare some stuff to Scientology.
pressure politics.
You know what? Maybe I take a walk into the forest and just disappear.
Literally, he is in this video asking Anthony Fantano, check it out, there's a cool banger here.
Hey, Anthony Fantano, check out my sweet tunes.
I agree that this doesn't belong in the video, but that was the agreement I had with the composer.
In the
This
same
was
video,
the agreement I had with the composer. If your composer asked for a ridiculous thing like that, fuck the composer. You're like, yeah, no, thanks. This is a serious video. I can't ask Anthony Fantano to check out his sweet tunes.
where he is discussing very serious allegations and very, very serious stories regarding victims. You can imagine why a lot of people are looking at this as him treating this as a joke. It's not a joke. This is serious.
But Mudahar, you make jokes on serious videos all the time.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and what if I told you the feds were alleged to be running half of the most illegal websites on the internet? And the FBI facilitated the victimization of minor children and furthered the commission of a more serious crime, the distribution that they were initially just going against. Dog, are you kidding with me? Are you fucking around? It's not a joke. This is serious.
With sponsorships.
When you use our link, guard.io/
Oh, boo-hoo. He makes money.
SOG. Join over 1 million users and keep yourself safe online.
And apparently the antivirus subreddit has been discussing how guard.io is useless and invasive adware. So you're basically profiteering off of serious topics and scamming your audience, which we'll get to later.
And in reality...
Oh my god. I wish to perish. I'm sure that's very important for this video, Max. I'm sure this will... You know what? You know what? But Mudahar didn't check one of his sponsors. Ha! Checkmate. Checkmate, dude. I'm only here to give due watch time at this point. Max Persona 3 yourself. Trotsky, you're true trooper. True trooper. Quantum, I'm going on that walk with you, dude. Hell yeah. We take a walk together into the forest and disappear with the fairies.
What are people like Mr. Beast? What are people like PewDiePie going to do? What, are you going to bring his kid into this? What, he's a father now, so he's not going to signal boost unsubstantiated claims? What is Joe Rogan going to do about this situation? None of these people are experts or have any legal backing to help you in this situation.
Are you stupid? Do you have to be an expert with multiple degrees and certifications before you can speak on something?
I am not...
No, but you should at least know some shit about it. Why should PewDiePie, who doesn't cover serious shit like that, put it on his fucking channel? And why are you bringing his kid in? You have a child. You should care about the safekeeping of children.
Not an expert.
No. You act like these people don't have any resources or contacts or platforms that could help this case.
I was born into a cult, a high control group that I didn't know to call a cult because, you know...
Max, shut up. Shut. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear about these big cults in comparison to whatever this is what you had at hand and what you fucked sideways.
Them and discover that they are quite substantiated by multiple pieces of evidence with other testimonies to where even you are calling it one of the most serious of cases after you realized it is quite substantial and put social pressure on the appropriate law enforcement agencies to begin a criminal case against the accused party. And that's just one of many resolutions that could happen with the support of a large platform.
Now, I was expecting at the end of this video more explanation of how this person was a cult.
Could have, if you wouldn't have fucked it up.
Leader, or how they human traffic Spencer. So far, we have her testimony, but no real hard-hitting, irrefutable evidence that corroborates that testimony.
You'll probably have noticed by now he keeps using words like hard-hitting and irrefutable. This type of evidence is called incontrovertible evidence. This type of evidence is extremely difficult to find, because most evidence leaves
but really helpful.
Some room for interpretation, doubt, or rebuttal. However, in the law of evidence, there are many different types that can lead to a conviction. Testimony, documentary evidence, real or physical.
Yeah, at best you have multiple testimonies with victims who haven't been collaborating. If you only have testimonies. And you know what, some useful screenshots would also be great too.
Evidence, digital evidence, exculpatory evidence, inculpatory evidence, demonstrative evidence, eyewitness identification, DNA profiling, lies as evidence, and consciousness of guilt.
Lies as evidence? Wait. Max.
These can all serve as evidence without having to be incontrovertible. If incontrovertible evidence was the standard,
I love that you're using Wikipedia here.
Then most crimes would go unpunished. How often does someone have a live feed of someone assaulting them? That's pretty rare.
Max has already called this person a child predator. And I'm not a fly on the wall, so I don't know if that statement is true or not.
Why are you acting like you've never called someone a child predator without evidence? I know there's more than a few people who remember you calling Night Dogs a predator without any evidence.
Yeah, and I'm still wondering, where did he get that from? Again, where you talked about the last time, there was this rumor going around. You said that Mudahar and the others also talked about it and made jokes about it. But again, where did it come from? Apparently in your friend group you all loved that rumor. And you never felt the need to correct them on that. So again, Max, you tell me one of your friends got accused by another good friend of yours to be a child abuser and a predator. And you didn't look into it or felt the need to correct it. Max, that doesn't make you look good.
The only way to prove that statement is true is evidence.
You know what? Max and Flamenco would do make amazing friends. Allegations are evidence!
Only way to prove this statement is true is evidence, which you still have not provided.
Which Max has not provided publicly yet.
Again, why does the evidence need to be publicly available, specifically in a YouTube video format by the channel MamaMax, before it is worth your consideration? It was available to you, privately, in a Discord server, with the permission of the survivors, which is what they wanted to secure a criminal investigation.
How can a creator stick their neck out and help when this whole situation relies on blind faith instead of facts?
Since you keep referring to the facts as blind faith, let me just lay out the facts. Spencer went missing on March 18th, 2016. There is evidence.
Yeah, when she ran away to Camden.
That she was with Camden during this time.
Yeah, apparently she was there for 4 months, 3-4 months, and his mom never noticed. And she had 3 miscarriages in this time. And was starved. You know, just like she was starved with you. And she was beaten up until one day she turned into She-Hulk and threw him across the room.
In her testimony, she describes multiple crimes that were committed both by Camden and herself.
Hi chat, I'm free from the Koan mines. Oh yeah, Tusky, welcome. Welcome to pain. Welcome to me slowly descending into madness.
There may be no evidence of crimes committed against her. However, there are police reports filed against Camden for these crimes. There is also evidence of Camden's accounts, which are corroborated by multiple other victims.
Yeah, but those are all the police reports those were single actions against a single person. In these police reports, there was never something like a cult mentioned.
And these multiple other victims have their own testimonies and pieces of evidence, and they will come forward with them when they are ready to do so. So I'm not quite sure how any of this...
Oh, 4. That's great.
...applies as
4 months, and of course, the mom never noticed that there was another woman in the house. That was one story.
...faith to you. But okay, buddy.
I worked on a case recently with Carl, which relied on us, not the same situation, mind you, definitely less serious, but it relied on providing proper relevant...
Why didn't he do the summary in the first place? What do I know? Wasn't necessary until now, apparently.
...documentation to corroborate our accusations. Had I made those videos without providing documentation from, you know...
Yeah, that's what I said, you know? Really funny how he says, yeah, don't trust Spencer when she tells everyone, hey, Max starved me and didn't give me money and he just used me. Don't listen to that. But everything she said about the cult, I can't believe you didn't believe her. I can't believe you made fun of her. Especially after I showed that she wanted McDonald's every day and have some videos of her eating for some reason. I don't wanna be here anymore. I've lost my faith in humanity. You had some left?
The Internal Revenue Service, actually doing my journalistic duty to contact all parties involved on tape.
And yet you didn't do any of that in this situation. It would be like if Carl Jobst reached out to you for help.
Once again, was it his case or yours? He said he would help you. He didn't say he would do all the work for you. Max, you were supposed to be the expert on the situation. You were supposed to get these girls help, if you could. And you didn't do shit. You didn't even know what the... I can't English anymore. What the process was after you get the police involved. And what would happen afterwards. And you've been like, oh, I've never been to court before. I don't know how this works.
Help. And instead of helping Carl or reaching out to all parties involved, you proceeded to go
Why
online.
would he have to reach out to the parties involved? You didn't even get all the gold story. This is a new MamaMax video. Depends on what you say new. It is from yesterday.
Streams with people who hate Carl and giving them every reason why the completionist may be innocent in this situation, and subsequently doing everything in your power to ensure Carl becomes a laughingstock. That is what you have done here. So stop using that investigation as a way to substantiate your credibility in this case, because you have failed the survivors of Camden just as much, if not more, than I have.
Managed to convince my way on.
What does this have to do with that? What?
To that bus, then I went to Memphis, and then stayed there a week.
Man,
Camden
she's got some fucking powers of persuasion, does she not?
Dude, she has like a high luck stat. Like,
I wish I could fucking get onto my airplanes.
Yeah, because you got everywhere somehow for free, I know. Fair. Again, and this is the stream where they all just had a good time after you fucked everything and everyone tried to help you, and you fucked it all in the ass sideways.
This easily, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't have a boarding pass, but you know.
The money for all this travel.
Yeah, I have a ball on this fucker to even use Toby C clips, yeah.
No, she has no money. She's convincing her way on, dude. She's a high luck stat. She's just walking up to people and requesting.
I guess let's do some role playing. One of you guys is a bus driver, I'm Spencer, okay? It's like fucking just.
No. All
right, what is this guy?
I like the role playing thing. The bus driver allows you to pass.
Dude, speech stat is 100. Net 20, let's go.
Tommy, yeah.
I'm picturing it with like Baldur's Gate on or something. Yeah, right.
No, she dressed up as fucking Gandalf. She's like, I will pass. Like,
yes, my mistress, you shall enter your bus.
Yeah, for some reason she also got on every bus for free. You know, crazy story.
People would laugh me out immediately. Nobody would ever talk about that situation, and I would be a laughingstock. That is a situation Max is currently facing at this moment, and it's entirely of his own volition.
It is entirely of my own volition, because I am, after all, in full control of every single influencer who has spoken on this case, and therefore—
You wished. You thought you still had enough influence, like you had years back. When anyone would go against you, you just call them pro-pedophile, and everyone, your whole Rabbit fanbase would go after them. But no, in this case they were like, nah, this crazy. This bitch crazy.
no one else can be held responsible for their own actions.
He's riding the hate Muda wave, I called this last video. Yeah, the thing is, he could have done it here. He could have done it here if he would have brought up his more recent stuff. There would have been some things some people could deny, but he didn't do that. So fuck that. Like I said, my opinion on Muda is pretty much soured, but Max is definitely much bigger of a schizoid.
Only I alone can be held responsible for everyone's actions in this situation.
You can be held responsible for fucking your own case, Max. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so now that we've seen the first video, we went over it. The amount of evidence in this first brainwashing piece has culminated so far in one witness testimony, not part of that video. It's a 4 to 5 hour piece you can watch. No supporting evidence to help corroborate the situation, no records of conversation, no travel documentation to show a minor at the time traveling across state lines. And he didn't even explain what this cult was. But I want to know more about this vampire werewolf cult. So far, nothing tangible from Max has been explained. And again, that's a serious crux of this problem. The second video on Max's channel is titled This is What Happened to MamaMax, a 25-minute video explaining the current trajectory of the channel and addressing—
Yeah, this is his first cope video.
Criticism.
But he's just like reading comments, is like, yeah, I changed. I heard the cries of the children every night. I knew it was my destiny.
He covers a history of what he produced, how YouTube tackled his racy uploads, and how he constantly shifted gears to YouTube's evolving climate. One of the big turning points in there was when he worked on the Kanye Quest video and found a group of friends in the horror community, in the dark horror community. And he found that there was an alarming situation of predators in YouTube comment sections searching for kids. And this is where Max claims his fight would be headed.
Why do you keep saying that I claimed to do these things? Like there's not entire years of evidence that that is exactly what I've been doing.
And it's more
Stop showing me random pictures of random pedophiles.
To the criticism that he's been getting on that last video.
It was more so to address confusion, since my audience didn't really understand what was happening.
You are covering content that involves you hunting down, investigating, and bringing to light serious crimes. Regardless of how much of a filmmaker you are, these are real stories, and hiding behind a shield of vulnerable children, when people question your nature, just doesn't sound good.
So this is what they call a straw man. The typical straw man argument
Oh, this is what they call a straw man. Here's a Wikipedia entry on that. No one likes a smart ass.
The illusion of having refuted or defeated an opponent's proposition through the covert replacement of it with a different proposition. So when I say something like,
This is what cults use
to expose platforms and predators that prey on vulnerable children, my detractors will twist that into something like, MamaMax is using child victims for views, despite the fact that children do not even appear in my videos. Or another example,
They do not appear in your videos, but you talk about them a whole lot. And you're like, I hear the cries of the children.
Something as simple as giving a survivor an opportunity to speak.
That was sneaky as fuck.
Oh, the survivor? You mean the survivor you starved? The survivor that had to sell her own plasma while living at you to buy dog food that we are not supposed to believe. And again, I don't believe her further than I can throw her, which isn't very far. And But again, you were like, I can't believe they didn't believe her. Crazy, crazy story.
Fuck, dude. Oh,
I've literally been meaning to say this.
What you felt. You are literally just
because it literally. Can you listen to me? Can you listen to me?
And they twist that into hiding behind victims and using them as a shield from.
You are hiding behind victims. You did that with Spencer so often that when you got into a sticky situation, you were just like looking at Spencer and being like, yeah, Spencer, what do you say about this, Spencer? Spencer, you should answer this question. Guys, you made Spencer so uncomfortable.
Criticism.
Right? Yeah, dude, because you're using her as a human shield. Does it hurt? Does it hurt the way that you're being used as a human shield?
I would like.
When all I did was just let them speak.
People right now, especially.
All I did was let them speak as soon as I got uncomfortable.
Looking into your work, critical of how you perform these investigations, and how involved relevant law enforcement agencies are.
And this is all sourced from a deleted Reddit account owned by an anonymous person that is.
MamaMax old content leaves me a lot of questions. Yeah, but this old Reddit account asked some good questions about your old content.
Is clearly obsessed with me, who could literally.
What I meant with that was that I don't believe her at all.
Be anybody, posting speculative theories and blatant disinformation without.
Blatant disinformation. Conveniently considered lost media, as a channel posted cannot be found. Yeah, there were some good questions on it. It was just someone asking questions, and some people followed it up and found there was quite some discrepancies in your content.
Any evidence to support their claims. Mudahar reads this Reddit post later in the video, so we'll come back to this.
And how the people you claim to go after are actually converted into real tangible arrests.
First of all, can you even play a clip where I claimed to get a predator arrested?
I don't know if we put him in jail, is what I'm saying.
I love that you only play this clip, Max. I love how you only play this clip, as if you never said it on anything else.
Second of all, why do the predators
And again, your fans believed it, and you had no problem letting them believe it, and continuing to play the hero. You had no problem with that, Max.
To be arrested to justify the existence of my videos? Because from my recollection, we were exposing predators and the platforms, specifically because law enforcement has not been taking action against them.
It's also dishonest to say that you could make more money when you are in a more profitable niche on YouTube. I get your videos are demonetized and age restricted and gangbanged in the algorithm.
Then it's literally not dishonest to say one.
Max! How about you mention your Patreon, which still has a lot of people who apparently are way too happy to give you monthly payments. Stop acting like you don't make any money from this. Tommy C, when the first MamaMax situation happened, he even made he roughly calculated what Max would make if everyone was just subscribed on the smallest thing. Let me just say, it's a lot more than I make monthly.
One could make more money in a different niche on YouTube, as you are admitting that these topics are demonetized and age-restricted and gangbanged in.
I love that he trusts that no one will check the entire clips he uses, because they contradict him if you listen to all of it. Yeah. As if he really thinks people either forgot all about it or aren't willing to check it again.
In the algorithm. You know damn well that YouTube punishes this subject matter, and so does everyone else who has tried covering these topics. It is literally why you are censoring this subject matter on your video.
You are
more than I make yearly. Yeah, same. You know, I just wanted to sound a little bit more hopeful.
Covering content that involves you hunting down, investigating, and bringing to light serious crimes.
Your own actions are proving you wrong.
That's why I love that he plays the starving artist.
Dumbass.
But your videos have been massively successful, millions of views, and you built a following on the platform, which, by the way, is the hardest part of this whole game.
So I never even claimed that my videos weren't successful. You are changing the argument from the fact that YouTube punishes topics like predator hunting to something completely different.
No, you argue you make no money.
As a means to segue into your next point.
You've also built a Patreon where your last reported figure was over 1,800 members. Now, Patreon introduced a free tier about 3 months ago, according to this FAQ, but with a peak paid membership of around 3,341 members, according to this statistic website, Graphtreon, and based on the recent membership options, if you take just the minimum amount, $7.50 Canadian, which is around a little over $5. Let's make it 5 even. You're looking at a minimum paid earning potential before taxes and Patreon fees.
Oh, I want to see how he gets from there. I want to see what's his excuses here.
$16,705 just for the peak month.
I actually made half of that in the peak month. And that
I only made half of that in a peak month. Oh. bother. He really showing us his earnings? It's crazy. Yeah, pretty much went down here. But still, for doing pretty much nothing and just got cancelled. Honey, that ain't small bucks. That ain't small bucks. 7,500 in January last year. Then here would be 2,000, so I guess it's around 1,000. Show me the smaller numbers. I need to know how much did you make during the time you got cancelled? Because brothers still made quite money. That, you know, some people already make with a full-time job.
What was the amount that I donated to the survivors of Camden? Graph
Oh, I donated all to the survivors of Camden. Oh.
Is not calculated or endorsed by actual earnings data by Patreon, and they do not even take into account custom donations. So you are overinflating the amount of money that I've made in order—
No, he gave it to the survivors, Saint. You don't understand.
to make me look wealthier than I am, when you are literally a millionaire because of your channel.
Oh. Sounds like you're just jealous, Max. I'll be honest. You're just salty. You sound very salty about that.
Really sickens me when people like you criticize others for making money. That is literally—
No, he doesn't criticize you for making money. He's criticizing you for always being like, I don't make any money for doing this, guys. I don't make any money.
What you do on YouTube.
Please go down into the link below, make sure to use our code for $25 off, and use our code and our link below.
Pretty funny that you're trying to make me look less credible by the amount of money I make, when that is literally what Kids Chat did to try and make me look less credible.
Users have brought—
Yeah, it's cringe when they do it. But again, you make money, Max. You make money from this. Stop acting like you don't.
my attention that the video
Do you not understand why people bring it up?
made by MoneyMax, which included defamatory and slanderous remarks towards us,
Yeah, if you want to be a petty beach, Muta also has a day job and owns properties.
has been removed by YouTube for violating policy.
You are a piece of shit.
Which ain't bad if you're only making 2 videos a year.
So is this why you're so upset? Because I make more money per video than you? I don't understand what—
What? What? Max, I feel my brain cells dying while you speak. You never said that. It's just you make 1 to 2 videos a year. And you still earn a lot more than people with full-time jobs. And you still act like you didn't make any money or that you have to sell your blood to make a living. Come on now, Max, come on now. We don't want to be insincere here, don't we? We care very much about the truth, Max.
point you're trying to make. I said that if my goal were to make money on YouTube, topics like predator hunting and child exploitation are some of the least monetizable topics on YouTube. That is—
On YouTube, but not on Patreon.
Is literally why people crowdfund me, because I don't make money any other way.
People are putting money into your pocket thinking
And
that
people are very willing to crowdfund you because you talk about topics close to them.
Is going towards your fight against serious bad people.
Is that not literally what I was doing?
And next time you make a video, do it pretty young, do it in the mirror and show your whole body like.
You'll probably have noticed that they never play these clips.
Because why would they? Why would they show you sexting with predators?
Y'all care more about defaming YouTubers that used to be your friends than exposing actual predators.
And that's not bad.
Max, what did you just say shortly before the strawmans? What they care, I say they like they are the group. What people care about is that you lied. What people cared about is that you made a circus out of it. You made a circus out of a serious situation, and you are upset that no one take you serious after you made a whole circus out of it. This is what people care about. And people find it very funny that you are acting like an absolute spurk now. That people lost their trust in you. Wait, didn't he mix fiction with that video itself? Yeah. And now he's upset that no one takes it serious. Or that no one understood what he was trying to do there.
Bad money for uploading again, very little.
I sense a hint of jealousy here. Sorry, Muda, that I'm not...
Yeah, Muda, I'm sure Muda is very jealous of you, honey. I hate you for making me side with MamaMax. You really deserve that walk in the woods.
Slop tuber like you.
And this level of pocket watching was brought to you by our sponsor, Anti-Deflection Argument. You definitely did profit.
And this level of topic dodging was brought to you by Mudahar sponsor, Super Strawmanning Argument. You definitely did change the subject.
And I wonder just why in October of last year you started hiding those membership counts.
Because your people kept derailing the conversation to the amount of money I make.
Yeah, because you always said, I make no money off of this. So of course, people checked, and they realized you make quite good money of it. So please, Max, stop being a little bitch about it. Thank you.
And this is beyond obvious what I said it was to begin with. This is not about helping anybody. This is about lining your pockets personally.
Yeah, he makes a live stream. You can donate to those live streams. This is what you do with live streams. Guys, if you want to donate to me, there's a Streamlabs link above. You can donate for my sanity.
When they are literally here to profit off of their audience.
That being said, this was not a terrible niche for you financially, and you gotta admit that.
When did I ever deny that?
Imagine taking
You
subjects
don't know it at the time, Max.
serious as child abuse, human trafficking, pedophilia, and abduction brainwashing, and using them as mere window dressing to get noticed again because your YouTube relevancy is dwindling rapidly.
I essentially respond
Also,
by
how fucking dare you using Tommy C again?
saying that comparing serious subject matter to window dressing says a lot about the person making this comment, and I clarified to my audience what I was trying to do.
What kind of a response is this to a valid question?
Hey, Mudahar, let's play a game. Where in this statement is the valid question?
Imagine taking... Haha, it was not a question.
It's not a lot of text, but feel free to take your time.
Suck my hairy German balls, Max.
I personally couldn't find any valid question, or any question whatsoever, within this aspersion. I know there aren't any question marks, so it might be hard to find, but let me know when you do.
If you spend months researching this topic, then you would be able to present the narrative of Spencer with the best evidence that you can publicly present that would help build her case against this person that you have labeled a cult leader in child.
I think I've explained enough times why we were protecting the evidence. I personally would not have...
Thank you, Quantum. Do you better watch kittens after the stream? You need it. I do. And you all get the kitten pet. You all deserve it. You all deserve it for staying with me doing this. You all deserve it. We all deserve it. I'm very proud of every single one of you. I'm very proud of you all.
Been ready to release the documentary until we had interviewed all of the survivors.
Thank you so much, Quantum.
And preferably with a conclusion for the criminal investigation. However, just because we did not present the evidence to the public is no excuse for the way Mudahar and his friends were behaving during this entire project.
No, they had every right to do so. Especially Mudahar, Nick Diorio were very generous towards you. If you watched, you could literally watch live as Nick Diorio went over it. Is that the animation amount? No, it's $10, then we have the animation amount. And what was I about to say? Especially Nick, when you watched his streams, he was very nice at first. He was like, yeah, I'm checking it out, I made a promise, I'm giving it a chance. And you could literally watch as he more and more died inside and was just like, what the fuck is this shit?
Once again, he describes the situation as a destructive cult that victimized hundreds of minors, yet has produced no evidence of this cult even existing yet.
That's a lie.
Any cult documentation, not even a name Max has uttered up to this point.
That's a lie. His cult went by the Guild of Divinity, the Daemons, and Eon Syndicate, among other
yeah, this was
possible titles.
And again, he's failed to provide tangible
this was rather late, though.
Evidence of the hundreds of children.
Well, that was kind of the point of the public awareness campaign, Mudahar, to find all of them, which was working.
Oh, we needed to find the hundreds and hundreds of victims? We wanted to find all the victims? I thought there were hundreds upon hundreds. You wanted the hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of victims, Max? You couldn't even handle the few you had.
Until you and your commentary buddies got involved.
Again, this would be something you would have locked down with months of research before you would even produce these videos. It should be easy for someone who's claimed to actually have, arrested.
Hey, Mudahar, sorry to interrupt your incessant diatribes about providing evidence, but can you provide any evidence where I said that? Can you even play a single clip?
Because you gotta catch all the victims first before you can make an actual thing.
Right now, you are doing what you are criticizing me of, and making accusations without any evidence.
You understand evidence and why it's needed to substantiate.
Again, Max, you had no problem making people believe that you had caught someone. No problem. Never said, hey, I don't have any.
It claims. But
and yeah, yeah, Blue, you involved them. You messaged them all and were like, we will be hurt. No, he even said to Nicholas the Oreo, we refuse to be ignored. We will be hurt. When they decided, nah, I take my time with that and see how it goes. No, that wasn't good enough for you.
Clearly you do not.
Max's third video on the topic was initially called "This is the greatest cancellation of all time" @Penguin0, #WeAreReal. Since then, in the backlash he received, he changed it to reacting to the reactions of the SSS Sniper Wolf's action. It's fair to also mention now that a lot of the disdain Max has for the community that he is preaching to is not responding to, is because he genuinely believes his work is meaningful and that the attention at the time put towards SS Sniper Wolf and her drama regarding Jack's films was, something that people looked at more. Now, obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations.
Also, maybe it's not everyone's thing to talk about pedophiles, and especially when there's an active investigation on it. Most people like to cover it when it's done. They don't want their personal involvement because they know it's out of their ballpark.
Mentioned, but SS Sniper Wolf was a pretty big story at the time, which involved a larger creator revealing the home location
and
of
sometimes you just want to talk about fun shit.
Other creator critical of them. It wasn't meaningful playground nonsense. It actually had real tangible implications on YouTube as well.
Hey Mutahar, how about instead of talking at the audience and speaking for me, you present some goddamn evidence and play a fucking clip?
We are living in an era where the exploitation of children, a subject of grave importance.
Imagine taking this serious. Imagine taking this dude serious. I say, as I stand here with my little VTube avatar. But also I hope none of you take me serious, otherwise I'll be concerned.
Is alarmingly overlooked, neglected by the spotlight that's instead cast on topics like Sniper Wolf. While such content has its relevance.
So I don't even disagree that Sniper Wolf did something wrong. I am actually quite aware that she is a harmful content creator. However, I am making the argument that topics like this are disproportionately covered
but
over
I
other
demand you all drop any other topics when I want to talk about something else.
Topics that can be of much greater impact and importance. And even a dramatuber like Nicholas Diorio agrees with me on that. And as you just confessed, so do you.
Obviously, one topic can weigh objectively more in regards to the seriousness of the allegations mentioned. But SS Sniper Wolf was a—
Yeah, but also Nicholas Diorio said it's not a topic for everyone. Don't just be like, oh, these people even agreed with me. Because also he also said that most YouTubers shouldn't get involved with this shit. Because they will fuck it up. Oh no. I take you very serious, word is law. I take you serious though, I consider you seriously delightful. Oh, thank you. Hi, Nintendo Mail. Yay, only 1 more hour.
Pretty big story at the time.
So you just admitted that one story can weigh objectively more than the other. But you continue to cover Sniper Wolf simply because it is the bigger story on YouTube.
Wait, you don't love me as much as you say you do? Yes. No, this I mean serious. This I mean very serious. Quantum. This I mean very serious. But on other things, you shouldn't take me as serious.
You are literally making my point for me. Well, it's easy to get.
But again, Max, not everyone wants to get involved with that. Most people would love to help if they knew how they could, or they think they could take it upon themselves, or if they had the mental capacity to do that. But sadly, it's all not that easy. Hate to tell you.
Get caught up in the latest internet sensations, there's a pressing need to shine a light on a much deeper, darker, demonic topic.
Yeah, with this video, with this voice, I totally take you serious.
Lurking beneath the surface. Sniper Wolf.
Anyways, the video begins with a disclaimer, which now doesn't mention any fictitious elements. He hopes the video brings crucial eyes to topics such as youth trafficking, serving as what he believes is a guide to easily digestible content regarding these serious topics. He starts a parody of this talking head video showing a fictional creator covering lighter topics, but chooses to discuss serious topics as he cuts to Sniper Wolf.
Notice how he does not let a single clip play through. He just walks his audience through the video.
You're not better. You're not better, Max. You're doing this whole video. Oh, he didn't even show my whole video before he talked about it. You know, clip shimmed. Out of context.
His own interpretation over everything.
Sadly, I watched all the videos that the clips are from, and I can tell you the context doesn't make it better.
That is literally not objective, Mudahar. That is subjective. He cuts to Spencer, and then multiple victims calling for actions. He summarizes Spencer's story again and makes claims of a dangerous cult that is led by a werewolf god recruiting hundreds of young children. Where's the hard evidence?
Mudahar, hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds.
I think by now you probably realize that there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence. There is nothing that I am showing that is necessarily hard evidence.
Yeah, there is nothing that you show that has been hard evidence, Max. Aside from your schizoing out, there's more evidence of you being schizoid than everything else.
Like, what does that even mean? Do you know how many times you've contradicted yourself on this one case? Now I'm finding out that there is evidence. I'll say with the evidence, like somebody taking advantage of people, like emotionally, sexually, physically. There was illegal shit that happened, right? Look,
What he means is there's no evidence of a cult, Max. You made a big claim of there being this giant cult with hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of victims. There is evidence that there could have been abuse going on. No evidence of a big cult like you're claiming. Once again, there was a group. It really much reads like fantasy ARPG. It happened, and that went south. But again, no real cult evidence.
There are real people that I believe have been hurt by this. So then why are you saying there's nothing that he's showing is necessarily hard evidence? Also, who the fuck are you to judge the quality of this evidence? From my recollection, you are not a judge. You are not a litigator. You are not even an expert. You're a fucking gaming YouTuber who sometimes dips into serious stuff.
But for that, you asked for his help quite a lot, and you acted like everything just went wrong because Mudahar didn't help you enough. Max, you have to pick a side, Max. Pick a side, Max. Gaming YouTuber or someone who can help you a lot.
So he presents new things in this video, except it's all hidden in between frames of this massively schizophrenic editing and incoherent garbage. Okay, well, this has been my editing style for as long as you have known me. And from my memory, this is what you said about my channel. If you don't know who MamaMax is, he's a great channel on YouTube. He's probably, in my opinion, a fucking apex content creator. Guy makes really...
Yeah, and he's a fucking retard for saying that.
Really well done internet docu-style content. But now, all of a sudden, it is a problem for you. If my editing style was a problem, you should have told me beforehand, or when I was asking you for feedback. But instead you chose to criticize my editing only after the video is released. You are a two-faced little bitch. Look, this is a serious matter. Please...
You know what? I can't believe that. But also, you're making the wrong argument for that.
Present it seriously. Oh, you mean like this?
Because what's happening now is that we're all laughing that he's a fucking vampire.
Again, Max, this isn't about your case. This is about how you fucked the case. The haha, we all point and laugh at MamaMax and how much you fucked it up.
To show you exactly what he's shown. Thank you, Mudahar. That is exactly what we wanted from you. So one of the actual posts he shows is from Whisper, a social media app that promotes you to speak openly and honestly about yourself. It's meant to be this anonymous social media app that lets you post and share photo messages with text embottled on top of them.
If you are all below, human, want to learn about and become supernatural, age 1 to 18, please PM me.
Here's the post where they're asking the reader if they're human, they want to learn about being supernatural, and if their age is between 11 to 18. Please message them. Now, while this is an alarming post, it would help if Max could try to, link this directly to Cade or, to any person and, bring this up the chain, explain the context. But without that context, it's just a screenshot that exists.
Oh my god. That was genuinely constructive criticism and a really great explanation. This is
Max, the fact you didn't think about that yourself is concerning.
Exactly what we wanted, Mudahar. Thank you.
The next screenshot he shows is from a messaging app, I assume Facebook Messenger, where it's cropped, unfortunately, and I can't seem to get
that font.
Identity of the parties. And also screenshots are incredibly tough, at least for me in most cases, because as you've noticed with, situations like Dream, where he faked DMs from Pokimane and XQC, and there were some people that actually believed this. It's easy to fake a screenshot. So again, the whole concept of just looking at a screenshot is tough, at least personally for me.
Okay, if we're going to set the standard that screenshots aren't evidence of anything because they can be faked, then that has to be applied evenly across the board, including for yourself. Why then are you and your commentary friends the exception to that rule?
YouTube is supposed to... Max. Yes. Because there are certain key points that you can look for to realize if a screenshot is fake, Max. I don't know how to tell you this.
If all you're going to produce is screenshots as evidence.
Unless I can log into the account and read.
Are we saying now that the Spencer screenshots are fake, Max? Are we going to claim that now? That Spencer totally didn't try to throw you under the bus? Max? Is that what we're saying now, Max?
fresh from the server, then things are different.
Okay, Mutahar, in that case, please provide your Discord login credentials so we can all verify.
Oh, now you fucked yourself. What if you faked the screenshot of Mutahar?
That the screenshots you've produced for this video are not faked. But you're not going to do that, are you?
But this is a cropped argument, and it's a clear argument between two individuals.
And this is also a cropped argument between two individuals. So only you are allowed to provide cropped screenshots. Okay, gotcha.
The next screenshot of a Twitter account called
He's such a bitch. He's so bitchy about this.
Camden exists where the handle ID Black Angel is cut off. And using a Twitter advanced search for this, the account yielded no results, which unfortunately means I can't prove that the screenshot from Twitter even exists.
Drats, it's almost like digital evidence can be erased, and we need to stop attacking victims.
Oh, Drats, if you maybe wouldn't have been such a retard, maybe there would have been more that couldn't have been deleted. Gee. Oh, Mama G.
We're not producing evidence they don't have.
It was the evidence that was already there, so nothing. The amount of them, so still not
It
evidence.
was the consistency of
their not evidence.
their testimonials, and it was
like you see the facts.
It was like you see what you're saying. Like you see, like you just said a lot of nothing.
You
a
just
lot
said
of words.
allegations.
And you said no. So it wasn't the allegations. It was the allegations.
I'm saying the nicest way to just be like, you see, this is why you're being retarded. Like
when we should be inventing new.
You know what? He's going on my nerves.
Standards for cybercrimes and holding digital platforms accountable for preserving evidence that could help convict offenders instead of just privately profiting off of our data.
And also,
yeah, that could have been a good argument that there should have been more holding on onto data so things couldn't just get put under a rug. Swept under a rug. That was the thing I was thinking of. No, that could have been something good, but that's not something a single person can change, sadly.
Also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up on Twitter.
So you want me to provide evidence to the public, but do so in a way so that they won't know that they are under investigation. How does that make any sense?
Again, you showed his face in the very first video and said his full name, Max. So what does it matter at this point?
The other mention is literally a public post from this Camden individual saying getting sucked by Kirby equals raisin balls.
Yeah, that proved to me he's a pedophile. You know the age of Kirby? Think about it, guys. Think about it.
What is the context here? How does this explain the cult? How does this explain anything? This is why people are mad.
There is literally no reason to get this emotionally charged if you are an objective voice of reason, especially when I asked you for
I get this emotionally charged because you are stupid. You show me something wanting to get sucked off by Kirby and expect me to take it serious.
Feedback before the video was released, and you did not provide any until after the video was released.
He is presenting these screenshots like they're damning evidences, and they are not.
I am literally just showing what the survivors consented to be released to the public, so that
they consented to you showing getting dick sucked by Kirby raisin balls. Yeah, that's great. That's great that the survivors consented to that. That's amazing. That's amazing, Max. They consented to that, so I had to release that. No, you could have said no. I can't release that. What can I say that makes this important towards the situation?
Survivors could recognize these accounts and come forward.
He then shows like social media accounts that are on Snapchat of allegedly belonging to Cade, which again, what context does this have? What does this mean?
Not sure why he blacked out the username after he just criticized me for the cutoff username.
And I also wonder why Max cut off the handle for people to look up.
Because it makes no sense. You already cut it off, so what does it matter if it's now censored?
But if anyone has had contact with this Snapchat user, we may have been able to identify more survivors that want to reach out, which did happen.
He then shows a social media direct message from, I assume this is the app Whisper. Correct me if I'm wrong. And again, if you read the chat,
I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your werewolf form? Yeah, damning evidence. That proves it's a cult.
I was bitten by a wolf. That's how I became one. Can you show you in your form? Werewolf form? What's the context?
There was a 5-hour podcast you didn't watch.
Your 5-hour context was just fucking stupid.
And multiple live streams that provides a lot of context.
What are we talking about
here,
man?
It didn't. That's the problem. It didn't. It didn't. There were people who checked it all out, who watched all of it. Multiple people who watched all of it. And it still didn't make sense. Those live streams, you only made a fool out of yourself. You put everyone who was willing to call in into calls, and you got dog-walked. It was an embarrassment.
It seems to be about someone claiming they became a werewolf after being bitten by a wolf, and the other person is requesting to see their werewolf form. This could be part of a role-playing scenario, a joke, or a fantasy-related discussion. Given the previous context within the video, and the past few videos...
How's it going? I'm going insane. That's how it's going.
It might have something to do with the cult of Camden.
Like, this could be anything.
It might have something to do with Camden. Anytime some fantasy roleplay things talked about a wolf.
See, even if I give context, you could still say that this could be anything, even claiming that it's fake.
Yeah,
which is what
if you would show name or anything on this.
A lot of people did, even after giving...
Yeah, same. I watched all of it. I understand nothing still. Same.
Context in subsequent live streams. There is only one way to put together the evidence with the testimony, and that is...
But also smarter people than us watched it And they still don't understand nothing.
Is to listen to the survivors, which is what we were trying to get you to do.
He then chose like the Twitter account that belongs to Cade, and he actually gives a
Oh
handle.
yeah, listen to the survivors, listen to Spencer. We saw what happens when Spencer gets on any podcast or anything. You know your favorite survivor, Spencer?
But this account has been inactive since 2016, really.
So it doesn't even matter if we show you his accounts, which is what you were asking for earlier.
Maybe some.
You know what would be great? Some active accounts. Anything. Or an account that has old posts that point towards something like a cult. Or even the group.
Screenshots of his various accounts and postings, none of that are provided here.
You will literally say anything to excuse it as not evidence of anything. Yes, it may not be evidence that he is a cult leader, but it is evidence that
he exists. Someone with his face and his name exists and was following 4 people. The cult leader with hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of victims.
this face is associated with this username that has a number associated with angels in numerology, which corroborates testimony and is important information to have for identifying more of his accounts or activity associated with this face and username.
The next thing he shows is from a public
Well, this is an account I could have made yesterday.
Account from Camden that says,
if there wasn't the year 2016, but you know what I mean.
Suck it raw. Again, what is the context? Okay,
Suck it raw, bitch.
Probably wrote suck my dick publicly somewhere too. Does that mean that I've done something nefarious or I could be running a cult?
Well, shit, maybe. It just depends who's giving context on that piece of evidence, doesn't it?
In what context can getting suck it raw prove that you are a cult leader, please?
Some could say that this is a forceful and unsolicited sexual demand from the person you're speaking to, especially if that person feels threatened or uncomfortable. And if you're talking to a minor, it could be taken quite seriously in the eyes of the law.
What is the context to these messages?
I wish to perish. When they say anything, they don't mean it literally, yes.
You have to be able to provide them, otherwise people are
That's an account I could make right now, exactly. Also, how do we know it isn't an account that Spencer made to use as a future Slender? Yes. Because as we know, Slender waited for her case to be taken by Max for 3 years. So...
be confused.
And that's really all you had to say.
He then shows the only tangible piece of evidence in this, for me at least.
So you just admitted, by saying, for me at least, that the interpretation of evidence is subjective.
Max, please.
We're not a judge, or a jury, or even a lawyer.
Am I cult leader because I suck at war? Yes.
You are an unprofessional drama tuber who likes to LARP as an intelligent voice of reason to his audience.
That was a risky comment he made there. Oh, yeah. That was a really risky comment for him, especially because he likes to say some vulgar things quite often.
But in reality is a very weak and pathetic man-child who needs to cyberbully others to preserve his reputation.
Are you talking about yourself right now?
How anyone can respect your opinion after years of behaving like this unchecked still boggles my mind. But
once again, I think the same thing of you, Max.
But please, tell us, oh wise master Mudahar Nas, what is the only piece of tangible evidence in your educated opinion?
Where it shows Spencer and Camden together in a photograph, which proves that they've met in reality.
And we're just going to glance right over that.
He then shows...
Yeah, it just shows that they met. It shows that maybe they dated because they put tongue in shit on their mouth. Great evidence.
More images of random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify.
These are not random people. These are the survivors.
And he's also done a poor job of blurring them out too, so I'm going to add more blur on top of the blur.
Don't you dare trying to diminish my blurring skills when it was perfect.
I will bang your blurring skills, bro.
Fine for keeping these people anonymous when you literally posted the faces of children's advocates on your very public platform. Are you insane? Not only have you encouraged cyberstalking on your platform, but you also have endangered the lives of people who value their privacy. How about you?
Yeah, but if you have this stance, then why did you try having him cover this story? Well, because apparently his opinion changed a whole lot in the 1 year after Mudahar's video came out, you know?
Go blur their faces on your video and quit acting like you give a shit about their privacy when you were retweeting leaked screenshots containing the survivors' names from the server you signed an NDA to protect. Muda deleted his retweet at least, so that's good. That's good at least. He should refrain from tweeting any more leaked stuff that has our names and info. I banned him from the server and I'll talk to him. He didn't realize it had names apparently, specifically mine. I called him and was like, hey, that retweet has my name in it, and he immediately took it down.
Again, Max, I can see that this was not carefully thought through of Mudahar, but also you invited random spurks to your amazing live streams when one of the victims had their full name as their Discord name. Max, you have put the victims as much danger as anyone else, if not more. Stop acting like you have been the most careful victim advocate here, okay?
Yeah, that's irresponsible to do being as big as he is. I know. Me too. I'm fed the fuck up. Muda was never an ally. He just wants to look good.
What does this mean? What is it?
Oh, ally.
context behind some of these images. The only ones important to me are of Kate and Spencer.
But not pictures of the other victims.
Because those are the only people that he's introduced us to.
And what if the other victims want to remain anonymous, genius? What then?
Yeah, then don't show the picture because we can't do anything with that. We don't know who these people are if you can't introduce them because they want to stay anonymous. Then don't show the pictures even if they're censored. Because guess what? Then only Camden knows who else could have been in this picture. Then don't show these pictures even if they're blurred. Because again, you want to be the one who is like, oh, I want to protect the victims. You don't protect the victims then. If Camden, like you are saying, Camden could see your videos, he would see which victim spoke to you. If you show these pictures with the victim blurred, because the victim wants to stay anonymous, then only the victim and Camden know who are in this picture. Fucking retard.
Oh, then there's no reason to listen to them. Righty, okay. Even though plenty of victims who have exposed cults have remained anonymous.
He shows us one screen.
I will commit a crime.
Shot of somebody making like devil horns.
A gay crime.
Those are not devil horns. That is a wolf salute, which you would know if you
This is a wolf salute! Those are not devil horn. This is a wolf salute. You expect me to take this serious, Max?
Survivors. Dumbass.
In an Instagram selfie. And again, poorly blurred.
Yeah, is this really enough detail to identify this person, Mudahar? You're really grasping at straws here, buddy. And you just said you couldn't even identify these people.
Random people, couples blurred out that I can't exactly identify. But what is the context here? He's even blurred out the actual, like, Instagram blur, the little text blur that even talks about this.
Yeah, let me just leak all of their usernames like you do. It's not like we made a commitment to protect their privacy or anything.
What is the context?
Are you just going to keep making this point over and over? Is this somehow the evidence that I am a fraud?
Why are you making the dick-sucking motion? Yeah, Camden could reveal the uncensored version of those images out of spite of those coming off. Yeah. Max can't think that far ahead. Sadly, I think for the past year I got that brain worm. What bad. Yeah, but again, if he wants to be facetious about it, I can too, bitch.
Because I didn't provide enough context in this video?
He then shows an image of a bite mark, which again, I have to ask, what is the context?
Okay, so yeah. He is just going to keep making this point. From now on, every time you don't provide context for something, I'm going to punish you for it.
What's the context?
Yeah, but he's also not trying to tell you there's this vampire, werewolf, pedophile cult who's grooming hundreds upon hundreds of victims. And then you show just random screenshots and be like, yeah, see?
And Camden biting people was already explained multiple times up to this point.
That looks like a... Careful, Dew. Don't want to give Saint a heart attack.
Is Max showing this as a evidence of physical abuse?
Is that not obvious? Do people typically bite other people's shoulders and...
If you are kinky...
leave a mark long enough that the victim takes a picture of it as evidence of abuse. No, of course it's obvious. That's why you bring up this question in the first place.
Without context, it could be anything. It could be somebody getting a hickey. It could be whatever.
A hickey with teeth marks. Yeah, sure.
The next screen grab is Charlie talking about sniper.
You tell me you never had a hickey with teeth marks? Damn. You had crazy exes, Max. I have expected more of you.
Wolf, which I assume is a jab because he tried to get Charlie's attention, but Charlie wasn't having it. He was busy, had COVID at the time, and just didn't jump into this.
You're actually skipping quite a lot of context, buddy.
He uploaded some videos in between that. Crazy. It's not like they could have been recorded at another time. Just because they've been uploaded on that day doesn't mean that they have been recorded in this time. Because even someone small has their little backlog of videos who then maybe are even scheduled to upload. It's not a hickey without teeth marks.
But we already know your rules don't apply to yourself. So whatever, let's just jump into this.
Stop ignoring MamaMax. Yeah, still here. You want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taking that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just... he's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID. I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a
It could easily have been someone biting themselves that looked like a bicep and a forearm, not a shoulder retard. Listen, I don't think he's ever seen a shoulder. What is this abject shite? Who knows? Who knows?
miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online, in bed,
It's a big cope. It's a big cope. That's
That
what
time,
it is.
apparently, it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel critical because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, that did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
Charlie did not have COVID the entire time we were reaching out to him. That is a lie.
How do you know?
Perfectly healthy in all of these videos during the time we had been reaching out to him.
Once again, they could have been pre-recorded, Max. Is there a little date where it was recorded?
I do believe he was busy. Busy doing this.
The revolver's back in Fortnite. Yeah, I saw. Maybe tomorrow. Not tonight. Tonight I just feel like hanging out. Nothing crazy.
Okay, this was streamed live. Okay. But again... Okay, there goes my excuse. But again, it's not his job to just answer you and be there whenever you want, Max. That's also another thing.
That has been wild. I'm so ready for us to finally get rid of that. I feel like we're getting close. It truly is so unbelievably worthless. Thanks, membership, Joseph. The GTA 6 announcement is wild. It is. It is wild.
He claimed he was never on Discord, which we know isn't true since he was going online and offline.
Oh, he had Discord open. Boom. Why do you stalk him like a crazy girlfriend, bro?
Over and over while we were reaching out to him. He
could have just as likely been an entire other person who did the biting and Camden was thrown under the bus to cover up a third person. You can stream while sick. Yeah, true. Also true, I also often stream while I'm sick. Yeah. Again, you can show... I think you can show your injuries from abuse, of course. You can't really often film while you're getting abused. So all you can do is make a photograph of the aftermath. But I don't, like I said, I don't trust Spencer further than I can throw her anyways, so... That already takes a point away. And again, if there were like... If it was like a bite wound that broke the skin, you know? It would have been maybe something else, but it's really hard. Even then you can just say they had kinky sex, but... I'm just like, what? Let's just be theoretical here. What picture of a wound could you take that really proves you have been abused? I get it's not easy. But there are so many factors that go into that while I don't trust MamaMax on this. And Spencer. Especially Spencer.
He says it's a miracle he responded in the first place, but he started responding...
Yeah, stream video games and chill is way easier than rape story. Yep.
Semi-frequently when I first reached out to him, but after we invited him in the group chat with one of the survivors, that's when he completely lost interest. So I made a video in an effort to get his attention, because I truly believe...
Bro, I would also be like, why did I get invited in here? And he was like, oh, I check it out. And then, oh shit.
He is a good man who serves a pivotal role in influencer culture, which applies to our documentary on the cult-like nature of influencers.
Stop.
Said, it's all good, I understand, that he would at least listen to the survivors. This never happened. We have heard through the grapevine that this was because Mudahar was telling everyone not to talk to us. Charlie has remained quiet on this subject since then, but don't play the victim like you're a sick little boy who had no idea all of the serious stuff was happening right under your sniveling nose.
Bro, if this whole thing started with you going full schizoid, I also would have just been quietly been like, okay, I would have full on told you to stop whatever you're doing. But most people would just have quietly gone away. MamaMax is not only a womble but raging Wang Spangle too. Those are amazing words. And I fully agree.
And poor little old Charlie is getting cornered and bullied by MamaMax, even though I have like 20 times less of an audience than he has. Just tell it like it is. We reached out to you for help, and you didn't want to help, even after
Max, don't play yourself here, Max. You might have a smaller audience, but you have a very, okay, maybe not louder. You have a very loud audience. Especially in your peak days. Come on now, Max. You know you could throw them around. That's why you always do your little calls to actions. Go find him. If you had such a small audience, they couldn't help you with go find them.
Friends and your fans slaughtered us. You have remained completely silent. Say something. Say anything. Don't just pretend.
Max fucked over the story by having Spencer be the poster face of this whole thing because other victims were testifying that Spencer was part of the abuse. Yeah, that too. And again, his whole being focused on the cult and his cult experts. I think if he would have left that out and actually focused on what it was, and brought more details of it over, and not have the victims all in one Discord server where they could compare their stories. I think that would have been a much bigger thing to talk about. At least a much more convincing thing.
Existed. We reached out to you because we had faith in you. And that was my mistake. Sorry about that, Charles.
It was my mistake to have faith in you. Oh god, they all broke up with him. He is literally the jilted ex.
Then he shifts it to the National Human Trafficking Hotline that gives statistics on trafficking reports. Again, you haven't linked onto the trafficking situation. It's all been random screenshots without context connecting a story together that many people just aren't understanding. What's the context?
Pretty funny that you keep criticizing me for not giving any context whilst you continue to not give any context to your audience.
Bro, if you released a hit video on me and a clip leaks of you saying you could literally cancel me, I would ignore you too, retard. I almost forgot about it, yeah. Yeah. God, he really thought this is a fake cancellation on Charlie. Did he really think that Charlie would have been like, yeah, you know what, MamaMax is cool? And then this clip fucking leaks from him going full schizoid on camera and sending it to an editor, yeah. After that I would also be like, yeah, no. I stay away from this freak.
Why don't you play clips from any of the past 4 videos, including the 5-hour testimony that connects this case to a trafficking operation? That might provide a lot of context, actually.
He shows one screenshot that describes how Kate told me not to. But you also want to know what your humble leader did to me? He convinced me to go to his house at the end of last August and engage with him. He told me, and I still talk to the guy that drove me there. I also almost got arrested for walking to his place at 2 a.m. one day because every full moon we have to have. And also, don't forget the miscarriages he made me.
Every full moon we have to have sex.
Induce. This is the only other piece of evidence.
Wait, what did you just call it?
Or, conversation.
Oh, okay.
That is pertaining to this very serious topic.
And we're just going to glance right over that.
He switches the discussion to...
This is the only other... Oh my god. Yeah, Muda fucked himself by not editing that out. I'll be honest, he fucked himself on that one.
Mass surveillance explains how evil markets such as forced labor and trafficking exist, which is true. But how does this tie back to the story of Cade and the allegations you've made?
It's almost like we provided context.
Again, he hasn't provided solid evidence. He's just...
Fuck your podcast! I watched this 5-hour podcast way too often, and Spencer's story sucked.
Thrown things on a dartboard, haphazardly tried to connect them, and made a fool out of himself.
Isn't that what you're doing in this video? You're just throwing criticisms on a dartboard and haphazardly putting it all together to somehow prove that I am a fraud or something? Oh, he's Mudahar making a fool out of himself. Oh, yes, he is.
He goes on to this unrelated rant.
Don't make that voice, Max. Don't make this fucking voice.
Artificial intelligence, and how can you use to manipulate and exploit vulnerabilities?
It's actually not unrelated. If you were to show the context, it would make perfect sense.
AI can become an instrument of profound harm. It can
Why, did Camden use AI?
be used to manipulate, to exploit vulnerabilities, and even to perpetrate crimes with a level of sophistication and scale previously unimaginable.
And after this, they have a call to influencers that they should
Yeah, I don't know what he meant by that.
use their platforms to become agents of change by platforming unsubstantiated claims, apparently.
That's not the point I'm making in the video. I am making the point that you all collectively choose to cover drama instead of using your platforms to make a more positive difference. As you have all proved when I gave you a cult leader and child predator, claims substantiated by a growing number of people with evidence that will continue to evolve over the next decade. And you all chose to cover unsubstantiated claims about a YouTuber you don't like because he pissed off Charlie.
Wait.
More positive difference. As you have all proved when I gave you a cult leader and child predator, claims substantiated by a growing number of people with evidence that will continue to evolve over the next decade. And you
That will continue to evolve over the next decade. Guys, in 10 years we get Camden. And then we all will be looking like fools. In 10 years MamaMax is gonna catch Camden. Brother. Can't wait for the next decade, bro. I will be 40 when Camden is finally caught.
all chose to cover unsubstantiated claims about a YouTuber you don't like because he pissed off Charlie.
It shifts to this part where he chastises Charlie by showing tons of communications he's attempted to have. And again, like I told you, Charlie wasn't there at the time. He had COVID, and he was in bed for 2 weeks, unable to really, look into the situation.
Hey, you'll never guess who just got COVID again. Not this guy. No, yeah, I'm just pulling it like it is me. I'm feeling much better, so I thought I'd celebrate by watching some more horrible pickup artistry attempts on TikTok.
Oh, damn, he doesn't want to deal with pedophiles right after he recovered from COVID. Crazy. Bruh, I was done for 2 months after I had COVID. Especially when you got COVID the first time or the second time. It's really sucked. Some people really have some long effects after that. How the fuck does that work? Don't worry, X. In 1 decade we will have him. In 1 decade we will all be looking fools.
This video is like the final nail in the coffin. People really started losing faith, and I hope you understand why.
How can they understand why if you don't show any of the context within the video? You literally do not play a single second of my audio, which gives quite a bit of context.
MamaMax, I'll be honest, I think most people saw your video. Most people saw the context, and most people thought it was stupid.
You give brief explanations for each section that is clearly biased against me, and then you criticize them.
Oh, you're biased. How dare you be biased against me? You have to be biased for me before you can criticize me.
As if you are somehow superior and none of these rules apply to you or anyone else who has covered this topic.
That sounds very biased, Max.
Look, Max made a joke of the situation, in my opinion.
Look, Mudahar made a joke out of the situation, in my opinion.
He was brought this story.
And
honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this, raising serious questions.
You guys are talking about drama, but I got some real shit right here. I don't know, maybe some people don't like covering that kind of fucked shit. yeah. Fucked stuff, yeah. Again, Mudahar and Charlie agreed to helping him, which is on them. But I don't think they expected whatever he did there. They probably didn't expect him to fuck himself this hard.
On his character.
And honestly, it caused a lot of people who were already watching this raising no questions about his character. Until now.
Serious questions on the validity of this case, and in response, Max didn't make any follow-up video to explain this case properly.
As we told you multiple times, we were working on the documentary. The public awareness campaign was the first part of many
more. Yeah, in 1 decade the documentary will be gone. And then we will all be shocked about what he has.
Parts to come, which in hindsight was a bad idea. It should have come last, which was the original plan, but as I was trying to respect the wishes of the survivors I was working with, the plans changed.
Max, you were the big YouTuber. You were the pedophile hunter. If the victims had some ideas that might have not been so smart, like when Spencer wanted to do live streams for some reason, you can say no. They came to you for help. You should have advised them not to do it. Or be like, no, I can't do that. This will look worse. This is not in your best interest. The victims came to you because they don't know how to handle it, Max. So why do you let them decide what you do?
He hosted these live streams, inviting all manners of creators.
As I told you I was going to do, which you didn't have a problem with at the time. The purpose was to platform the survivors to tell their stories and correct the counter-narratives that were clearly trying to derail the conversation. Many of which...
Yeah, and then you let people like Smaggle, Daggle, Lyrics, you were really happy when Keemstar called him, until Keemstar just, aped on you. And then let you get the dog fucked by all of them. But, don't know what to tell you.
Which included you, by the way.
Since Max is also really retarded himself, it's just like, I don't want to be mad at a retard, so, I even joined in, and I explained to him what I explained privately. Max, as you can imagine, has not listened.
Why would I listen to you, Mudahar, when you are not an expert, as you have admitted multiple...
You asked him for help, Max. You can't now be afterwards be like, you said you're not an expert. At that time, you really much respected him and wanted his big platform for your big project, for your big pedophile.
Multiple times now. You have no knowledge of the ongoing events within the case, as you've already admitted, and you have taken no time to listen to the survivors, and instead going on live streams with commentary channels, talking shit about me in the case. Why would I listen to you? You were telling me to prioritize making video with all of the evidence presented, and I was trying to tell you to listen to the survivors to better determine how a case like this should be handled without leaking all of the evidence. And then you and Kevin Hill broke your NDAs and started leaking evidence.
Which is why we are here.
Fuck you, Max. Why?
Oh my god, I feel so bad for laughing at this.
This is why everyone likes my show better. We don't have to pretend we're taking it serious.
And I'm going to briefly go over the story of Spencer now, and her interaction with Kate. Now, Spencer's story is the part that Max has been harping throughout the entire 3 videos that he's made.
That is only because she was the first to speak out. I made plans to interview all of the survivors, but ever since you ganged up on us and told the survivors to shut the fuck up.
Oh, he didn't tell the survivors to shut up, Max. Now you're being catty here. He said, Max, he called you out on all the bullshit you did. And the survivors who decided not to talk to you anymore did a good choice. To work with someone else who probably can give them better help and support. Come on now, Max.
They remain in fearful silence, waiting for an arrest that may never come.
And the video that Max wants you to go watch is a 4 to 5 hour podcast from Spencer's actual channel.
That isn't the video we necessarily want you to go watch. We were just getting the information out on her channel.
What? You just said everyone should watch the 5-hour podcast.
In fact, the summary created by Scare Theater was a perfect explanation of the situation, and he was one of the few people that seems to actually care.
Now again, if you are 100% interested in the complete accounting from her end regarding the story, I highly recommend you go check her video out.
It's no longer up because...
Yeah, funny how you never shouted out while it was there.
You and your friends were cyberbullying her, which caused some of your audience members to start cyberstalking her.
Thank you so much, Quantum, I needed that.
Into deleting her channel.
But the problem is, these videos that are this long are obviously going to have a viewer drop-off. Max understands this, I understand this, and if you made YouTube videos for longer than a week, you probably also understand this as well.
Oh, really? Because a 7-hour stream with you and Nicholas Diorio seemed to be quite lucrative.
Jesus fuck, dude. Today's video is 114,000.
Once again, the stream where they made fun of you after the whole situation was done, honey.
1,000 views, that's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, good job.
Yeah, congratulations, Nicholas Diorio. You've capitalized on the suffering of potential victims. You're doing a really good job there, buddy.
Reality is, Max has to be concise and explain the story properly.
And we did, multiple times.
Now in this situation, the best video I could find that concisely explains this for the audience's first viewing is by a YouTuber known as Slime Beast, who basically made the video, What the is MamaMax talking about? Werewolf Cult Simplified. And by all means, it's a pretty good video that explains how this situation was effectively about Spencer.
The situation is not about Spencer. She is just one of
many...
You
made it a whole lot about Spencer.
Victims that came forward. They chose her to be their voice.
He didn't say shut the fuck up, he said don't talk to Max or each other because it hurts the case. Yep.
Who was a 16-year-old girl who met an 18-year-old Camden online, who was only found out that he was 18 at the time from Slime B's actual assessment into public police records. So of course Spencer ran away from home to live with Camden, an 18-year-old person that she met. And of course, going in forward, Spencer's presence in Camden's family home was a secret.
And again, he tells us this 18-year-old was such a genius that he left no trace on the internet. You know, he's just as smart as all the big cult leaders.
Full control over what she was allowed to do, which is one of the points of contention for a lot of people. She lived there for 3.5 to 4 months, and the mother, and it appears that other people may not have an idea that she was there the entire time. Again, 3 to 4 months, I'm sure that human beings, no matter how busy you are, you may have an idea that somebody else, other than the people you know, is living in your house. Maybe you catch them sleeping, maybe something happens.
This is what we call speculation in a court of law.
I primarily hid most of the time.
It is a very fair speculation, since Spencer talked about how it was a one-story house. You can live in a 2-story house and it will be hard as fuck to hide another full human being inside that house for 4 months. Come on now, Max. Don't be like that. Don't be like that.
Get the fuck out of
That's
here.
unbelievable. That's not
Where?
I almost felt bad about making fun of her last like 15 minutes, and then I just hit around, just climbed around.
She's hiding under a lampshade.
It's completely.
Metal Gear Solid shit here, dude.
I'm starting to realize that Spencer and Anne Frank have a lot in common.
God damn it.
Listen, if this bitch is putting on Frank, she fall through the fucking ceiling.
All right. Dude, you're in the documentary. Max just put this clip in the documentary.
Where are the werewolves?
We will.
Either that or I would sleep during the day.
I was nocturnal. You know I'm a fucking vampire, asshole? Yeah, I was fucking nocturnal.
Yeah, but the other thing, so she's like sleeping during the day. Mom didn't walk by Camden's room and notice her sleeping. Did she sleep in the closet? Like,
Stop speculating, you stupid piece of shit. You do not know their living situation. You had the opportunity to ask more questions and you didn't.
Once again, now we should all believe Spencer. We should all believe Spencer, yeah.
There are plenty of cases where people have hid others for entire years.
Max. Don't bring up people's... Luna Monty, hello! Thank you so much. Honestly, let's stop trying to find creative push and just call this guy what he is, a loser! Absolutely. Absolutely agree, thank you.
Okay, sometimes decades. Let's take the Fritzl case, for example. In the Fritzl
Yeah,
case...
the Fritzl case. Let's talk about these other big cult cases that totally have everything to do with my vampire werewolf RPG story. Sure, Mix. Sure. Fuck off. Fuck straight off.
Joseph Fritzl hid his daughter Elizabeth in the cellar of their
Max, these are things you should have been asking Spencer when you were talking with her. Yep. Because otherwise you could have cleared it up right now.
family home for 24 years, with the entire family unaware this was happening, even after birthing 7 children with her. Fucking dumbass.
This is a point of
Yeah, but probably they also had a basement. Spencer was not hidden in the basement. From what she said. She was in his room this whole time.
But again, I'm not here to go into contention.
What are you talking about? That is all you are doing in this video. Every single point you are making is to contend me.
That's a pretty big point of contention. I'm here to relay what the supposed facts of this entire situation is.
No, you are not.
And why it's been lost in the miasma of confusion.
No, you're not!
You had nothing to do with that.
Did you hear any of the lore?
Did you hear any of the lore?
Do this project with her. I just told her that I would like to finish my current project first. If you want me to hand off this project to someone else, I will reach
I got
out.
more important shit than vampires and werewolves and shit, okay?
So during this time, Spencer was abused in multiple ways by Camden, allegedly, by her own account, which that is effectively the story. Camden also tried to get Spencer to sleep with people that he had found online, allegedly. So again, this is effectively the quick summarization of what is Spencer's story. I highly recommend you check out her channel and her video to get her full accounting.
Oh my god, it's almost like it gives context.
Because there are a lot more.
God, Max, shut the fuck up. I have watched the amazing context Spencer gave, and guess what? It didn't make any sense. Come on now, Max. You know, you could have taken the heat off of her if you would have asked these questions. If you would have asked her, how come that they didn't notice you? How do you know you had 3 miscarriages in 4 months? There's so many questions you could have asked before Spencer fucked herself. God. I'm dying. Before Spencer fucked herself on the interview by admitting to a crime herself. And if you would have asked these questions, you know, from the beginning and not just recording this whole shit and letting her fuck the sideways. Come on now.
Details that are interesting to hear. And it's not...
Even in many of those cases, it's highly speculated the family was aware and lied to save their own asses. Yeah. But you know, we won't question that, right? We won't question that.
entirely even about Spencer too. So again, going in further, the cult aspect, which is by far the most embellished aspect and the most unexplained one by Max so far, is best described as Camden being a werewolf god, allegedly, and amongst other things, whatever deities they may be, he convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires, werewolves, and they were hunted by outside forces, which meant that they should all stay together as a pack, a family. He claimed that he could send their dead loved ones to hell if he could, and again, through these methods, this guy allegedly controlled various targets and people who were joining into his fold. He would then have his followers try to recruit others online, some as young as 11, and that is, of course, alleged. Now, of course, this is a quick, concise explanation, and I highly recommend you check out the channel Slime Beast, who actually did cover and read through this as well too, and it lines up with my personal interview with Spencer that I had a few days ago, and generally, like, watching through the 4 to 5 hour piece. I think this is probably the best, concise way that Max should have put it.
I don't disagree with anything you've said here. Good job.
And here's the reality.
Oh, Max, oh, you can concede on that. Congrats. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Are actual things that are alleged here that are more important than even the cult aspect. The story that is provided should be treated with a serious nature.
Oh, you mean like this?
Just how do these people relate to Camden? Are they...
They are the 2 men that are living with him and committing crimes on his behalf.
Once again, Max, I don't know how often I already said it. This stream was specifically to relax after the whole situation with you. To make fun of what a retard you were. And how stupid Spencer was. Because no one can take Spencer serious, no one should take Spencer serious. And this actually helps your case, since Spencer also alleges that you starved her. No, just saying.
Casing houses.
You can't have it both ways, Max. You can't say that Spencer should have been heard to, should have been platformed. And also say, but don't listen to Spencer when she talks about her abuse. And talks about the story of how she was a vampire.
Of an ex-member trying to break in.
Wait, what? It's a fucking crime family.
It's a mob. It's the fucking mob. You're fucking with the mob over here.
Yeah. No, this is the Wolfpack, bro.
Because he is like, no, I want you to listen to the other victims, you know? What he is only bringing up, especially Spencer.
Bro, I'll suck your blood if you don't.
I can't wait to see the cameo John Wick 5 did.
Instead of the tangents that Max wanted to go to.
Again, they weren't tangents. Spencer's story represents only a fraction of what is happening online to children, and this is substantiated by cult experts.
But of course,
if you show me this face once again, I don't even know this man. I have not seen the content or the books, whatever this man did. But I start to hate him just by you showing me his face over and over while you make these stupid arguments.
This is the problem when a YouTuber who is way out of their depth jumps into a...
How did he not ask questions? How did he take us serious? No one knows. It's probably because Max is stupid.
Story that they honestly shouldn't even be relaying and should absolutely hand it off to professionals at the very beginning.
Oh my god, it's almost like that's exactly what we did.
There is no excuse for
this. Oh my god, it's absolutely like it didn't.
This is purely on Max's screw-up that people are looking at the story in such a confusing manner.
Yeah, really make sure to hammer that into your audience's heads.
You even said on your first live stream, no, we didn't go to the police. Spencer did go to the police back then, and they didn't take her serious. Max, come on now.
No one else can be held accountable for their actions in this situation. Only me.
The other takeaway from this is Spencer's video is that Max was also apparently being investigated by the FBI.
The reason why this is happening is because I'm surrounded by cyberstalkers that are willing to make false statements.
This is Simpleton, my guy. This is Simpleton. Come on now. You gave Simpleton too much credence. You take the Jonkler serious, Max. You take the fucking Jonkler serious.
To federal agencies in order to ruin my life.
I was one of the OG people to cover MamaMax. I was actually the person who got the feds sick on him, which was a secret for a long time, but I'm pretty open about that now. If anybody's actually wondering about
Imagine taking the Jonkler serious.
Or if they're like, oh, you know, you're just saying that for clout. I mean, I can put the receipts in this next video because I'm going to make one that's just kind of an update.
So I can't tell you what this person reported me for, but what I can tell you is that he is a hyper-obsessive ex-fan that keeps making weird videos about me, creating borderline schizophrenic theories out of thin air, reaching out to people like my ex-partners in order to create entire communities of cyberstalkers that are repeatedly reporting me, my videos, the mega drives, the GoFundMe, etc. This is one of the sources that does these things. Go ahead and watch.
Oh, wait. What's this? Just on his account was actually updated recently. It may potentially confirm that the reason for the ban was in fact CP. This folder or file was reported to contain objectionable content such as child exploitation material, violent extremism, or bestiality. The link creator's account has been closed and their full details, including IP address, have been provided to the authorities.
Are repeatedly reporting me, my videos, the mega drives, the GoFundMe, etc. This is one of the sources that does these things. Go ahead and watch his videos and decide for yourself if he's credible or even mentally sound.
Spencer also brought victims, and I can't stress this enough. She admitted that she went on social media apps and started to form connections with people.
Oh my god, almost like it's a cult, where the leader will make his recruits commit crimes for him.
Now that said, I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations.
Yeah, that is crystal clear by now, buddy.
Wait, if the family claimed to be involved, then why would Spencer even need to hide? The family didn't claim to be involved as far as I know. Like the mom and the brother. Wait, I think she said the brother might have known she's been there, but not the mother.
So why then are you repeatedly speaking on these situations as if you are the expert? Especially after you skipped through the only person in this video that is qualified to speak as an expert.
Because again...
I'm sorry, old man. But he shows me your face way too often.
Without evidence and without properly understanding the story, I don't know the proper accounts.
So why the fuck then are you making this video?
That's for Max to detail and describe. If he's not putting in the effort, how can he reasonably expect every other influencer in the world to put in the effort to interview and understand and then make claims on cases like this?
And that concludes part 2 for MamaMax is a complete fraud, the most serious video that Mudahar might have made in his entire career on this platform. Let's review what Mudahar did here. He criticizes the God Cult trailer for being vague and manipulative when it is literally meant to teach about cult-like behaviors by demonstrating them to the audience.
Yeah, in the most stupid way. Wait, who is the one expert? This guy.
He nitpicks the other videos on this case for lacking evidence and context, whilst also not providing any evidence or much context himself. He then regurgitates a 3-minute video summary whilst playing Ghostwire Tokyo again, and speaking on the situation as if he's an expert, just to then admit that he is not qualified to be...
I think he doesn't like Ghostwire Tokyo. Earlier video, Spencer was claiming that family members were involved in the creator's joke that being a crime family. I think with family she means like the other members of the cult, and there was one victim who was assaulted by a family member, so it can be that it was one of those what she mentioned in the clip. Because as far as I know, his mother didn't know anything that was going on, from what I remember. So it made even less sense that they doxed her full name.
Speaking on these situations. So again, I'm not quite sure how this video proves that I am a fraud, but Mudahar is doing a decent job of undoing all the credibility he has built throughout his career, and it still somehow gets even worse from here. So let us continue.
Now what you're about to hear is a portion of a call that me, Max, Spencer, and another YouTuber by the name of Nicholas Diorio had when interviewing and confronting Max about the situation.
Now before we play the call, here's just some background. Like I said earlier, we entered into the call under the false pretense that Mudahar, my quote-unquote bro, was going to do everything in his power to present this case objectively, with the justice it deserves, like he promised us he would.
The reason why I wanted to be nice as well too is because I knew he was going to end up leaking it and trying to cut it out to make it look like unsympathetic assholes. So I'm like, no, we're going to be the nicest we've ever been.
And instead, he chose to use this opportunity to bait for emotional responses, and then subsequently leaking this call to the public without our consent, breaching his NDA again.
Please show me how he baited for emotional responses.
And being that I was sleep deprived and trying to defend Spencer, I let my emotions...
Why would you go into this call sleep deprived? This is on you, Max. You knew this was a serious call, and you went on it sleep deprived? Max? You're fucking yourself again. I love when people are always like, when the call gets leaked and they're like, oh, I didn't sleep for days, I was sick, I couldn't think straight.
Emotions get the better of me. So I'm going to clarify what I say in this call. I guess the challenge for me with showing the evidence is I personally have not been walked through the evidence besides Spencer's. The
I have not been watching the evidence besides Spencer's.
survivors in the server, not all of them are as active as we would like them to be. Obviously a lot of them have trauma, they talk about...
How dare the victims not be as active as we like them to be?
And
how dare them have jobs?
And actually just sit down and speak with me. But that's why I've been just asking the general public to please be patient. Like there's a lot of things we need to wait for. I am just trying...
And again, you should have done... I know you say, oh, the victims only came forward because of the publication you had. But as soon as you had more than Spencer, you should have put it on pause. No, and first get everything straight before you continue your weird-ass campaign.
To get the word out that this is Camden Gerard Davis, this is what the accusations against him are.
Okay, but you said you didn't review most of the evidence besides Spencer, though.
I reviewed the evidence, I just haven't had the context as to what it is pertaining to.
So you looked at the evidence, but you don't understand...
Yeah, in the exact timeline, which has been just one of many reasons why it's been such a struggle to create the comprehensive timelines, because I'm waiting on a lot of different things.
But you see, that's why people are inflamed with you right now. It's because you just told me in this call that you didn't properly review every single victim, and now... And just from this one clip, you can ascertain the complete frustration that I and many others have had when communicated by Max about the situation. How is it that you can make calls to action and blatant statements of fact when, at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds?
Well, there are many cases without every piece of evidence reviewed, contextualized, and timelined before an investigation begins. And in fact, that's actually what happens after an investigation concludes. For example, Aaron Fisher, known as Victim 1 against Jerry Sandell.
Can he stop comparing his thing with Aaron Fisher interview, witness triggering, Jerry Sandusk? Like, bro, he always compares it with, like, widely known cases, which is not how this works.
Sandusky reported his experiences without understanding the full scale of Jerry Sandusky's crimes. This led to an investigation that unveiled 52 counts of young boys over a 15-year period from 1994 to 2009. If Aaron Fisher needed to review, contextualize, and timeline every piece of evidence from every survivor before coming out about his experiences, then Jerry Sandusky may never have been exposed for his crimes. It's funny how you keep making arguments that only serve to empower predators and silence survivors when they don't have enough incontrovertible evidence.
Yeah, silence the survivors, sure. That's all the people wanted. No, they wanted to show what a fucking idiot you are.
To prove that a crime has been committed.
You're clearly not an investigator built for this case.
Well, according to yourself, neither are you.
I'm not qualified to be speaking on these situations.
In fact, there's very little YouTubers who are built for cases like this. That does not mean we can't—
And you especially aren't one of them.
—present these cases with our platforms and do everything we can to—
No, you fuck these cases over. This is what you're doing.
—to help these people.
And it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head, because he only is one.
Like, you can say some people mean well and are just trying to help. But if you don't know this shit, you should just try to give them better resources they could go to. And not try to war dog it yourself.
One person. I have done plenty of investigations.
It's almost like that's why we came to you for help. Little did I realize that you are not qualified to be speaking on this. So I'm not sure why you're bringing this up like you're a seasoned detective. You're not an investigator, Mutahar. You are a storyteller, just like me. That is why we are on YouTube.
I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them.
Stop playing yourself up like you are more than that.
I can safely say that's a fucking lie.
I don't know the proper accounts. I haven't seen the 5-hour podcast with Spencer. I don't know anything in this situation. How Max couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane.
How Mutahar couldn't do it for such a serious situation like this is insane.
The entire fetus has been removed.
Is he just literally pulling a no you? Don't tell me he just pulled a no you.
And the risk for infection is almost guaranteed at that point. So that's where a bit of, obviously, I'm sure you've read the people critical of the situation. This is, you know how bad I wanted to just be like, bitch, have you read the Farms thread?
Well, we just fucking no, he said Kiwi Farms. Boom. Max, there are people you don't want to mess with. I'm just saying, you have enough people angry at you. You shouldn't try to gain even more attention from certain people. Just saying.
Like 3 seconds ago, I was fucking reading it while we're streaming. Jesus.
And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices, not just in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people have been casting doubt over.
And that's where we're leading to now, is his unethical practices. Not just this in this investigation, but other previous investigations that a lot of people will now be casting doubt over.
Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Max's unethical coverage needs to be talked about.
Now, unfortunately, with situations as messy as this, Mutahar's unethical coverage needs to be talked about.
Oh god, he's literally just pulling a no you, no you, no you, no you. Flowers. Fluffy kittens.
Live streaming.
Mutahar has been live streaming.
Cameron Gerard Davis. When at the end of the day, the real situation should be the commentary channels are telling you to shut the fuck up by bringing these victims on to discuss and debate with randoms on the internet.
By bringing these drama tubers on to discuss and bully with randoms on the internet.
Hashtag. Yeah, you brought drama YouTubers that you apparently hate so much on to talk to your victims, while you made a whole circus around them. And again, some had their full name as their Discord name. That is looking out for your victims really wonderful. Wait, Max, very wonderful.
We are retarded, and I'm getting more retarded listening to this as we go. Holy shit.
And for the most part, this has been very unhelpful.
What the fuck?
Call me a retard.
This time could have been better spent with him helping us prepare this evidence, the timeline, preparing a video, and discussing the situation properly.
If Mutahar actually did have to sign an NDA to see the information, he broke that NDA with me because he told me my DMs that it's what the evidence is.
The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low.
The levels of productivity on these live streams are so fucking low.
Shut up.
Yeah, you can hear me. Why are you running cover?
Shut up.
In Minecraft.
Oh, he was so happy when Keemstar
called in. I'm talking to Max though.
Yeah, you can hear me. Why are you running cover for these vampire?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Keem.
And then as soon as Keemstar makes fun of him, you can see it in her face how the happiness is slowly dying.
Good shit.
Vampire in the Minecraft community. You're going around, you're running cover.
That's my fucking call.
Yeah, can you see the happiness die?
EDP 445. You're gonna play the world with EDP 445.
And Keemstar brings up old 2016 memes.
To Keemstar's credit, he was actually giving some sound advice.
What?
Dude, when you're covering these stories, it's a very serious topic, and you have to tread lightly. Every time I've exposed any fucking online, I always got so much fucking shit, so much hate from their fan base, criticism from commentary community. Oh, you should have this, you should have that before you can. At the end of the day, if the person is known, and I don't know if this person is known or not, but if the person is known and somebody makes an allegation, that allegation by itself is a newsworthy topic. That is something to talk about. That's all fair game if they're a public person.
Yeah, it was definitely newsworthy with how much you fucked it. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job, Max.
In this moment, these girls have to sit there and basically realize that their entire story is
I love how he's like, you know what, Keemstar actually gave me really good advice.
Invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time.
And she ended up getting an abortion there. Yes, that's exactly.
I come out dressed up like Maury Povich. And story is being invalidated in real time, is being made a mockery of in real time.
on almost every single one of these live streams.
It's also questionable the relationship that Max has with law enforcement in regards to prosecuting or assisting to prosecute this case. When confronted on a live stream by other YouTubers, he actually had a lot of questionable statements to make regarding this specific topic and whether they were working with law enforcement or whether they weren't. And this raised a lot of concerns.
Yeah, first he said, no, we didn't call the police because Spencer already tried. Then suddenly the next time they did. Then he said he doesn't know the process of it, how it works. So yeah. Yep. Yeah, Cam didn't have a public platform. Yep. Max seems scared of Kim. He is.
And again, another red flag to me.
We're not going to court, Xylee.
So what are you doing?
We're not going to court. Yeah, that was also amazing. Yeah, we might go to the police, but we're not going to court. What's the goal then? What's the goal here then?
Down like a deer? Is that what we're doing? What are we doing?
To answer the question, the survivors wanted to come forward and tell their stories, and I gave them my platform to do so. Have you not been listening this stream?
Oh, they just wanted to tell their stories. We didn't expect anything to come off of it. Is that it now? We're just doing the raped podcast where the raped tell their stories. Then what's about all this? Find him. Max, you're kidding yourself. I want to remind all of you again. He had a year to prepare. Since Mudah's video, it's been pretty much a year. Max hasn't done much in this year. He did some Patreon stuff, he did some really weird video on Patreon. But he had a year to prepare for his comeback. And this is the best he could came up with. Isn't that great?
I know, but you loop.
So I don't exactly know what she means by you loop, but if she means answering the same question over and over, it's because people will tune into the stream and ask the same questions that have been asked before, and we were there to answer questions.
And see how he looks at Spencer immediately again.
You loop, and then you always look at somebody else for an answer. You can't give an answer yourself.
Yeah, typically when someone else can answer a question better than I can, I will look to them to answer that question. And
oh, totally not, because I was scared of the scary woman, so I looked at Spencer to be like, meat shield, I choose you.
Stream was about platforming the survivors. Yes, I would look to the survivors to answer questions that they
Yeah, but Xylee said very clearly she has no questions for Spencer. She wants to talk to you. And to you about what you are doing with this case.
Good answer. I'm answering you.
What are you doing then? Tell me right now. I will be quiet for you to answer and go.
So when we reached out to the lawyer, he told us it would not be beneficial to pursue a case against Camden Gerard Davis because he likely does not have substantial assets. So he recommended that we all go in person to report him to the police station that is in his jurisdiction.
So wait, if all the victims wanted to share their stories, what was the money for then, Max? Yeah, also true. What were the legal funds for then, Max? You know, we want Joseph to share stories. Max, you're contradicting yourself. And first they wanted him to take him to civil court. But since he doesn't have the assets, they thought about the other court.
So they didn't tell you to go into the... Okay, is he still in the same jurisdiction that the crime occurred?
And then they went to the wrong jurisdiction. I forgot about that almost. Yeah, they went to the jurisdiction Spencer was in, but not the one Spencer was in. Not the one Camden was in.
For the most recent survivors, yes.
Notice how I looked to Spencer to answer that question, because she is the one who knows the answer.
Yeah, but you should have known that yourself, Max. This is something you should have asked her before. You know, before you go on one of those live streams, you could have... You know, have your little notebook ready with your information that you can give. So the victim, you know, maybe doesn't have to answer difficult questions. You know, you wouldn't want to put too much stress on them, you know?
Okay. Because I was always under the impression you have to go into the jurisdiction that the crime occurred.
It depends on the jurisdiction, Xylee. Sometimes they will tell you to report where the crime occurred. Sometimes they will tell you to report where the criminal lives. And sometimes they will tell you to report the crime where you live. And if it's a cybercrime, you should also fill out an FBI report, which many of the survivors already did prior to this awareness campaign.
All right. Then yes, carry your pretty asses over to that jurisdiction and go, hey, Mr. Police Officer, I have a crime to report. Yes, that's what needs to be done.
Yes,
hell,
that
you
is
might
what
even be able, and because since, you know, COVID and stuff like that, you might even...
See how uncomfortable he looks. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing.
Do it I don't know.
To be clear, we had already reported it over the phone.
Okay, sheriff's office. Hi, my name is Spencer Slayton, and I would like to,
make funny how you didn't mention that during that live stream.
Report?
Okay, what's going on, man?
But the lawyers we were speaking to recommended we go in person if we want them to take it more seriously.
I don't know.
Okay, Xylee, well, if you don't know, then you probably shouldn't be speaking on the subject matter, should you?
I've only dealt with, I know you're...
Oh my god, she dog-walked you, brother. She dog-walked you, and now, after a year, you decided, no, you know what, I will be a salty bitch about that. Come on, brother.
In a different state now, you know what I'm saying? But I've had to do it. I've had to do stuff like this before. On my own accord.
You have reported cult activity before. Do you have any evidence to substantiate?
Stop. Stop calling it a cult. Stop calling it a cult. You only make your own case worse. You only make your own case more difficult than it already is. It will be hard enough to prove the abuse, to get anything done about the abuse. You know what? You can just... There's even the possibility that everyone just reports the abuse they suffered from him. And then, you know, maybe the investigator can make their own connections, can look into the group, you know, because it would all apparently lead back into this cult. The group. Like, I claim what I think could be just an really weird fantasy ARPG group. And then they could make their own connections. Max. Yo, you're gonna censor her face but not her full name? Sloppy shit, goddamn. Yeah.
Substantiate that claim?
But yes, you need to go to the police of the jurisdiction of where the crime occurred and go, hello, Mr. Officer, can you help me?
Sorry,
Yes,
I punched
that's
my
what we do.
microphone.
Okay, that should have been done before these live streams.
So you've probably noticed by now that these people don't listen to what we are saying. They just talk at you. As we've already stated before, the survivor...
You said the survivors went there. You know, some of the survivors did the police report. But not that you went to the police report with them. And that you didn't keep up with the police afterwards.
Survivors made reports to law enforcement years prior to this public awareness campaign.
Yeah, and they didn't keep up with it.
And almost...
Sadly, again, no one says that the law is good with cases like that. But sadly, you have to keep up with them. You have to keep asking for updates.
A decade later, they were seeking a public awareness campaign, which I gave to them, specifically because they already made reports to law enforcement.
Again, this is by far the most important part, is the relationship to the law enforcement.
How exactly is speculation from a drama tuber that doesn't like me the most important part?
Xylee told the survivors to shut the fuck up. Yes, I did. I told them to shut the fuck up. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did it. And I did it.
Like, does it prove we don't work with law enforcement? No.
Again, it's not really properly conveyed in my opinion whether this is a criminal
Funny
civil case.
how you didn't show the part where she absolutely dog-fucked you, brother.
It's a criminal case.
What departments are properly involved?
Well, Mutahar, I'm not a sheriff, a police chief, or a task force commander, so I couldn't tell you which exact departments are going to be involved. But I know the survivors can and did tell you which police departments they reported to.
Just how the evidence has been submitted.
FBI cyber tips and emails to the deputy.
This is a key concern of mine.
Pretty funny considering you didn't ask me any of these questions a single time in any of our DMs.
And many others. And it should be a key concern if you want to see justice actually delivered.
Oh, you want to see justice delivered? Is this how you deliver justice?
Yeah, I want to see these people get justice.
Yeah, how do you deliver justice, Max? Because you seem to only make things worse. So you sure don't help it.
That's like... good luck to Mutahar. Hopefully he gets these people justice. You know.
And of course, as people have looked into this, a lot of shifting has went into what MamaMax's previous content and the validity of it also meant. About a month ago, actual Redditors started to investigate Max's older content.
Actual Redditor? This is your smoking gun. You are using a Reddit post as your primary source for investigative information. For someone who keeps harping about the importance of providing incontrovertible...
I'm sure, Max, you're playing stupid again. The Reddit post brought attention towards it. And then people started looking into it themselves. People just didn't take... No one... Well, some people probably do. But most people don't just take a Reddit post on face value. Don't play stupid now, no, Max. You know how this works.
Evidence? You really don't follow any of the rules you establish in this video. If I was using Reddit as my sole source...
Mac's idea of justice is dressing up as a chicken and LARPing as a pedo killer. Yeah. And sexting with the pedophiles, don't forget this part. And send them pictures of his ass to jerk off to.
Investigative information on you. Do you realize how many things I could potentially report on? This actual Redditor is investigating how you watched lolly porn. These actual Redditors are investigating how you watching lolly porn could be illegal. And this actual Redditor is investigating how you are officially a because of this. Pretty funny how any random Redditor can just be weaponized against another YouTuber without any incontrovertible evidence presented.
Seeing the Unhinged livestream caused me to wonder about some of Max's past content. His newest God Cult and his current project stuff has been reviewed so many times, so I wanted to watch an old...
Once again, don't take them on face value. Look into it yourself. Max.
Video, and particularly his Cartoon Incorporated video, IMVU, and Puppy Stomp. So while this is a very long post that you can read...
I have to go to work. This part is starting to make me triggered. Even I've had to make a police report. Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that. But again, it's so stupid that Max dares to even act like such a smartass about it. Also, have a good day at work, Quantum. I hope you will have... It will not be too stressful. If anyone is mean to you, I come over and beat them up. Yeah, those are comments, not in-depth posts. That's also quite a different from someone just calling Mutahar is a pedo, Mutahar watch lolicon, to being like, here, where someone has links and gives a very detailed description.
One of the oddities, and I'll summarize them to the best of my abilities, is with Cartoon Incorporated conveniently considered lost media as a channel that posted it cannot.
Hi, what's a TLDR? What I miss? You asked me to give you a TLDR of 4-hour stream. 4-hour stream, Max is stupid. Max is stupid and he didn't learn anything over a year. And he is acting like a crazy ex. He blames everything that went wrong on Mudahar, pretty much.
Not be found. The Frozen 3 video is edited with a similar style to Max's older content. Brainwashing clip. Subliminal messages hidden within the clip uses the font Pixture Granular, a unique font type that appears in Max's later videos. The font type is not a default font on Windows OS or in Adobe Fonts, meaning the font was searched for and downloaded or purchased. Side note, someone recreated Cartoon Incorporated and posted breakdowns of the brainwashing clip.
Notice how he doesn't show the context provided in the post.
What's the context?
So let me do it for him. The first link leads to a MyFonts page of Pixture Granular, and the second link puts together screenshots of the Cartoon Incorporated font against the font I've used. This is not Pixture Granular. This is VCR OSD Mono, which is a famously used font, by the way, which includes Mudahar.
IMVU. It is implied in the video that an account under the name Casey was exploited by Pablo Sunny. Remember that name. The account only has one friend, Pablo. Max makes note of how she's isolated and moves on quickly. Max supposedly finds a YouTube account owned by the same person by image searching her profile picture. The image is from Naruto. Now how could one reverse search and find that specific YouTube page? Screenshot of IMVU profile, Naruto character, and YouTube page. So this is the one right over here, Naruto profile picture, IMVU, you get the point. He implies that he somehow gained access.
Pain is truly someone not often used
to the account to locate these unlisted videos. One of them is titled, "This is where you killed me," and depicts a bloody white sheet in the woods. With Casey corresponding with herself in the comments, it is implied that she herself or disappeared off the internet. Oddly enough, the completely inactive Casey accounts no longer exist on YouTube and IMVU. They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphid's IMVU accounts were also deleted.
Hey guys, I'm Sylphid. So I've been friends with Max for like 8 years now, and since my name was mentioned here, I just wanted to get my side of things. So Max asked me if I wanted to play IMVU with him. And I was like, sure, log in. And he's like trying to bait people, pretending he's a 14-year-old girl looking for a boyfriend. And at first there's this girl and she's like, you're way too young to be in here, sweetie. And then 5 minutes later, this Pablo Sunny guy comes up. And he's like, hi, I'll be your friend. Boom. Him and Max just disappear. And I'm like, okay. And then at one point, Max invites me to a room. So I join. It's just like him and Pablo Sunny on a couch. And I'm just like, nope. And I left the room and I was like, fuck that. And I think shortly after that, I was just like, this isn't even a game. Why am I even playing this? So I just never logged in again. So I never deleted my IMVU account. I just stopped playing. I just never logged in again after all the weird shit that I saw. And I'm trying to log in now and it just says unknown email.
They were deleted at the same time Max and Sylphid.
That inactive Casey accounts are deleted at the same time. The IMU accounts were also deleted. Again, yeah, so he wasn't active on the email, so it was deleted after the case. So it just shows he got inactive at the around the same time. What does that prove exactly? It's 2 AM for me now, so my brain ain't working. Did I miss something? Does this make sense? Or who just casually hangs out with someone trying to bait freaks? True bros.
IMVU accounts were also deleted.
So this is all speculation. Correlation does not equal causation. IMVU already has a history of deleting accounts at their own discretion. Pablo Sunny's account was also deleted after the video dropped. Does that mean he never existed? Did we correspond with Zakatan to delete his account as well? There is literally no evidence presented in this post to prove that any of this was fake.
And then he claims in a Discord Q&A that Casey is actually alive.
Is there an update on Casey? Can you talk about how you got into the account or how you found it?
Yeah, please explain the Q&A.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
I can't talk too much about Casey. I don't know what I can and can't say. I will tell you that, yes, she's okay. That's all I'm going to say.
To be clear, I was in contact with Casey during the IMVU video. I am literally just trying to respect her wishes by not speaking about her, but I also wanted to be—
I thought she died.
Transparent with my audience that she is alive.
So in one surface he says that she could be dead.
Hey Muda, can you play a clip where I even say that?
I'm not going to make any claims because I have no idea what this is, if it's somehow tied to our guy or not, or whether it has anything to do with—
The video was literally, this is how they killed me.
IMVU. I do not know for certain and will not say.
And then all of a sudden she's okay? There's been no proof that this Casey person even existed.
Just because IMVU deletes an account doesn't mean they never existed. There is literally so much evidence that this person existed. This account existed years prior to the making of the IMVU video. Are you also going to say there's no evidence that any of these other accounts from Pablo Sunny's friends list exist? Some of them are probably still active. Maybe you should, I don't know, conduct an actual investigation.
No, I'm not going to sit here and get unsubstantiated.
I don't know, man, that doesn't prove anything to me, but I came in late. No, this is something else. And I'm just like,
Claims. So you are literally admitting that this Reddit post is just a bunch of unsubstantiated claims, and you are platforming it anyways. No, Muda, you can't just say you're not going to sit there and make unsubstantiated claims, because that is literally all you've been doing this entire video. This Reddit post is using a tactic called deceptive storytelling, made to look like—
Oh my god, it's subjective storytelling. Is it a tactic of news and cults? Is this a cult member?
Investigative reporting. It is a very common trait among disinformation on the internet, and it just so happens that this is the exact same Redditor claiming I was storing CSAM on the evidence megadrives for my videos, by some supposed hash match, according to Mudahar. But there is no evidence to prove that. They just say it, and everyone believes it. But that literally contradicts
Didn't he admit the Casey stuff was fake in the call with Muda Nick? I would have to check the call again. Because I don't remember that specifically.
His own policies. And we don't even know who this Redditor is. They could be anybody. You know who else constructs elaborate theories based on speculative reasoning and mental gymnastics?
MamaMax ist der Ship name. MamaMax, no. Yeah, but I will check the interview, the call again. The full call. Max and Nick and Mutaha had. I will check that again, so if there's an update I will inform you guys. Because I legit don't remember that. I remember, I think they brought it up in the call, but I don't exactly remember what he said about it. Just that there's, I think it came up in connection with him, with his video having a fictitious storyline sometimes.
Rebecca Pisani. So it would be like if I used the obsessive ramblings of the schizophrenic cyberstalker as an accurate source of investigative information to somehow prove that Mutahar is a child rapist who is distributing C7. That is the
now you're being malicious, Max.
level of insanity we have to deal with on the internet. Dumbass.
At the end of the day, I haven't had the
I'm going through the call after stream. If he does, I give you time step. Hell yeah, thank you, Tusky.
time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog.
Wait, what?
At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog.
Sorry, say that one more time.
At the end of the day, I haven't had the time to sit down and review every single bit of Max's back catalog as I've been researching this current investigation.
Didn't you say just a moment earlier?
How is it that you can make blatant statements of fact when at the end of the day, you have literally not even properly reviewed, you have not properly contextualized, and even timelined every single bit of evidence that consistently builds? You're clearly not an investigator built for this case, and it's not literally because someone like him is out of his head because he only—
But again, it's a lot easier to see that you are a complete idiot than to prove that your vampire werewolf pedophile cult with hundreds upon hundreds of victims is real. Max, you're being an insufferable man-child. I barely listen and this entire video is insufferable. It is, Lio, it is. And I have been almost to all the 3 hours. I'm ready to get lost in a wood.
Only is one person. I have done plenty of investigations. I've just never revealed and played my hand and explained things until I fully understood them.
Pretty funny how every single criticism you are making applies just as much, if not more, to you.
However, during the call with me, Max, Nick, and Spencer, he was absolutely telling at the time that you shouldn't really be taking a lot of his content seriously. It's meant to entertain. The facts are often embellished or at least simulated when it comes to producing movies, which I think is really ethically damning when it comes to producing content that is all about hunting down children or, you know, pinning a lot of these crimes or implicating a lot of these public services on cases like this.
So the investigations themselves are real, but obviously the films have fictional elements. Like it's a film.
Yeah, and again, this is completely stupid to mix actual investigations into pedophiles with, you know, we need to spice it up with some fictitious storyline. You know, to spice it up a little bit. To spice a little pedophile story up a little bit. I don't know how anyone ever thought this was a great idea. Nix, you could have used those skills just to do ARGs or like analog horror or anything else but this. This does not empower anyone. This does not bring justice to anyone. You can tell me as much as you like that there are victims who love it. I don't believe it. I don't know who are these people who tell you this. Probably people who are very much into the vigilante stuff, justice stuff. Like you showed this one comment very proudly where someone was like, yeah, me and my friends, we found a pedophile and then we invited him and told him that we were minors and then we beat him up with baseball bats and called the police, hell yeah. Yeah, no, this is not how it works, Max. You don't do things like this for entertainment, no. No, you don't. Like, why even do this? How do you even get the idea? I know you always say, oh, I just want to make movies. Then just do fictitious movies. Don't mix it with serious shit like that.
Like I'm presenting it as if it were to be real, but I didn't think people would take it as that. Like,
I'm representing it as if it was real, but I didn't think people would take it that way. What are you fucking saying?
You don't think that people are gonna think your videos are real?
So that's the thing. So I want everyone, when you watch my video, to assume everything is fake, except like when I show up face and what they're doing. I misspoke here, so allow me to clarify.
I misspoke, guys. Please enlighten me, Max.
YouTube videos, because they have fictional elements, automatically means they should be taken as a work of fiction, as I've been upfront about at the very beginning of every single one of these videos. However, it is clearly based on a real investigation, which was publicly available.
Why do you show me a random guy jerking off again? Max, I'm sick and tired of your shit.
descriptions, and now that they've been reported and taken down, it is very difficult to distinguish what is real and what is not. But that does not mean it is fake.
But apparently you still have quite a lot on your PC if you can show me all these guys jerking off in the background of your video. Max. I'm losing my fucking mind over here.
Obviously, it is not.
Again, why are we interspersing fact and fiction when it comes to incredibly serious stories like this?
Why is this only now a problem for you?
All information was hidden or censored.
And again, this is also stupid for Mudaha that he always thought, oh yeah, this is great. This is so cool. This is so great. No, people should have had a problem with this much sooner. But of course, the only people who had and who spoke up against, they immediately be called like pedophile lovers. Because Max is hunting pedophiles. How can you say he is doing wrong? You must love pedophiles.
And identities were altered to protect the private.
Once again, to half quote my favorite man on the story, suck my hairy German balls, Max.
Privacy of non-consenting parties, all dramatization of the visuals, dialogue are fictional and meant for storytelling purposes. Please reinstate the video, team. They did not fucking reinstate the video.
This was 5 years ago, buddy. If it's so important to you now, why didn't you tell me then?
Look, I'm not here to say if Max is definitively faking his stuff or not.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call textbut defamation. As Mudahar just admitted, he could not—
Oh, we get a... Defamation is a statement that injures a third-party reputation. The tort of defamation includes both libel, written statements, and slander, spoken statements. State common law and statutory law governs defamation actions, and each state varies in their standards for defamation and potential damages.
Not even prove that any of my videos are fake, and he still chose to defame me as a fraud. I can prove actual malice, negligence, and damages with what Mudahar has been saying about me, the survivors of Camden, and this case. My income has been literally decimated after his video on me.
Oh, poor Max, poor Max. And still, you probably make more than most people who work full-time. Stop acting like you're fucking poor and starving.
I've been discharged from my volunteer work due to the harassment that he was escalating. The survivors have suffered cyberstalking.
That he was... Yeah, of course, Mudahar was the one who was behind it.
Cyberbullying, and the general public for over a year now has been documenting me as a fraud because of Mudahar and us. Unfortunately,
just because of Mudahar, not because you yourself fucked this whole case.
Not even afford a lawsuit against Mudahar because of the amount of damage he has caused. But you know what? That's okay. Because I think everyone will enjoy me making videos on my best friend Mudahar a lot more than a lawsuit. And I'm not even done yet. But since this video is long enough, I'll just...
What do you mean? What do you mean you're not done yet? What do you mean you're not done yet? Wait. Wait. No. Max, please. I can't. I can't sit through another one. Max, what do you mean you're not done yet? Will his channel just become a Mudahar hater channel now?
Let's conclude by asking you, the audience, based on its definition, who...
In a weird way, I'm kinda curious if they put this in front of a court of Max would be laughed at till this last time. I will believe it. You know what? He should do it. You know what, Max? Don't make another video. Just take him to court. I support you, Max. Take him to court. Just because it would be funny.
Who is the real fraud here? In fact, it makes me want to come up with a little jingle that we can all sing in our heads to remind ourselves. Mudahar and us is a fraud. Mudahar and us is a fraud. Mudahar and us is a fraud. It's got...
Did he lose? I think bro took the wrong pills this day. Another reminder, this was after he had 1 year to think about what he will do. This was after 1 year. And this was the best he could come up with. You know, just casual reminder.
It's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it? But just like Kendrick Lamar's Meet the Grahams, it is a creative work and it's protected by freedom of expression. And also it's up to the audience to determine whether Mudahar and us is actually a fraud based on its definition. So you can't sue me, Mudahar.
It's not even a jingle, yeah.
In fact, you have no legal recourse because you chose to defame me first. And in fact, I'm not actually defaming you. I'm simply responding to your defamation with real-world examples of your own actions in the situation and letting the audience determine for themselves if you're a fraud. So if you suffer damages...
You know how much I hate you, Max? I would have been happy to hate on Mudahar, you know? I'm quite soured on Mudahar. But in this case, you have to make me side with Mudahar. You're a fucking schizoid.
Because of your own actions in this situation. You can't really blame anybody but yourself. I know you like to blame shift a lot, but you can't do that anymore, buddy. It's about time you finally take accountability for your own actions. And I'll see you all next time.
Reminder! The list that will go on the site here are all his Patreons.
It's about time you finally take accountability for your own actions. And I'll see you all next time.
Just casual reminder.
I don't really think that he has a place on this platform. With the kind of content that he's made and the kind of profiteering he's done on serious topics, I have less respect for him than everyone else that I've covered in the past.
Bro?
Oh god, no.
Today's video is...
Reminder. What an amazing video to come back with after 1 year. You know, the last storm was a banger. I'm still sub to Muda, but I haven't seen his channel a long time because I haven't been interested. Just made me want to watch Muda's video. God damn it. Holy shit, so many people still giving him money, yeah. What are the comments like? Have a happy Mother's Day is what Max is saying. Japanese soldier who kept fighting 29 years after World War II. The only thing I've gotten out of this situation is that YouTube creators are very catty and very much prone to backstabbing each other. It took you years to make a video on Blackula, with hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of victims, but you sure jumped on the chance to make a video longer than feature-length film on beef with a friend. Yeah, very true. Why is he showing Nexpo at the end? Maybe the next video will be on Nexpo. To be honest, as a former fan of both, I don't really care about what's true anymore. I'm just here for the ride. Just here for the experience. Yeah, not many positives. There's were like 2 or 1 people who are like, oh, Max, crazy news for the unemployed. Based. Yeah, so I fear not much support for Max in here. You hate to see it. But also, this has been way too long. I hope you enjoyed the pain. Crazy shit. Oh god. Yeah, I think I don't have to give my summary of my opinion on this. I think it was very obvious during the video. I hated this shit. This was just 3 hours of Max being like, no you, and being like a salty bitch. And yeah, we will see what amazing things he will come up next. But for today, we are done with it. We're done. And let me just see. Yeah, if you want to see it again, Nix is also covering it, I think, right now. Mother's Day special. Childless Dem is suing Ethan Klein and MamaMax tortures me. Yeah, so you can definitely check that out to see what Nix has to say about that. I will definitely recommend it, since he has been involved with the whole bullshit. And for now, I will see you next time. Have a good night, evening, or whatever time it is for you. And I will see you the next time. Bye bye.